Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Singhalese Sports Club Grounds as we are all set to begin the historical 50th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. This history in the making as two of the most renowned schools are getting ready to collide for the 50th time in the limited overs format. Two teams with a rich history colliding here today. Good morning, Viren.
Good morning, Laksasi. A very warm welcome once again to the SSC as we look at the head-to-head record. St. Joseph's College edging it with 25 wins over St. Peter's 21 wins. We have had two no results and one tied encounter. One of the no results was a rain-curtailed affair, and the other one was in 2020 when the limited overs encounter couldn't be played in lieu of the pandemic. The weather gods have treated us nicely here at the SSC. We look forward to a memorable 100 overs ahead, and we've got two teams here who are battling one of the oldest limited overs encounters in Sri Lanka, and it's a historic occasion not just for the present teams but also for the former teams, former captains, former coaches of both teams as we look at the last 10 encounters. Laksasi, coming into this, St. Joseph's College won quite comprehensively last year, but it's a fairly even balance across the last 10 years. We've had various venues being utilized, from our Premadas Stadium to the Pisar Oval, and in 2017 we moved back here to the SSC.
Now, if you take the last 10 encounters, Viren, St. Joseph's College, they have won 5 of them, while St. Peter's College, they have won 4. And as you mentioned, the encounter which was not played in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, very even Stevens, as you mentioned, when it comes to the two sides. And yes, last year, St. Joseph's College, it was a comfortable win by 5 wickets. But I feel that this year it's going to go right down the wire. It's going to be a very close game, as even in the two-day game, we saw that both the teams were dominating in various parts of the game. So the pendulum swung both ways in that two-day game. So I'm expecting to see a very close game here today.
Well said, Laksasi. We've got under-19 national caps amongst the 22 young men who will step out onto the field. And speaking about the history of this occasion, Laksasi, we are also gracing ourselves at the SSC upon its 125th year celebrations. So there's no better fit, no better venue to host this historical encounter. And as Laksasi said, both teams showed aggression, intent during the two-day affair. We saw a very baseball-like declaration from St. Joseph's College looking for a result, and it paved the way for an interesting two-day encounter, and we look forward to having the trend continue in this limited overs encounter here today. And another stat, I'm someone who loves digging into the archives. St. Joseph's College, in their 25 wins, Laksasi, they've won 18 batting first and 7 chasing. We know that this is a big encounter. Is it important to get runs on the board here at the SSC and then put the other team under pressure?
Yeah, I feel that's the case, and I feel that if you win the toss, you should try to bat first and get some runs on the board. I mean, that has been the norm this year when it comes to schools' one-day encounters. The team that batted first and managed to get a good total, but once again, coming back to that point, the team that bats first, they need to make sure that they get a good score. They need to get at least on 230, 220, somewhere around that, to make sure that they can put the pressure on the team that's batting first, because as we all know, this is schoolboy cricket, but these two sides, they're traditionally not the schools that play the classical kind of schoolboy cricket. There are two sides that love to play that aggressive brand of cricket. So that's why I mentioned, I think if the team that bats first, I feel that they'll need to score at least around 250 today.
Well said, Laksasi, and I think that was immaculately put, considering the fact that a total of 300 has only been breached twice in the history of this encounter. So as you said, 230, 240 seems to be par for the course here at the SSC. And considering the occasion as well, there's a lot of scoreboard pressure that goes into it. So the side batting first needs to look at it.
And when we go back to the last year's encounter, Viren, as you mentioned earlier, St. Joseph's College, it was a very easy win for them by 5 wickets. St. Peter's College, after winning the toss, decided to bat first. they could only make 156. Nathan scoring 53, Ruslan Lagamge scoring 32, Avin 3 for 27, and Yenula Devadusa 2 for 18. And then St. Joseph's College in reply managed to chase it down with 58 deliveries to spare and 5 wickets remaining. Hirun made an unbeaten 50, Hiran made 30, and Sadish made 27. Vishen Halmage, who's the captain of St. Peter's side, took 2 for 25. Vishen Halmage is the captain of this year. He took 2 for 25 in the last year's encounter.
And we see a lot of returnees, a lot of colorsmen this year. Laksisi, we saw Hirun scoring well played 94 in the 2-day encounter. Vishen picked up 4 wickets. We had Shannon Rodrigo performing brilliantly with the ball as well for St. Peter's, partnering up very nicely with Vishen. And we have Hiran Jayasundara as well, who was amongst the runs in the 2-day encounter, and Yenula being the best bowler of the game as well. So we have quite a few returnees this year. Would experience play a part in it, Laksisi?
Definitely. And also the fact that St. Peter's College, they have the better rhythm coming into this game, because just a few days ago in that semi-final in the Tier B 2-day tournament, they managed to beat Isipatna College. They came back from behind, they were trailing, they needed to make sure that there was a result in that game. They lost the first innings and they made sure they came back and managed to beat Isipatna College in the end. Vishen Halmage, he was the catalyst behind that. He scored a quick fire 70 odd in that, and he will be definitely oozing with confidence coming into this game because of that performance. The whole team will be oozing with confidence.
Speaking of aggressive batsmen, we have both Hirun Kapubandara and Vishen Halmage on both sides who bat very aggressively, as you said, Laksisi. And a note, an honorary mention rather, to Dylan Adamsara. The man of the match of the 2-day encounter scored a brilliant century for St. Peter's in that first innings, followed it up by a much needed half century in the second innings, and so that was quite notable.
Yeah, and also he's a bowler as well. He can bowl useful leg spin, and he's the guy who actually managed to turn things around for St. Peter's in that semi-final, taking the top 3 wickets of Isipatna College. So we have a lot of big names, a lot of notable names playing in this encounter. And another name that we couldn't mention much is Hiran Jayasundara. He played for Sri Lanka under 19. So we have 2 Sri Lanka under 19 representations for St. Joseph's College, and Vishen Halmage, of course, from St. Peter's.
And not forgetting Ruslan Dagamage, the vice captain of St. Peter's, also a colorsman. And we also have quite a few national players amongst us today in the crowd, former St. Josephians and former Peterites. We have the likes of Angelo Matthews, Dunit Vellalage, Siobhan Daniel, Angelo Pereira, former captains of their respective teams.
And also the former Sri Lankan test captain, Dimut Karunaratne, played for St. Peter's as well. So a lot of St. Joseph's College as well, beg your pardon. So it's, as I mentioned, 2 schools with a rich history, with a rich legacy when it comes to schools cricket here in Sri Lanka. So as I mentioned, today it's going to be a great day of cricket. So make sure to stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV. We will go to a short commercial break and we will be back with the toss, the pitch report, and the first ball of this 50th limited dose encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog Television. සතුට පැතිරෙන අවුරුදු සමේ Dialog Television බලන ඔයාලට මෙන්න සුපිරි වාසිය. පවුල හැමෝමත් එක්ක Dialog TV ඔක්කොම channel මාසයක් පුරාවට ඇක්ටිව් වෙනකම් බලන්න ඕන වෙන්නේ රුපියල් 889ක එකම එක රීලෝඩ් එකක් විතරයි. ඒ විතරක් නෙවෙයි, පවුලේ හැමෝම එක්ක එන්ජොයි කරන්න ෆැමිලි හොලිඩේ එකක් දිනා ගන්න chance එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ වාසිය විඳ ගන්න අතම Dialog Television අවුරුදු channel pack එක ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog Television.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති.
සියවිසිහය ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
March Madness is
back. Are you ready for the big match madness? March Madness, live on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV. On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV. On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න ඔයාලත් කැමතිද? Youth Plus.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
පවුලේ හැමෝමත් එක්ක Dialog TV ඔක්කොම channel මාසයක් පුරාවට ඇක්ටිව් වෙනකම් බලන්න ඕන වෙන්නේ රුපියල් 889ක එකම එක රීලෝඩ් එකක් විතරයි. අතම Dialog Television අවුරුදු channel pack එක ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog Television.
After a fairly cautious and watchful start by Shaz and Waz, Laksisi and Viren in the combox, we're here to take you through the first passage of proceedings at this 50th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. A quick note to Dushan Souza, the only captain to lead at 2 limited overs encounters, was the captain of St. Joseph's College in the inaugural limited overs encounter way back in 1975 and also led the side in 1976.
And that's a huge achievement, isn't it? Because getting the chance to lead your school in not just one but in 2 encounters, that's a very big deal. So we even saw him getting felicitated earlier in the day. So a big name when it comes to the St. Joseph's cricketing fraternity. And going back to the game today, Viren, what do you think? You asked from me the question, what do you think would be a good score? I'm asking you the same question. What do you think would be a good score here?
Dito Laksisi, I think 230-240 will be an imposing total here. And in the history of this limited overs encounter, a total of in excess of 245 has only been chased down thrice. So when you look at the past track records, when you look at past scorecards in this encounter, you realize that 230-240 should be a very challenging total.
The St. Peter's College prefects carrying their school flag in the stadium. Beautiful live pictures coming your way on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV. St. Joseph's College, as we mentioned, so many big names that they have managed to produce for Sri Lanka cricket. The opening ceremony for the 50th limited overs encounter between the two schools, between the two schools with the rich legacy. This is how it all began today morning. A very creative opening ceremony organized by both the schools. a lot of credit goes out to both the schools, St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College. The shield, the limited overs encounter shield, brought from St. Joseph's College to the venue here at SSC.
Dangling by a thread there, Laksasi, as are the chances of both teams coming into this encounter. As we see the rectors and fathers of both schools greeting the first captains of this limited overs encounter way back in 1975. Dushan Souza of St. Joseph's College and Bernard Vijay Thunga of St. Peter's College. And this is to show you the evolution of this game, Laksasi. After 40 overs, St. Joseph's College only posted 118 on the board, and St. Peter's chased it down in 42 overs. We've come a long way in 50 years. It's not just a celebration of these two schools and the limited overs encounter, but a celebration of how far we've come over the past 50 years in this particular format as well, as the two teams are graced by the presence of the first captains to lead their respective sides. As I run you through a list of national players who played for both schools: Ashley Silva, Chaminda Vas, Michael Van Dort, Angelo Matthews, Cicero Pereira, Dimut Karuna Ratna, Roshan Silva, Sadira Samaravikrama, Priyamal Pereira, Dunit Wellalagi and Chevon Daniel for St. Joseph's College, and the highly acclaimed Roshan Abe Singh as well from St. Joseph's College. And then we look at St. Peter's. You have had the likes of Roy Dias, Clive Inman, Vinodan John, Tony Opata, Ramesh Ratnayaka, Amal Silva, Russell Arnold, Kaushal Lukuarachi, Malinda Varnapura, Angelo Pereira, Janit Lianage, and Dushan Hemanta, to just list a few. I apologize if I've left out any significant names there, but that was just to give our viewers a taste of what's in store, and also the prospect for these 22 players who step out, knowing that there's a lot of pedigree behind these two schools when it comes to international cricket.
Yes, indeed, Viren. And from the 22 players who will take the field today, we already know there are 4 who have already represented Sri Lanka in the under-19 level. From St. Peter's College, as we mentioned, Vishen Halmage and Rusanda Gamage. From St. Joseph's College, we have Hiran Jasundar and Hirun Kapuru Bandara. And you saw earlier the shield for the limited over shield being brought into the stadium through a drone. And if we talk further about the history of the limited overs encounter, we talked about the evolution of the game. And what if I tell you, until the 8th encounter, none of the teams managed to get to the score of 200. It was in 1982, the 8th encounter, that one team managed to get to that 200-run mark. So, as you mentioned, the game has evolved a lot. Along with the international cricket arena, the schools cricket scene here in Sri Lanka has also evolved.
Yes, Laxis, and if you look at the evolution of the limited overs game, way back at the inaugural World Cup in 1975, which coincides with the first limited overs encounter here, it was a 60-over affair, which shows you how far the game has come in terms of modernizing it. And everyone is excited to see what the pitch has in offer, and we yield the floor to Gamini, who's at the pitch, to tell us more.
Good morning, everyone. A typical subcontinent morning here at SSC. Currently 26 degrees, peaking around 32 this afternoon by around 2 o'clock. In terms of overhead conditions, hardly a cloud, I'll tell you. It's a slight breeze coming from Vidya Mahavata to, from tennis court, and I must say, to Vidya Mahavata. Outfield looking as good as ever. This SSC ground, if you come in to watch a game here, it's very, very good for your eyes. Let's have a look. It's a brand new pitch according to the ground set Mahesh Bopage. 4 meals of grass, hard as a rock. People expect runs when they come to white ball cricket. Well, you got one. You're going to have some movement, especially with the two new balls from either side. Maybe if you have the skill in the air, definitely you're going to get some lateral movement off the track, particularly in that first 10 or 15 overs. Like I said, at this level, the school level, scoreboard pressure plays all kinds of games in your mind. So I would bat first, get around 250, and you're going to be in it for a very long way.
loved how Gamini Pereira began the pitch report, a typical subcontinent morning here at SSC. And just as we predicted, Gamini also reckons that if you win the toss, you should try to bat first and get somewhere on 250 on the board.
Yes, Laksisi, and looking at the two-day affair that the teams had 2 weeks ago, it's important, as Gamini said, to utilize those conditions in the first hour. And that's where St. Joseph struggled a bit in that two-day encounter, allowing Ovin Salgado and Dilina Damsara to get off to a brilliant start in that first innings, as we saw an opening stand of 108. So it's important for the side bowling first to capitalize on these conditions early on this brand new strip at the SSC.
So right now we're about to find out what happens at the toss, and in the middle we have Damit Veerasinghe with the two captains.
We are all set for the all-important toss of this 50th limited overs encounter. As you can see, the gold coin provided by the principal sponsor of this 50th Josephine Pete Wright limited overs encounter is coming from the drone to the center here. The 50th Josephine Pete Wright limited overs encounter. The gold coin will be used by the two captains, Lahiru Amarasekara and Vishen Halambage. And now the gold coin will now come near the match referee Manoj Mendis. Great initiative taken from Dialog Asiata, the principal sponsor, along with the joint match organizing committee of this 50th Josephine Pete Wright limited overs encounter. There you go. This is the gold coin which will be used for the Josephine Pete Wright limited overs encounter. Vishen Halambage, the home team captain, will spin the coin while Lahiru Amarasekara will call it. Here we go. Vishen Halambage will now spin the coin. St. Peters have won the toss. Vishen, what are you going to do?
We're going to bowl first, Damita.
What's the reason in bowling first on this pitch?
I think there's a bit of moisture and it's a new wicket in further which we just prepared. So I think bowling first and getting early wickets might give us advantage.
Any changes to your team from the two-day encounter?
Yes, Ritesh Surveer goes out and Janit Kaushan comes in.
How excited are you to captain St. Peter's College in this 50th limited overs encounter?
It's actually a great privilege and honor to be one of the captains of the 50th Battle of the Saints, and looking forward to do well in the one day.
Wish you all the very best, Vishen.
Thank you, Damita. Thank you very much.
Lahiru, you lost the toss, but you're batting first. What sort of a score do you want to post on this pitch?
We would like to post a 230 plus, 250 plus is a good score to defend, yeah.
How excited are you to captain St. Joseph's College in this 50th limited overs encounter?
It's just pretty excited and great privilege to be a part of this campaign today. So yeah, it's very happy and great privilege.
Any changes to your team from the two-day encounter?
Yeah, we have two changes, and Nushan and Kenneth come in for Dunik and Avisha.
Wish you all the very best, Lahiru. So the news from the centre is St. Peter's College have won the toss and they will bowl first.
Interesting. We're in St. Peter's College winning the toss and deciding to bowl first.
An aggressive captain going against the history books there, Laksisi. If you look at the past 6 encounters played here since they moved back to the SSC in 2017, the side batting first has won 5 times. Just the side last year.
This is the St. Joseph's College playing 11. Kenneth, Abhishek, the opening batters, then the experienced Hirun and Hiran, Rishma, the live skipper, Senuja, Manasa, Yenula, Nushan and Vidusha, the playing 11 for St. Joseph's College.
Yeah, as the captain, Lahiraman Sekar said, just 2 changes there. And it'll be interesting to see how the men in form, the likes of Abhishek, Hirun and Hiran, cope with that initial wonder that Gamini spoke about. Laksisi, it's a huge game for Yenula as well to follow up from his best bowler performance in the 2-day game. And we saw Manasa bowling brilliantly as an all-rounder. They bat quite deep, Laksisi, and that will be to their advantage.
And from the St. Joseph's playing 11, as Viren mentioned and as the skipper mentioned, that they have made 2 changes. And if we take a look at the St. Peter's College playing 11, they have made only 1 change. Jovin Salgado, Dilna Damsara, Janit is the player coming in, Vishen Halmage, the skipper, Rusan Nagamage, Shayan Rodrigo, Nathan David, Lashmika, Ishida Joshua, Asadisa, and Janit, as we mentioned, the only change of this game for St. Peter's College.
Yes, Laksisi, and if you look at that middle order of Vishen, Rusand and Shannon, a very experienced middle order that has to come to the fore today for St. Peter's College. And a spare of thought for Ritil Suravira, who was dropped. He was not out in both innings in the 2-day encounter and just bowled 1 over coming in at number 11. But it's an opportunity for Janit here to express himself and to go very hard at the St. Joseph's batting lineup early on as they come out to bat. And as we said earlier, two national colorsmen here, Vishen Halmage and Rusan Gamage, to accompany the 2 colorsmen for St. Joseph's College, Hiran Jayasundara and Hirun Kapabandara.
Yes, St. Peter's College all set to bowl first in this encounter. And they will definitely try to restrict St. Joseph's College to a total below 200, because I believe that a total over 200 will definitely give that psychological advantage to St. Joseph's College. And here are the opening batters for the Josephians in the 50th limited overs encounter. If we talk a bit about the form of the 2 teams in the limited overs format this year, St. Peter's College, they have played 12 encounters and they have won 7 of them, Viren. And if we talk about St. Joseph's College, they have also played the same number of matches and they have also won 7 games.
Even Stevens, Laksisi, it's going to be a very close affair, and we eagerly await the commencement of proceedings here as the 2 St. Joseph batsmen approach the crease. And as the fielders get all set, we're done with the festivities, the celebrations, the ceremonies ahead of this 50th limited overs encounter, as they all say, let the bat and ball do the talking now, Laksisi.
Yes, indeed, Viren. It's time for the action-packed 50th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College to begin here at the SSC grounds. You're watching action live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV. St. Joseph's College, as the skipper mentioned, they'll be looking at a total around 230, 250. That will be their target. If they can get to somewhere over 250, that will give them at least a 75% chance in this 1-day encounter.
Exactly, Laksisi, and it's important for them to set small targets along the way in different phases of the game, as Kenneth Lianage opens the batting. 7 matches this season, as Laksisi said. Not the best track record to speak of, but he'll hope to do justice to his skill sets in this game. And if you perform at a big match, Laksisi, all these numbers become irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned. I mean, in that Rohito encounter, we saw Shane Aberatna, a youngster who didn't play much in the season, coming in, scoring a 50 and getting the best batsman award. So the performances that you made before this encounter, it really doesn't matter. It's about putting your hands up here at the encounter and making sure that you perform for your team. Here's Abhishek Jayavir, 11 games, 212 runs, average 26.50, strike rate 68.83, highest score of 55.
We spoke of the best ball-like declaration from St. Joseph's College in the 2-day game. Abhishek Jayavira would consider himself rather unlucky. He was not out on 80 coming into bat as an opening batsman on day 1. 80 of 151 not out in the first innings. So he'd like to continue that form here, even though it's a different format altogether.
For St. Joseph's College, we talked a lot about Hirun Kapru-Bandara. And Kapru-Bandara in this season, in 12 games, he has scored 606 runs. We're in average of 86.57 and strike rate of 116.99. So he will definitely be the prize wicket for St. Peter's College in this encounter. But one of these two batters, they can become that prize wicket as well. Here's the first delivery of the 50th limited overs encounter between St. Peter's and St. Joseph's. Up in the air, but finds the gap, and the first runs on the board. The very first delivery, 2 runs.
Clear signs of intent very early on, Laksasi. Not willing to negotiate the early passage of play, looking to take the attack to the opening bowler of St. Peter's College and make sure that their intent is not questioned. And as you said, Laksasi, it's important for both Abhishek and Kenneth to lay a solid foundation for the likes of Hirun Kapibandara, Hiran Jayasundara to capitalize later on. Ishura getting his spell underway. It's important for him to find that right line and length early on that will trouble the batsman. That's a lot better, swinging away from the edge as Ishura Ayupala finds his line and length on his second delivery. And Laksasi, we spoke about this last week as well, the importance of keeping a nagging line and length in that first initial passage of play. We've seen the likes of Glenn McGrath, Nuwan Kulasekara himself do it at the SSC. So it's important for Ishura to stick to his guns and stick to his strengths without trying too many variations early on.
Indeed, Viren, it's about making sure that you do the basics right. It's about making sure that you keep the consistency rather than trying to do a lot of things early on, because you have the new ball. Find some movements away from the left-handed batter, Ishura Ayupala. You have the new ball in hand and you have to make sure that you utilize that to maximum, because your skipper here, he's bowling first today as well. So the opening bowlers, they have a huge job on their hands in this limited overs encounter. They need to make sure that they take quick wickets.
We spoke about the batsmen laying a solid foundation. We also speak about bowlers bowling in tandem and bowling in partnerships. So it's important for the opening bowlers to support one another and keep it tight, as we see Ishura's track record this season. 6 wickets at a very miserly economy rate considering this format of 4.98 and striking every 34 deliveries. Bowling full there, trying to deceive the batsman early on with something full. Negotiated quite safely by Kenneth, who's unable to pierce the inner circle. Laksasi, it's a big occasion. We built this up to be one of the most coveted limited overs encounters in Sri Lanka. Will these opening batsmen be having a few jitters early on? Will there be butterflies in their stomach? And if so, is it important for them to communicate just like they did here with Abhishek, supporting Kenneth early on and giving him a few words of encouragement?
I believe that not only for these two, Viren, for all the 22 players who will take the field today, they will definitely be feeling the jitters, because this is a big occasion. This is a proud occasion. Getting the chance to represent your school in a historical moment like this, 50th limited overs encounter, it's a huge deal for these youngsters, still schoolboys, but they get the chance to be a part of this important landmark, important milestone in the history of their school's cricket.
We spoke about keeping things tight, but there has been an expensive no ball that has been gifted to St. Joseph's College in the very first over. We saw St. Peter struggling with overstepping in the 2-day encounter, and they'll be punished in this limited overs affair if they don't keep it tight and if they aren't disciplined, as Kenneth gets a freebie that he's unable to convert fully as he trots through for a single to get Abhishek on strike.
Kenneth didn't find the right timing today. I feel that he's just trying to hit the ball a bit too hard here, rather than making sure that he times the ball. Abhishek to face the first delivery of this game. He was on the other end doing the first 5 deliveries. Let's see what the approach of Abhishek will be. A good start so far from Ishura Ayupala. 4 runs in the first over. It's the last delivery, driven by Abhishek, and that's the end of the first over. 4 runs on the board, St. Joseph's College.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Fiat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
It seems as though Joshua Sebastian has been tasked with the responsibility of sharing the new ball with Ishira. Joshua Sebastian bowled really well in his 5 overs in the two-day encounter. Picked up an early wicket, and that of Avisha Samash in the first innings to get St. Peter's underway. Someone who skids it onto the bat, and someone who keeps hitting that nagging line and length that we spoke of early on, Laksasi. It's not all about pace early on, is it, Laksasi? It's about keeping it tight, being very disciplined with the ball, and getting the ball to do the talking, as we said earlier.
Indeed. Most of the time, even in international cricket, what we see at the beginning is the bowlers who bowl in that pace of 130, 125, 135. They are the ones who open the bowling because they have more control and they know what consistency means. It's the faster bowlers who come in later on after that initial burst with the new ball from the bowlers who love to keep the consistency on board. So these bowlers, they need to make sure that they keep the consistency. That's the key word here, consistency. Make sure that you bowl the correct lines and lengths, and if you keep the pressure on, the mistakes will definitely come from the batters.
Yes, Laksasi. And as you said right there, if you look at bowlers who bowl in that 125 to 130 clicks category, you have bowlers like Bhuvneshwar Kumar who did the job on offer for India, bowling alongside the likes of Jasprit Bumrah, who comes in with express pace. That's all that's needed. As I said earlier, Joshua Sebastian isn't known for his express pace, but he's known for keeping it nice and tight, applying pressure from one end, and bowling and building good bowling partnerships with the other bowler bowling in tandem. And Laksas, it's going to be interesting to see how Vishen uses his spinners today. Vishen and Shannon did most of the bowling in that 2-day game. So do you think their 20 overs will be quite critical in this first inning?
Definitely, it's going to be quite critical. Vishen Halmagi, of course, in this limited overs encounters, we most of the time see the wrist spinners coming into action a lot of times. Now, if we talk about the current day and age, we have Vayandu Hasaranga, we had Yuswendra Chahal, who's no longer in the setup. We have Kuldeep Yadav, who's a wrist spinner, but a left-arm wrist spinner. So the wrist spinners, they always come into play in the limited overs format. So Vishen Halmagi, I feel, will hold the key for St. Peter's College.
Royal Challengers Bangalore will be quite upset with you, Laksasi, for piercing their hearts with calling out 2 of their greatest leg spinners, Yuswendra Chahal and Vayandu Hasaranga, who they both let go of. But as you said, leg spinners play a very crucial role in limited overs cricket, and it's important for the spinners to do their role here. And a chance early on, and a fine leg, an early wicket. Joshua Sebastian strikes in his first over, and St. Joseph's College loses Kenneth in their very second over. Well grasped there at fine leg, Laksasi.
Well, it was a loose delivery, and it was there to be hit, but unfortunately for Kenneth, he managed to find out the fielder at the deep, the only fielder who's out there. Going down the leg side, he shuffled across a bit, Kenneth Lienage, and it went right into the hands of Dylan Adamsara. The first wicket down for St. Joseph's College, and it's Kenneth Lienage who departs.
KJP and Matthew Hayden, like in that flick, very unlucky to find, as you said, the only field out in the deep on the leg side. As Kenneth walks off for 3, the score reads 4 for 1. Laksasi, sometimes, as you said, it wasn't the best of deliveries, a loose delivery there. But kudos to Joshua, because he kept things tight off the first 3 deliveries, built that pressure on Kenneth, and forced Kenneth into that unforced error, if you use a tennis analogy there. And Dylan Adamsara, the Centurion and man of the match of the two-day encounter, capitalizing on that opportunity, on that fairly straightforward chance at fine leg.
And yes, Hirun Kapurubandara, this will be the key wicket for St. Peter's College. 606 runs, as I mentioned, average of 85, strike rate of 115, high score of 120. This guy is really, really talented, and if St. Peter's College can take his wicket early, that will dent St. Joseph's College by a lot today.
The saying goes, form is temporary, class is permanent, but in Hirun's case, form is permanent, class is permanent. An average in excess of 80 and a strike rate in excess of 110. Those are numbers that define class, Laksisi. And a very Don Bradman-like average as well for Hirun Kapurubandara, who holds the weight of expectations of the Josephians.
And that's an average that you rarely see in the school's cricket arena. That's a specialty, as you mentioned. Don Bradman-like average for Hirun Kapurubandara in the limited overs season this year. So Joshua, after taking that wicket, just not getting his bearings right. He was bowling to the left hand earlier, and at the moment against the right-handed batter, he's struggling to get the ball on target.
We speak about being disciplined, Laksisi. 3 extras of the very first 2 overs. St. Peter's had an issue with this in the two-day encounter. As we review the last wicket, Joshua Sebastian, a fairly loose delivery, as you said, Laksisi, down the leg side. Kenneth looking to convert it, but unfortunately, as you said, finding Damsara in the deep.
And sometimes I feel as if it was a plan by St. Peter's College, another wide, third one in the over, because the 2 fielders who are allowed outside the 30-yard circle, they are in that same region, around the same region. So I feel that it was sort of a plan from St. Peter's College to try to take that wicket, try to dig that wicket out.
If so, it was a tactical masterclass there, Laksisi. But it's important for Joshua to retain a good line and length. These extras could be costly later on in the game. At the end of the second over, St. Joseph's College are 7 for 1.
Gold hair and body wash එක.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්. Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Laksisi, we've seen great partnerships here at the SSC, the likes of Sangakkar and Mahela Jayawardena. But a quick note on Abhishek Jayavir and Hirun Kapurubandara as well. A brilliant partnership in that two-day encounter, scoring 174 of St. Joseph's 228 runs in that first innings. A lot will ride on this partnership.
That partnership between Abhishek and Hirun Kapurubandara played a huge part in that St. Joseph's College reply. As you mentioned, they declared the innings with 11 overs to go in their allocated 60 overs. They made 229 in that, and 174 of them coming off the bat of these two gentlemen.
In an era with baseball, that was, as I said earlier, baseball-like declaration. Laksisi, the lack of discipline seems to be contagious here, with another extra on offer. How crucial is it for Ishira and Aipara to make sure that they don't give easy freebies to these batsmen early on?
It's really important in the limited overs context of the game, Viren. Most of the time we see the team that gives away the more extra deliveries, the more extra runs, they end up losing the game in the end. That's something that we see quite often. So St. Peter's College, they need to make sure, I mean, they were really good in the deliveries that they have managed to find the target so far. The consistency has been there, but the lines, they just go wayward now and then in the first two overs. The first 13 deliveries they have bowled, there have been 5 extra. So that means there have been 5 extra deliveries.
Neither of these batsmen are off the mark yet, and on this big occasion, there will be jitters and nerves early on. So it's important for St. Peter's to keep applying that pressure and to keep both batsmen bogged down at either end. Safety negotiated there by Abhishek. A very sound technique. A shy at the stumps by Ishira.
And they thought about that quick single, but I think it was a good call to decide against that. They don't need to lose another wicket, especially this partnership. Yes, that replay. Abhishek almost falling victim to his own call there. So 2.3 overs done at the moment. St. Joseph's College 8 for 1. Ishra Ipala into second over now.
Speaking about taking risky singles, Laksasi, this encounter, the two-day encounter, had a few iffy calls when it comes to unnecessary run-outs, and that's something that both teams can ill afford in this 50th Battle of the Saints limited overs encounter. As Ishira trots in from the tennis court's end here at the Singhalese Sports Club.
Now you mentioned about run-outs. I don't think Vishen Halvage wants to think about run-outs once again, because I think that was a very costly wicket for St. Peter's College, because as long as he's out there, the runs keep coming, the runs keep flowing. So Vishen Halvage, it was a huge mistake. I think the error was on his side. There was no single there.
A brilliant delivery there by Ishira. Perhaps the pick of the deliveries thus far in this limited overs encounter. A bit of bounce on offer and getting Abhishek to fetch outside off stump there. And that's what we call consistency, Lux. It's important for him to keep hitting that spot.
Ishra Ipala, except for that extra he gave away in the very first delivery of the over, he has been good. He has managed to maintain consistent lines and lengths. That's the key, as we mentioned earlier, with the new ball. This first hour of play. This time, Abhishek Javira flicks it away. Will this be the first boundary? Yes, it is the first boundary of the 50th limited overs encounter. Coming off the bat of Abhishek Javira. Ishra Ipala, after bowling so well, that extra delivery. It was the extra delivery because he bowled that wide that caused them with 4 runs.
Exquisite stroke play. We'll look at it again at the beginning of the next over. It's 12 for 1.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Joshua will continue. That's another wide. Joshua needs to get his bearings right here. He has given away 4 runs and all 4 of those runs have been extras.
There seems to be a concerted plan here to bowl outside off stump, Laksasi, and the field placing backs it up. But it's important, as you said, to stick to the margins and make sure that you don't have to bowl any extra deliveries towards the end, which was quite costly in the last over, which Abhishek capitalized on with an exquisite stroke, replicating the efforts there of Kenneth, who tried to pull off something similar during his dismissal.
And Viren, do you agree with the decision of Vishen Halbage to take the slips off very early in the game?
No, Laksasi, I was just about to say that. It's important for you to stick to plan A. I know the bowlers haven't been bowling in the right spots early on, but I would have the keeper back and the slip and a healthy slip cordon early on. Garmini spoke about exploiting conditions in that first half, and it's also having that psychological effect on the batsman, right, Lux? The minute you start being a tad defensive with your field setting, it allows the likes of Hirun and Abhishek to settle down a tad.
Exactly. Now, at the moment, no slips there, and the two batters, they know that if they find a healthy outside edge, there won't be any problem, because the keeper is standing close in as well. So, St. Peter's College, I feel that they are missing a trick here, bowling with the new ball. And also, they bowled first because they wanted to exploit the conditions. They wanted to make use of the conditions available. Here's Joshua Sebastian.
That's the movement on offer for Joshua if he hits that line and length. And as you said, Laxisi, you can have a very Brian Lara or Justin Langer-like deliberate cut through the slip cordon, a vacant slip cordon right now. And you rightly said, if you're going against history, if you're going against tradition by opting to bowl first here at the SSC without posing a total in the first innings and having that element of scoreboard pressure, it's important for you to capitalize in the first power play.
And you talked about the card shots. Now, a man who made heaps of runs here, if he was batting with this field, he would have loved to play that late cut. No slips there, and he would have made an absolute mockery out of the bowlers. The great Mahela Jayawardena.
Speaking of the great Mahela Jayawardena, you look at other names, Kumar Sangakkara, etc., who've played here. I could be out here all day listing out the names of those who've made commendable contributions here at the SSC with the bat. But standing on the foot or doorsteps of history, you have Abhishek and Hirun and all the other 20 young men out there at this historic venue that has just celebrated its 125th anniversary. At the end of the fourth over, it's 14 for 1.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanakam.
Laxasi, a Shaz and Waz stint in the commentary box is incomplete without a bold prediction. We spoke about retaining rhythm last week when we spoke about the captain sticking to his guts and keeping his bowlers on bowling in partnerships and in tandem. But with these extras, when do you think Vishen will be tempted to make the first change?
If the norm continues of these two bowlers giving away too many wides, Ishra Ayupala need to cut him some slack. This was his just the second wide delivery. Joshua Sebastian bowled 4 wide deliveries. If the current pattern continues, Viren, I won't be surprised if even a spinner comes in right around the 6th over, the 7th over. He might give another over after this to Joshua Sebastian just to see how things pan out. But if he fails to get it right, I feel that the first bowling change is right around the corner.
A quick single there by Hirun. It's important that these two batsmen rotate strike, keep the scoreboard ticking as we say, and consolidate after the loss of the early wicket of Kenneth. This is the rebuilding phase, a very early rebuilding phase for St. Joseph's College, but these two seem to be negotiating it quite well.
So for Ishra Ayupala, Shenhalamage as needs to keep one slip fielder there. I think he's expecting Ishra Ayupala to find more movement than Joshua Sebastian. Also, Ishra Ayupala is the quicker one out of the two. So he's expecting him to find the outside edge. Now Abhishek Jaivir very watchful so far, 4 of 11. This time uses his feet, goes down the ground. Didn't get the timing that he was looking for. It looked like that he just checked the shot just at the end, Abhishek Jaivir.
A lob wedge of sorts in golfing terms there, Laksasi, clearing the infield, a very deliberate attempt to clear the infield. Some might say that was a chance for mid-on, but I think that was quite deliberate, quite well executed by Abhishek to release the pressure. And a quick double there. Capitalizing on opportunities there, Abhishek. Whenever there is a delivery in his zone, making sure that he takes the pressure off both himself and Hirun. And it seems like Ishira, after sticking to his plans early on, is opting to come around the wicket now. A change of line, a change of angle for Ishira in his third over. Looking to perhaps tempt the batsman to fetch on a delivery outside off stump that angles away after pitching in line. Just as the doctor ordered, they're trying to make the batsman play at it.
I'm talking about the history of this limited overs encounter, Viren. The game with the highest aggregate took place in 2017. The two teams, they scored 569 runs. St. Peter's College scoring 311 and St. Joseph's College scoring 258. The two skippers for the two teams, Lakshana Rodrigo and Harvin Kure.
Speaking about scoreboard pressure and history, Laksasi, St. Peter's wouldn't be too pleased with the stat that I have on offer. The lowest total in this format of this limited overs encounter was 58 by St. Peter's in 2003 in response to St. Joseph's College score of 217, which incidentally is the highest margin of victory in this game. So we spoke about scoreboard pressure. We saw what could happen. The drawbacks of it way back in 2003, and for St. Peter's sake, they would hope that there is no repeat of such blunders today.
That game took place 21 years ago in 2003. St. Peter's College just getting everything wrong in that game, getting out for 58, chasing 218.
Laksasi, as we said, a very deliberate ploy and attempt to bowl outside off stump here. Kudos to Ishira for sticking to that. Even though he's conceded a few extras, and even though his bowling partner has also conceded quite a few, they're sticking to what their plan A was, coming out to bowl. Looking for that elusive second breakthrough here to crack through the top order of St. Joseph's College.
So far, if we talk about the 5 overs we're in, I think St. Peter's College, they have bowled well, but it's the extras that made the difference there. I mean, off the bat, they have scored just 11 runs. St. Joseph's College, we'll talk about that more in the next over. After 5, St. Joseph's College 19 for 1.
Gold hair and body wash එක.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා. Chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා.
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය chili biscuits.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
So St. Joseph's College, very watchful so far, and going back to that point of the extras given by St. Peter's College, the only boundary that they scored in the first 5 overs came off that extra delivery that St. Joseph's College received after the wide bowled by the bowler in the first delivery of the over. So I think it's the extras that has managed to give St. Joseph's College a bit of confidence, because otherwise they have only scored 11 runs, as I mentioned earlier, even off the bat in the first 30 deliveries of the game.
Yes, Laksisi, but Hirun and Abhishek both very experienced, and they both have a judicious use of their range of strokes. Quite lucky there, Hirun, fetching outside off stump. Quite lucky to pierce that gap in the inner ring. Falling short of the field at short third man. Who scurried there. Tried to get to it, a valiant attempt in the inner circle. And as we spoke about the judicious use of strokes in the two-day game, it's important for these two to trust their instincts, see out this early passage of play. An inside edge there by Abhishek, riding their luck now, SJSA.
Hirun and Abhishek gradually starting to free their arms a bit now. I think they might feel that they have seen enough now. They have batted for the first 5 overs. Now, Viren, at the 20th over mark, what do you think would be the ideal total on board for St. Joseph's College?
As I said, Laxis, it's not about... Vishen has an attempt, and that's an unnecessary run out there. Abhishek not listening to Hirun's call. A costly error. We spoke about run-outs, we spoke about errors. Let's go on to the third umpire. But Abhishek's trotting off. Very unfortunate there, Laxis. We spoke about the importance of discipline. Well short there, Abhishek. Unfortunate.
Satisfied.
A brilliant
Just focus
innings.
the lights, please. My decision is out.
A brilliant innings in the two-day game. A very, very unfortunate way to walk off for an informed player.
Second wicket down for St. Joseph's College with the total on the board just 22. Abhishek Javir, half centurion from the big match encounter, departs for 8.
Laxisi, the commentator's curse strikes again. We spoke about the importance of being disciplined with your quick singles, risky singles. And that was a costly error there by Hirun.
No, that was absolutely unnecessary. These two, they were, I think, getting onto their groove really well. Hirun and Abhishek. And fortunately, that run out will... that run out means that they'll have to take some more time to make sure that they get things back on track. St. Joseph's College is another experienced campaign. Hiran Jayasundara, just 3 games, because he was with the Sri Lanka under-19 side for the majority of this year. Average of 31.50, strike rate 57.15, high score of 50. 2 vastly experienced batters out there in the middle now. An important partnership for St. Joseph's College. Good delivery against the new batter by Joshua Sebastian. So that's the end of the 6th over. St. Joseph's College 22 for 2.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස් හතෑරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? TV LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංගර්.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංගර් ශාඛාව වෙත එන්න.
Ayupala will continue from the Vidyamawata end. Wayward start to his 4th over. Very good morning to all our viewers. Could good evening, could be good afternoon to wherever you are watching the historic 50th limited overs cricket encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. If you're just joining in on this live coverage, St. Peter's College won the toss, elected to bowl first, and St. Joseph's are currently now 23 for 2 as I welcome former Peterite captain Jehan Jayasuriya. Jehan, good to see all your old mates here early in the morning.
Good morning, Damit. Very good morning to all those joining the live coverage. And it's been a great morning here at the SSC. 50th encounter, like you said, Damit, the longest running school one-day encounter. The Battle of the Saints one-day version. And it was nice to see the captains who were part of those 50 encounters all part of the opening ceremony this morning.
Poor piece of fielding that time. Culprit Ovin Salgado loves Kapuru Bandara for a single. Yeah, great initiative taken from the joint organizing committee. Some of the captains have come from overseas also. Good to see some of those old faces who've been a part of this historic Josephian Peterite Limited Overs encounter.
Some great battles over the years. It's always nice to meet and reminisce with folks you played with, also played before and after. And great camaraderie, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. It's, teams left it all out on the field, and great memories to reminisce on years later.
Yeah, the Josephian Peterite former cricketers, especially whenever they're out of the ground, out of the boundary ropes, they've always been friends, they've always been colleagues, could have been part of club teams, corporate units, great friends, and that's what it's all about, the Battle of the Saints. That's a good delivery from Mayupala. Yes, some may argue that the Peterites should have batted first on this surface, but so far the bowlers have done some justice. But it's all about continuing this great start until the end of the innings and towards the second innings also, Jehan.
Very much is. It's an interesting call by the Peterite skipper to send the Josephians in. You read the scoreboard, you think that's justified.
That's the first run for Hiran Jayasundara. 2 national caps in the middle for the Josephians. These 2 wickets will be the most crucial ones for the Peterites.
Absolutely right, Damit. The Peterites, through a mix of decent bowling and a stroke of luck as well with their run out, find the Josephians 2 down for 25. Strong position. Like you said, the Josephians have their 2 best batters out there.
Whipped away from Kapuru Bandara for a massive 6. This is what he can do to poor bowling. End of the 7th over, St. Joseph's 31 for 2. He was well out of the crease, and easy pickings for the Josephian right-hander.
Yes, the previous one swung appreciably in. This one he just dismissed it from his presence.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Joshua Sebastian still continuing from the tennis court and doesn't have much pace, but he's got the keeper up to the stumps, and his main task would be to bowl in one side of the pitch and try and dry the runs, which he has done so far, Jehan.
So I like how Joshua Sebastian's gone about his business this morning. Nice shape. He's got the wicket keeper standing up, like you said. So not a lot of liberties for the batsman to advance down the track. Some disciplined lines and lengths. Has picked up a wicket to boot. Josephians starting to tick along, 4.5 almost runs per over. Important for these two batsmen to get their eye in. No great demons on the wicket, of course, the SSC.
Both these players love pace, so they'll have to be a little cautious when they take on Joshua Sebastian. But it's a great pitch to bat on. I had a look at it early in the morning. Singhalese Sports Club celebrating their 125th anniversary. They've dished out some great tracks for this Dialog big match season. The March Madness, as we call it. Plenty of high scoring games we've seen over the last few weeks at Singhalese Sports Club. So Jan, yes, it's still very early doors. Still the 8th over, but what sort of score do you think the Josephians will be aiming for?
Well, close one there, but Damit, the wickets, like you said, the SSC consistently, looking at all the big match encounters, just have been fantastic batting tracks, absolute feather beds, makes you want to go out there and get your pads on almost. Which surprised me then that the Peterites actually chose to bowl first on this track. Of course, I do expect the track to not really play a part even to the second half of the game. We'll come back to that in a second. As the end of the 8th over, Joseph's 32 for 2.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Heels Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
He's gonna pop in and grab the number. That ticket is sicker than ever. Six so udin at the number. Hot and spicy coffee cinema. Prima kutumi. Fantamai.
We are seeing spin for the very first time in this game. The first bowling change, Shannon Rodrigo starts off with very poor delivery. We wait for the umpire's call. Seems like it was bat. So 2 runs to Hiran Jayasundara. Shannon Rodrigo, another experienced campaigner, has been in the forefront of Peterite bowling lineup this season.
Yes, he's been the highest wicket taker in both versions of the game this season. Bowls a lot of overs, left arm orthodox. Team tends to bowl around him, Amit. There's a quick single on that occasion. As we're talking about a good score, what might be a pass score, the Josephians have been set back in the early going. Sometimes once you get off to one of those flyers, you think of anything between 250 to 300 to be possible, given where they are, and that's Shannon's record, 13 wickets in the one-day version of the game. I believe he was also the highest wicket taker in the 2-day version for St. Peter's as well. Wants to be their lead bowler and would like to a good encounter, not very good fielding on that occasion. So Damit, I'd still say with these two batters out there, they'd look to rebuild and get their eye in and get some rhythm going. But just looking at the wicket and the conditions out there, struggle to say that anything under 250 would be an easy defense. Now, having said that, we were talking off air, in school cricket, scoreboard pressure does, that occasion compensated for the misfield on the previous delivery. Good piece of fielding by Shannon. But those scores of 220, 230 can sometimes be tricky chases as well, Damit. But on just as a base case, I would say 250 plus would be a pass.
That's the end of Shannon's first over. St. Joseph's 36 for 2.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Five account from commercial.
This will be the final over in the first power play. All these games are being played for the ICC rules. We'll have the first power play, the first 10 overs, where the fielding team can only have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. From over number 11 to 40, it will be 4 fielders, and for the final 10 overs, it will be 5 fielders. And also, Jahan, the umpires will have a very close eye on the over rate also. So just a reminder to our viewers, if the Petrites cannot complete their 50 overs on time, maybe for the last over or the last 2 overs, they'll have to have have to have an extra fielder up in the circle. So all these factors have to be well communicated and well calculated from the captain itself.
Certainly a lot to keep your eye on as a fielding captain. The Josephian run rate has now dipped below 4. You see the last 18 balls and the percentage of dot deliveries, Damit. It's not just about boundaries. It's about keeping that scoreboard ticking. And Joshua Sebastian, for one, has not allowed the Josephians to really get away with much. But I must say the Josephian batsmen themselves have not really looked busy at the crease trying to work those 1s and 2s, which sometimes is important when you're under pressure.
No field out in the deep, but very good effort from Lashmika Pereira to keep it to just 2 runs. There was 3 on offer. All these little things matter in the end because this is limited overs cricket. Great effort from the young off-spinning all-rounder. End of the 10th over. St. Joseph's 38 for 2.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Here's umpire Masalage signaling the second power play. Now this is an interesting phase. Will the captain straight away push the field out? Jan, if you were the captain, you've captained this historic Josephian Petri limited overs. At this stage, the scoring rate is below 4 runs per over. Would you have the 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, or maybe just have 3?
Just looking around, clearly they've got 4 fielders on the boundary, but Amit, you're absolutely right. It's when you're on top, you last thing you want, especially with the caliber of batsmen that are out there, is to allow them to settle in and get that run rate, that scoreboard ticking. We spoke about it just the last over. The percentage of dot deliveries, and that's what builds up pressure. That's what induces false stroke play. Soon as you spread the field out, that pressure evaporates, and you're able to take. An experienced batsman like Jayasundara and Kapuru Bandara will be able to capitalize on that.
Loud appeal from keeper David and Rodrigo. Umpire Masalage reckons that it shouldn't be judged leg before wicket. Here's a close replay. That was the ball before the incident.
Yeah, interesting to see a replay of that, Damit. I thought that was close. Got him on the back foot. It's coming up. Drifting in with the arm, and wow, that was close. Now, if at all, for me, that may have been clipping the top of the stumps, but extremely close call.
11 completed, 39 for 2.
Keel's Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
Vindinna then dakinna ජීවිතේ ලයිට් එකේ ගෙවන්න
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Sebastian with an extended spell. If I'm the captain, I'll give him to complete his quota also from this end. This is very good bowling from Joshua Sebastian. So far, Petrites haven't done much wrong, having won the toss and elected to bowl first.
I'd be tempted to keep him going. Doesn't give the batsman a lot of pace to play with as well. Now that's the other thing. He does keep it almost as on a tight shoestring, just keeping a nice curve away with that outswing, but also no place to play with. And the batsmen have struggled to get him away. He's into his 6th over, just 12 runs.
If Sebastian had collected that cleanly, Jayasundara would have been in trouble. These two have played a lot of cricket together. Last thing Josevians want right now is a run out. Now see, if that ball had a little more pace, that would have travelled to the square region for a single. So because of his lack of pace, it's not easy to rotate the strike for these two players.
Exactly, Damit. I really did not like facing up to bowlers of this nature. Could be very annoying to get away. That's just a single on the onside on this occasion. Especially when they're disciplined and keep wobbling around a little bit off the seam. And what makes it more difficult is, of course, the fact that the keeper's up there, because that cuts off your option of advancing down the track. You used to look to try and hit them out of a line and try to get them upset their rhythm, because once they settle in, it can be real lagging line and length. And Joshua Sebastian's got away with 5.5 overs of that this morning, and has really caused a dent in the scoring rate for St. Joseph's. Probably not the first name that the Josephians would have picked out as a threat this morning, but he's really turned up for the party for St. Peter's.
End of the 12th over, St. Joseph's 41 for 2.
tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා චිලිට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික ස්පයිස් අප් වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය චිලිටෝ බිස්කට්ස්
Heels Crest Naimiris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Cheer up කරමු අද දින ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
So welcome back to the SSC. 41 for 2, St. Joseph's College being put into bat. A very good battle in the centre after a very questionable decision. Patriots winning the toss and putting the Josephians into bat. So far have proved themselves that somewhat their decision could have been good, but they had the best two men of St. Joseph's batting in the centre now. So that's really well played again. And opening out, and that's gone for 6 all the way. So here we go as we talk about Hirun Kapuru Bandara taking it from the big match, opening himself out Pauli, and getting a very valuable 6 runs for his side.
Good morning to all our viewers. Good morning, Pradeep. Definitely the Josephians, this is the 50th encounter between these two Catholic institutions. They first played in 1975. The first big match, 50-over big match played in Sri Lanka.
So Paul, you were part of this big match, and all of us were watching for the first ball today whether there will be a wicket, which happened on the first ever encounter, where Sudarsha was the bowler who got that very, very important Josephian wicket. So we were all watching the first delivery, whether that will repeat, history will repeat, but it did not happen. But it was an open stroke which went on top of the air. There was some nerves. So can you talk us through that moment, Pauli? I think that brings a lot of memory to this 50-over encounter and a lot of talk up about the entire game.
Yeah, that was way back in 1975 when Sunanda Jayasekara got the wicket of Rohan, which is in the very first delivery. Yes, as I said during the two-day game too, well, the crowd was just coming in, and the Josephians who were in the pavilion, of course we had a very small pavilion those days, and the crowd was walking right in front of the pavilion, and no one in the dressing room saw what happened actually when Rohan came back, and we heard a noise, and when we looked at it, Rohan was out, caught by SCR Fernando of the bowling of Sunanda Jayasekara, the very first ball in the series and very first ball of the inaugural encounter. Well, that is definitely history, no doubt about that. That is part of history. And 13 gone, it's 50 for 2 today.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම ජිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Hot and spicy fun vibe එක දිවර කරන්න. beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න. හදවත බාවලා යන්න කින්නර fashion කරන්න. fun කරන්න කොතුමි කික් එක වෙන්න. ප්‍රීමා කොතුමි fun තමයි.
Coming back to that first ball wicket, Pradeep, is definitely that first ball wicket put the Josephians on the back foot. They were a much stronger side. They later on went on to win the 50-over tournament. Of course, they had won it for 3 consecutive years, 74, 75 and 76. And the Josephians were dismissed for 118 in that inning in the first encounter. And the Patriots got those runs with 5 wickets remaining. So the Patriots won that first game by 5 wickets, and that was the first encounter.
And also, Pauli, that when there was a last wicket partnership building, I think it was again Sunanda who got the last wicket for the Patriots. So that was the curtains closing for the Josephian innings. So a memorable inaugural Battle of the Saints now have come a long way, now more colourful, lot of spectators, so much of tents, so much of colour, vehicle parades coming all over to the country to witness the 50th Battle of the Saints.
Well, yes, it was really nice, Pradeep. All these players were honored today in the felicitation ceremony with the past captains, were captain St. Joseph's and St. Peter's for the last 50 years, and who captained these two schools in this encounter, was honored this morning right before this 50th encounter. That was great indeed. So anyway, coming back to today's game, first let's say talk about the umpires on duty today. That's Chandrika Amarasinghe and Ranjit Masalage, the on-field umpires. Reserve umpires Gamni Disanaga, TV umpires Hemant Puteju. Match referee is Manoj Mendes, and the scorers we have Dilanka Sandurwan with us in the score box, and S. Ravindran and D.L. Patrana in the scoreboard. So those are the officials on duty today.
Thank you, Paul. I think we always must appreciate the officials on duty, and as you complete your introduction about the officials on the 50th encounter, the 50 runs for the Josephians have come in the 13th over. The way the Josephians play the big match, I would say the run rate is quite low, 3.69 current run rate. But after losing 2 wickets and having their best 2 men in the centre, I won't say they're doing something wrong, because they know how valuable these two have to bat in this session.
So it's
52 for 2.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Heels crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
So St. Joseph's College 52 for 2 in 14 overs. Hiran 8, and Kapuru Bandara, the batsman who is doing the scoring on 23.
Well, remember this encounter is played for the Reverend Father Peter Pillai Memorial Trophy.
A lovely trophy that is, a lot of tradition, a lot of history in the sculpture of that trophy, Pauli.
Yes, definitely. Reverend Father Peter Pillai was the 5th rector of St. Joseph's College. In his honor, this game is played for the Reverend Father Peter Pillai Memorial Shield, actually. That's a lovely, lovely shield, definitely. And during this ceremony, this was brought down to the spider, and which was handed over to the 2 captains on the field. That was a lovely scene to watch, and that's nicely played by Hiran Jayasundara, going towards the 3rd man, worked away nicely. That's gone to the boundary. 4 more runs to the Josephian total.
Yes, 4 more runs to the Josephian total, and 4 very important runs for Hiran as well, because he had been there for some time without a boundary. So a very beautiful stroke, opening the face in the last moment and get the Peterite fielders to chase in vain. So Josephians now loosening the screws a bit, not going for big shots, but playing some very, very intelligent cricket.
Yes, definitely they're batting very sensibly. They know these two, Hiran Jayasundara and Harun Kapur Bandara, these two have to put on a good partnership for the Josephians. A lot is expected from them, and the Peterites, on the other hand, will be looking to get that breakthrough.
Definitely, Pauli, they will definitely be looking for the breakthrough, because there was a very, very lucky wicket of the run out. And last few overs, there was a very loud shout for LBW, which was a very close one, but the batsman definitely got the benefit of the doubt. So that was a close call. That's how cricket goes anyway. And I think now the Peterites definitely need a wicket here.
The Josephian pair definitely trying to consolidate, while the Peterites looking for a wicket. We're in the 15th over. Josephians 58 for 2. They lost the first wicket of Kenneth Lenage caught in the boundary, and then Abhishek Jayavira was run out. That was when the score was 22. And these two batters from there have been batting pretty well, And the Josephians, they see a big crowd expected. There's a crowd is still building on, but already most of the stands are full. That is normally the Josephian Peterite one-day encounter. We get very much a better crowd than the two-day encounter. That's worked away nicely by Kaprabandara, gets a single, takes a score on to 60. So 15 overs gone, it's 60 for 2.
Tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා චිලෙට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික ස්පයිස් අප් වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මංකි සෙවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්
විඳින්න දැන් දකින්න ජීවිතේ ලයිට් එකේ ගෙවන්න
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Yes, you were talking about the crowd, Pauli. Definitely, if you talk about the big matches, if someone says the Royal Tomian is the number one big match in the country, definitely if you talk about the one days, the glamour and the encounter being the 50th, there is no doubt that the Josephian Peterite is the best one-day international, one-day school match played in Sri Lanka. So much of crowd, and I think all the tents are sold out. Though we see some empty stands, we see people coming in, but there is no ticket to be bought. Car parks are already full. Colombo is packed, and this match has some glamour, some class, and some quality between two traditional schools fighting out every year for the coveted Father Peter Pillai Challenge Trophy.
Yes, definitely it will be a packed house by evening today. Crowd is coming in, no doubt about that. The Josephians meanwhile are consolidating their position 60 for 2 of 15.3 overs. These two batters are the main batters in the Josephian lineup. Two Sri Lanka schools under 19 players. Hiran Jayasundara, a wonderful player to watch, no doubt about that. And Hirun Kapur Bandara, a player who can play his shots very well. So it's Joshua Sebastian, that's outside the off stump, cut away nicely. That's going towards the Suipakawa area.
Very intelligent baton by the two Josephian senior players. Not making any panic. Just playing the bowling by its merit, pushing the singles around, having the wickets intact, which is the most important thing in this type of a game. And they know the importance, they have the experience. So Peterites don't know the pressure that is building up right now. Pauli, I think it's silent pressure that is building up. And when it comes to the 30th though, this will be at a different league. So I think it is very important that the Peterites have to take a wicket now.
Yes, to break the partnership is very important, no doubt. But still, these two batters are batting very sensibly, working the ball around, getting the ones and the twos. And not looking for boundaries yet. They got to keep their wickets intact, bat till 35-40 overs. Then they will put the Josephians very much in a commanding position. The Peterites, yes, as you said, right. The Peterites, that's the end of that over. So 16 gone, it's 63 for 2.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite that bites back.
So welcome back. Iran on 17. That time beautifully placing it. That was Hirun Kapur Bandara. Moving his score to 26, and the Josephians up to 64 for 2. The run rate is now little by little moving up. Now it's 3.96. It was 3.6 when we took over the commentaries, Pauli. So things stabilizing very nicely for the Josephians, and very safe. That's a full toss, and not made maximum out of it, but I must make a comment about the Petrite fielding. He has been not very attacking. They have been missing the balls, sloppy fingers, not really attacking the Josephian batsmen, putting pressure on them.
Well, you see the two batters, they're batting very sensibly, pushing the ball here and there, getting those singles. They're not going to attack yet. 66 runs on the board, still 16 overs gone. The current run rate of 4 per over. That's a very decent run rate at this stage of the innings. That's wide outside the off stump. Iran Jayasundara letting it go to the wicket keeper.
Pauli, what was the score that you think the Josephians might be targeting from now on?
Well, it's too early, Pradeep, to say, but definitely the Josephians will be looking at 250 at the moment. If they can get their batting, they have a strong batting lineup. They get their batters to work on it, and with these two putting up a good partnership, building up a good partnership, and the Josephians definitely will be looking at that. But still, there's a wide bin signal, so that's by umpire Ranjit Masalige. So what I say is, if the Petrites get a couple of wickets, then that expectations will not happen. So the Petrites got to look for wickets, no doubt about it. That's worked away nicely on the leg side, get a single.
So 10 extras, Pauli, that is a big number of extras for a one-day game. Really big number, because if you take 8 wides, that's very costly.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස් අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart. 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංහ ශාඛාව වෙතෙන්.
He's gonna pop in and run the number. That ticket is sicker than ever. 6 so wouldn't add another. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kottumi. Pantamai.
Gold hair and body wash එක.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා. Chiliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික ස්පයිස් අප් වෙනවා.
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ෂෙලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
Fiat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Vindinna dandakinna ජීවිතේ ලයිට් එකේ ගෙවන්න
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා.
Well, as it comes back, 17 overs gone. St. Joseph 67 for 2. For the wickets of 4 and 22. The Petrites have taken 2 wickets. One was a run out, and one that was Kenneth Lienige caught in the boundary. Well, definitely these two batters have consolidated the Josephian position. But now the target should be, Pradeep, to bat the next 17 overs till the next water break. And if they can do that, they will put St. Joseph's in a very commanding position.
You're 100% correct, Pauli. I think that lot depends.
there you see the follow-up wickets. It's Kenneth Lanegay flicking it over. There's a fine leg fielder there. Takes that catch in the boundary. So that is the first wicket to fall. Here is the second wicket. Abhishek Jayavira coming down. No response from Hirun Kaprubandara. Finding it short to make the ground. So that was the end of Abhishek Jayavira. That was the 2 wickets to fall this morning. But since then, these 2 batters, the mainstays of the Josephine innings, Hiran Jayasundara and Hirun Kaprubandara, have batted very sensibly.
Very sensibly. Rock solid partnership here building up for the Josephians. One might say whether the run rate is slow, but we will say no, because there's a lot of runs in this wicket. Keeping the wickets intact to score is the most important thing, Pauli.
When you look at Joshua Sebastian's figures, Pradeep, you see 8.1 overs and just 18 runs for 1 wicket. He has done a very good job indeed.
Definitely the 16-year-old from St. Peter's have really showed that he can be a big impact in the future for this big game. Bowled very, very maturedly and decent line and length. Had the batsman on check. He also had the wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps so that the batsman couldn't move out of the crease initially. So some good tactics used by the Peterites at that time.
It's nicely worked away by Hiran Jayasundara. Put that ball outside the off-star width. There was some amount of width in that. Allowed him to stroke it towards the third man boundary. Gets a single, taking the score on to 68. Hiran Jayasundara, a very delicate player. Wonderful to watch. So is Hirun Kaprubandara. It's again nicely played down towards third man. They get another single. Well, they're working the ball well and getting those singles quite easily. I think the Peterites should be able to cut 2 singles off and apply a bit more pressure on the Josephine batsman.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Pauli, what I was observing. There's no pressure at all. They are also letting the batsman to settle. So that's a huge penalty they might have to pay, because no pressure put at all, no attacking options, and the singles coming easy like it's meant for them. So that's a little danger for the Peterites.
Yes, if that is the case, Josephines are definitely going to take this game away from them. They got to look for wickets, they got to break the partnerships. That's what the Peterite bowlers got to do. Now almost a 50-run partnership, and that's the 50-run partnership. Who is it? Yes, it is. With that single, gets a 50-run partnership for these 2 batters. Hiran Jayasundara on 20, Kaprubandara on 30. So it's 18 gone, 72 for 2, St. Joseph's College.
Match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
Kiri අතර සුපිරි රස.
.72 for 2 after 18 overs. St. Joseph's College, Vishen Halambagi, the skipper, the Peterite skipper, into his third over, 2 overs, 9 for 12. A bit expensive when we compare him with the other bowlers. So say good morning to Michael Adams.
Very good morning, Laksasi, and morning to everyone. Yes, been a bit expensive, like you said. Josephians are just not in any hurry. The 2 senior batters, Hirun and Hiran, partnership of 51 now of just 75 deliveries. Josephians have been asked to bat. What, 20 odd for 2 at one stage.
Cut away, but unable to find that gap. 3 fielders in close proximity to that cut shot, but unable to bisect any of those fielders. Hiran Jayasundara. Now Hiran and Hirun. This is an important partnership for St. Joseph's College and a very dangerous one for St. Peter's. because these two, they have the capability to clear the ropes easily as well if they settle in. So this is the wicket that St. Peter's College need to take as soon as possible. They don't want this partnership to blossom further. A half-hearted appeal. Nothing from the umpire. Vishen Halbage, a much better over this time, just 1 run.
I think the bowler knew that there was no edge. Didn't appeal much. Let's give credit to Halbage Laksasi, because normally in the 2-day game he was bowling a lot of no balls. So far, nothing. So he has improved in that area. Be very careful.
This time finds the gap here, Anja Sundara. This is what he wanted to do in that delivery few balls ago, and this time he manages to find the gap, manages to bisect the two fielders. End of the 19th over, St. Joseph's College 77 for 2.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. VKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
Joining with the live action from the 50th limited overs encounter between two esteemed institutions here in Sri Lanka. Two schools with a proud legacy when it comes to schools cricket in Sri Lanka. Two schools that have produced quite a lot of legendary names to the Sri Lankan national meet as well.
Yeah, definitely. Proud history in both these teams. That was a lucky save there. Got an inside edge, was it? So wait and see whether the umpire thinks. No, it goes as good as buys.
Now Joshua Sebastian Michael bowled some wide deliveries early on with the new ball, but since that he has made a brilliant comeback. He has bowled 10 overs on the trot, not easy, never easy under the weather conditions available here at SSC. He is about to end his spell of bowling for the day, and he's given away just 23 with that single.
Yeah, definitely. All credit to him. This is what exactly I think the Petrites wanted him to do. Just keep it in line. But like you said, a few wide deliveries. Maybe ball moving a bit off the track. That first hour, not easy. These 1 days. But he has really done well for the Petrites. Picking up that 1 wicket.
Kenneth Lienage, the batsman to depart against Joshua Sebastian, trying to flick one away uppishly and finding the fielder at fine leg. Kenneth Lienage.
Just the lone field at that time on the leg and managed to place it straight to him. But I think credit to the Josephian batsman as well, Laksasi. They have not tried to go after Joshua. They have treated him with respect. You know, maybe see him off, and then pretty decent run rate going at 4.03.
They won't mind that run rate, Michael, because as long as they keep the wickets in hand, they know that they have the batters who can hit the ball hard in the latter parts of the innings. End of the 20th over, St. Joseph's College 80 for 2. Current run rate 4 runs per over, exactly 4 runs per over. And the partnership for the third wicket, 58 of 85 deliveries between Hiran and Hirun.
Hirun was not afraid to go over the top whenever it was in his zone. And Hiran, as usual, deft touches, always likes to place it.
In a good partnership, I think one of the main features, Michael, is that they respect. In good partnerships, they have to respect the bowlers as well. You need to make sure that you respect the bowlers in their good deliveries, but at the same time, pounce on the loose deliveries that they bowl, and that's exactly what these two have done, Hiran and Hirun. Whenever there was a short delivery, whenever there was a juicy full toss, they have managed to make the maximum use out of it.
Yeah, definitely. 58 of 85. Pretty decent going there, that partnership, especially coming in 20 out for 2. So Vishen, that bit expensive, bowling his 4th.
Vishen Halamage, the right arm leg spinner. Now loves to bowl it quick and flat, Vishen Halamage. Someone with a quick follow through as well, Vishen. When he's bowling, you won't even notice the over ending, because he's that sort of a bowler who loves to keep it going every second, every minute. He likes to have action, Vishen Halamage. Short delivery this time, unable to get the meaty part of the bat, Hiran Jayasundara.
But something that he'll need to also be mindful of is giving these singles away easily, because these two batsmen, they're just no mean batsmen, you know, they're really good, so they know how to milk it. They're just getting the 3-4 runs over without any sweat. They'll have to I try and block, you know, some dot balls, block the singles and make the Josephian batsman go over the top, try and buy a wicket or 2.
Especially with the fact that both of these batters, they have the experience of playing at the international level in the under-19 arena. Both of them were part of that under-19 setup before the under-19 World Cup, at the under-19 World Cup. And the bowler, Vishen Halamage, was also a part of that unit. So some of the top cricketing talents on display here at the 50th limited dose encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
I think we've got 4 players, 2 from each side to represent the under-19.
Yeah, the one who's missing here is Rusanda Gamage. He's somewhere in the field, not on the screen. So end of the 21st over, just 2 runs off it. 82 for 2, St. Joseph's College.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
And here's Dilna Damsar into the attack. Made a huge difference in that semi-final against Isipatna College. Took the initial wickets off Isipatna in that second innings.
Interesting to see Laxi is bowling medium pace, but I watched him in the game, the 2-day game against Royal. He was bowling off spin and leg spin both. So this is a clear plan that, you know, they're just going to keep it in one place.
So a pure bowling all-rounder, isn't he, Dilna Damsar? As I mentioned, even in that semi-final, he bowled right-arm leg spin most of the time and bamboozled the Isipatna College batters.
He has some talent, because you notice he bowls the leg spin to the right hand and bowls the off spin to the left hand. That's what I noticed during that 2-day game. And now we see him bowling medium pace, so some raw talent that he can bowl all 3 and bat as well.
Now and then we see these sort of talents, don't we, Michael? We know about Kamidu Mendis, who can bowl as a right arm off spinner, as a slow left arm orthodox bowler, the ambidextrous bowler Kamidu Mendis, and we have bowlers like Dilna Damsar, right arm off spinner, right arm leg spinner, and some friendly medium pace as well. And some movement, found some movement away from the right-handed batter. Very interesting to see, because this ball is using at the moment, it's 11 overs old now. St. Joseph's College. Michael Adams, you have a lot of memories.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, getting back to this ball, just 11 overs, so not, the Josephian batters have not been hitting the ball, really hard. So still a bit new. They'll need to just look at rotating it, because now the P-tries have a clear plan. They're going with a 7-2 field, getting these bowlers to just come and bowl outside of stump. And so maybe you move your line a bit, bat on off stump, make the bowler go a little wider, try to get the wide, or then make him bowl at you. So there we see again, last few deliveries all played straight to that cover region, no runs. So very good over to end the 22nd over, 84 for 2.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Vishen Halmage will continue, and yes, Hirun Kaprubandara improvising it brilliantly. Brings up a boundary to begin the 23rd over. It was a short delivery by Vishen Halmage, and Hirun Kaprubandara went for that little sweep. Just needed to get some bat on it because there was no fielder in the deep.
Plenty of time to play that. Went down on one knee and waited for it. That's good batting. See, just the 4 boundaries and 2 sixers.
And also Vishen Halmage, it was from Vishen Halmage's point of view, it was a poor delivery because with the field that he has given himself, there's no fine leg, and the fielder's short fine leg is also a bit fine as well. So you can't afford to bowl a delivery like that, Vishen Halmage. Loud appeal. And almost another mix-up. They don't need another run-out, St. Joseph's College. Hirun Kaprubandara trying to repeat what he did 2 deliveries ago.
I think that was off the bat. Hit it onto his bat. But then they're trying to take off for a single, which was non-existent. Once again, run rate coming below the 4-run mark.
Swept away this time. The classic sweep shot by Hirun Kaprubandara brings that out to take another boundary, the second boundary in the over. And Vishen Halmage seems to be not happy with where the fielder was placed, where he was staying.
Well, he should have looked at where his fielder was before he bowled, and bowling with a offside heavy field, can't be just bowling there and throwing your hands in there. Seems to have bowling it a bit slower than he normally bowls. Quite a lot of short deliveries. Continues to be expensive.
Vishen Halmage bowled a good over. In the previous over gave away just 2 runs, but here he has given away 9 runs in the over. Hirun Kaprubandara pouncing on the loose deliveries. We talked about this earlier as well, Michael. These 2 batters, they are making sure that they make the maximum use out of the loose deliveries. Once again, shot by Vishen Halmage, but there is protection for him. So not the best of overs from the Pete skipper. 10 runs off it. St. Joseph's College after 23 overs, 94 for 2.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ෂෙලි ටොබිස්කට්ස්.
Heels Crest Naimiris sausages, the bite that bites back.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Big match fun prima kottumi tiyanakam.
Dilna Damsara will continue.
Very good first over by him. Just 2 runs. Josephian batters not, looking to make things happen as yet. Just happy with the proceedings. They just need to, get those ones into 2, put some pressure on the fielding side. That might be called a wide. Yes, it is.
And Michael, the live update from Ravula College with a very good lead, a healthy lead of 81 in the second innings. 2 more sessions to go. They will definitely fancy their chances with 2 sessions to go. Ravula College against Dharmapal College.
Be interesting to see what sort of target they can set. They'll need to take another 10 wickets. They need to win this big match. It's 19 for no loss in the second innings.
And talking about the one-day performances of the 2 teams this season, Michael, St. Joseph's College, of course, lost in that final against Trinity College by 2 wickets, the Tier A limited overs final. And then St. Peter's College in the Tier B semi-finals, they lost to Thurston College by 11 runs. So St. Joseph's lose into Trinity, St. Peter's lose into Thurston. At St. Peter's College, they made sure that they managed to cross that final hurdle, final hurdle before the big final against Isipat in the 2-day format. But this time, Hiranjaya Sundara cuts it away and he manages to find the gap again. Once again, a loose delivery with the field on offer. There's no one in the deep, and with that field, he needs to make sure that he doesn't bowl there, because if he manages to find the gap, there's no stopping that.
But with that field, it's 6 in the circle on the off. That was, I think, good batting by Hiran to get that gap. Just deep extra cover on the fence. A wide ring there on the off, so pretty hard to pierce that gap. That wide-ish again. Yes, and rightfully called a wide. So this is what's happening. Bowler trying to go even further away.
Now with the field setting available, Michael, I think he's just bowling it a bit too wide. He should try to bowl at that 4th, 5th stump line, but his bowling is just near that wide line. That's the problem here.
But the problem here is, you see, when he bowls that 4th, 5th stump line, this is what the Josephians are going to do, just work him into the gaps.
Because he doesn't have the pace, they can do that. They can shuffle across and get the single. So bit of a problem here for St. Peter's College, to be honest, with the field settings and with the bowler they are using.
The 100 has come up in the 24th over, so 101 for 2 now. Let's see again, just playing it on the leg and getting another single. So after 24 overs, St. Joseph's 102 for 2.
Gold hair and body wash shaker. Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
Big match fun prima kottumi tiyanakam.
Nearly half of the Josephian innings has come to an end, but Hirun Kaburu Bandara and Hiran Jayasundar, this partnership has given good solidarity to the Josephian innings, as the Peterite captain Vishen Halamage has brought on the right arm off spin of Janit Kaushal. He's replacing Rithil Surabira for this limited overs encounter. So he's got a task in hand, somehow to stem the run flow and break this partnership. Direct hit. Will the umpires go upstairs? Seems so. They have the technology.
Yep, great piece of fielding there by Janit.
Keep rolling. One frame back. Just freeze when the bails are separate. Oh, okay. Satisfied? Just focus the lights, please. My decision is not out.
Umpire Hemantha Boteju making the decision a very easy one. But nevertheless, Janit Kaushal just reminding the two batters that they need to be a little cautious when they are running singles. Good to see the Singh stumps also in place for this 50th limited overs encounter. Kudos to the joint organising committee led by Nicole Lienege, who was very instrumental in bringing down these Singh stumps. Another addition to this historic limited overs encounter, the longest running 50 overs game between schools in Sri Lanka. And Jehan, since our last stint, these two have consolidated the innings very well.
Yes, we did call it at the time. The two premier batsmen for St. Joseph's have really cashed in on conditions, and some lackluster bowling also, it must be said. Peterites had a stronghold over the Josephian top order. Seemed to loosen their grip a little bit. Not to take anything away, of course, from Jayasundara and Kapuru Bandara, who have been very thorough in their approach. 81 runs, this partnership. Importantly, set a great platform, Damit, to launch from.
Yeah, indeed. They have now pushed the current run rate to above 4 runs. So the next task would be for them to push it towards that 5 runs per over. And if they do so, that's setting somewhere around 250. Kapuru Bandara with another single. Spinners will have tough work here at SSC Grounds. End of the 25th over, St. Joseph's 105 for 2. This is the 50th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, played for the Reverend Father Peter Pillai Memorial Shield. Kenneth Lienege was dismissed for 3. Abhishek Javira was run out for 8. Hirun Kapuru Bandara and Hiran Jayasundara have added a very good partnership for the 3rd wicket. We still have plenty of batting left. Rishma Amarasinghe Lahiru, Amarasekar the captain. Here are the bowling cards. Joshua Sebastian stands out for me. Jan, 10 overs at a stretch. But the rest of the bowlers haven't been able to control that economy rate.
Indeed, Sebastian is a standout performer there for St. Peter's. You also see there, Damit, 14, as many as 14 extras, is 11 wides. And a game of fine margins at the halfway mark that can strike the Peterites as have been a little indisciplined in the early going.
Yeah, from a Peterite point of view, they need to break this partnership. would be the minimum requirement currently. Somehow get this partnership broken, but if not, the rest of the batters will definitely enjoy these great batting conditions here at SSC. Yes, the spinners will not get much out of this surface, Jihan. So it's all about building up that pressure, bowling dot deliveries consistently.
Indeed, Damit. And Rodrigo has done well this over. There was a passage of play there which allowed that partnership to tick over nicely. It's cut away, very well fielded on that occasion. And a mix-up. Is that going to be a run-out? Well, another one upstairs, Damit. They're keeping the third umpire busy.
They've had plenty of instances of miscommunication in the middle. Let's see what Hemanta Boteju sees from the replays.
Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Okay. One time, director, one time. Okay, satisfied. Just focus the lights, please. My decision is not out.
Another easy decision for TV umpire Hemanta Boteju, but nevertheless, yes, it's good to have technology in place. For the first time, we have the TV umpire function for this Josephine Petre Limited Overs encounter. Another great addition from the Papare team to enhance the brand of this great big match. Another misfield from the Petrites, allowing a single to Jayasundara, and they're running for the second. This is poor fielding from the Petrites. Shannon Rodrigo is clearly not happy with the fielders. 26 completed, 108 for 2.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor Drinking Yogurt.
Kapuru Bandara got a good 90 odd in the 2-day encounter. Now he's nearing a half century today as well. Janit Kaushal coming round the wicket, trying to bowl as much as possible the dot deliveries. That's what the doctor orders at the moment.
I like the pace at which Janit Kaushal is bowling. Also the angles, trying to close out, not giving too much space for the batsmen to free their arms. Good start so far for the young off spinner for St. Peter's. There you go again. Getting some turn on that occasion. Jayasundara looking to drive that against whatever turn that was. This is good bowling, Damit. Just building up that pressure, like you said. There's not a lot in the wicket. Perfect batting conditions here at the SSC. Two batsmen who are set. And not only have they built a 80+ run partnership, they've made it look easy. Look like they're really setting themselves a platform here. It's just important to get over a quick couple of quiet overs, which is what Janit is trying to do here.
A better throw would have had Kapuru Bandara in trouble, but Jayasundara the intent was clear. The fielder was up in the circle.
Mid-off caught napping on that occasion, I thought. There really should not be a single there. Was a little slow to get off the blocks and not a great throw, I'm afraid.
Kapuru Bandara uses the pace and gets a boundary. That's his half century. A well compiled half century from Hirun Kapuru Bandara, the senior player for St. Joseph's College, his second half century in the limited over series. 3 4s and 2 6s. He had to work very hard to get his half century, Jehan.
Yes, smartly played on that occasion. I was talking about how the bowler was building up some pressure. Kapuru Bandara, nice pedal there. And collecting a boundary and continuing his great form. He's taken the Josephians out of a spot of bother. At the two-day encounter, it was a little different. He came in and batted freely. He was under a little pressure here. But just showing that experience and maturity, isn't it? Making batting look very easy. And along with Jasundara, marching the Josephians along and got themselves to a good position in almost the midway point.
Shannon Rodrigo, this will be the 5th over for the left arm spinner. This is what Jayasundar is known for, his sweeping ability. Just a single. Would have liked it to be a little finer, but he got a good meet on that bat. But nevertheless, just a single.
I was going to say he actually struck it too well there. Struck it too well. That might be close to a wide. It is.
Yeah, the two umpires have been very strict on wide calls. Kapuru Bandara has got a start, he's got a half century. Now it's all about finishing off the job and making sure that Josephians have a very good score on the board at the end of the 50 overs. Poor delivery. Again, they fail to get the loose delivery to the fence. Just a single.
He'll be disappointed with that, Kapuru Bandara. That is a hit me ball. Rodrigo has not really found rhythm this game so far. Much better on that occasion. That's what he needs to do. Just that ball, a little bit of air. I love it. The opportunity to get some turn. He's not a big turner of the ball, Rodrigo.
Beautifully played that time once again from Jayasundara. Another couple of runs. End of the 28th over. St. Joseph's 119 for 2.
Heels Crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
He's gonna pop it around the number. That ticket is sicker than ever. 6 so wouldn't add another. Hot and spicy coffee cinema. Prima kutumi pantamai. Vindinna then dakinna. Jivite light ke kevanna.
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා. Chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා.
හඳුන් වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව
Janit Kaushan playing his first limited overs encounter in this Battle of the Saints series, continuing his third over from the Vidyama at the end. It's a great occasion today, the 50th historic limited overs encounter, the longest running 50 overs encounter between two schools in Sri Lanka. Kaparu Bandara failed to time the ball properly in that occasion. Now, from a Josephian point of view, I think after the 30th or the 35th mark, Jahan, they might want to see one of these players try and accelerate the scoring rate.
Yes, typically you'd think of the 30 over mark, the score at that point, if you have wickets in hand, that you'll be able to double that. We spoke earlier, Damit, when we won that 250 might be that par score, given that the Josephians had a slow start. I think there and thereabouts, aren't they? They're reaching 120, probably 130. They'll be in a shout to get that 250-260 score, as you see the capacity crowd here at the SSC.
Yeah, great atmosphere here on a Saturday, scorching hot day, but still we have 17 tents organized by different batch groups, and over 10,000 people attending this 50th limited overs encounter.
Yeah, I've been told that most, if not all, those batch groups have been completely sold out, Damit, which is fantastic to hear. People flying in from different parts of the world, wanting to be a part of this historic encounter.
Short and easy pickings for Jayasundara. Janit Kaushan now in consecutive overs have bowled that final ball to be a boundary delivery. 29 completed, 124 for 2. It's a party atmosphere here at Singhalese Sports Club, and we have Keel's Crest. Naimir is Pasta Cup, the bite that bites back. Jan, I'm very tempted to have a go at this, so I'm definitely going to have one. You can also try one, the Naimir is Pasta Cup. You have a great combination, and to a great combination of big matches, the Josephian Petrad will have a small bite from the bite that bites back. Great addition from Keel's Crest, the Naimir Pasta Cup. You can have it for all your parties and big matches.
Yep, it's a great addition to the atmosphere out here, Damit. The Peterites will be looking to bite back themselves, with the Josephians having built this platform. 124 now. We were talking about the Josephian encounter being in its 50th year. The Josephians actually head the tally by, I believe, 25 wins compared to the Peterites' 21. And that lead has grown over the last few years as well, Damit. I think in the last decade or so. There's of course been one tie and 2 no decisions. What's interesting though, at the SSC, the venue we are playing today, the Peterites actually head the tally. They've won 6 games against the Josephians, who have won 4 here. And it's been a happy hunting ground for St. Peter's. Of course, always great one-day cricket played at the SSC. And I'll be keen to reduce that deficit, which the Josephians have held a lead for quite some time now.
Good decision from the Peterite captain also to bring back the seamer, just to change things up. He's not express pace. This is the time when these two players would want to get a move on, especially Hiran. He's now nearing a half century, so it's very important that the Peterites keep a tight leash, but they have to be disciplined in their efforts.
Yep. Shira Ayupala cannot believe that was called wide, and can feel for the young man. That was a tight call. See that back on the replay. Well, it is on the tram lines.
And the line belongs to the umpire.
But I agree with you. It's good to mix things up. It's important for St. Peter's that they break this partnership before it gets too far out of hand.
They've added 105 runs so far. The Josephians, they were 2 down for 22 in the first power play. And now, since then, the two experienced campaigners, the two youth players for Sri Lanka, Hiran Jayasundara and Hirun Kapuru Bandara, have steadied the ship for the Josephians. Also a gentle reminder that we have another big match, the 13th Battle of the Golden Lions, happening in Mahatara. Outside edge. Luck favours the brave. Hirun Kapuru Bandara gets another boundary.
Well, I was just about to say, Damit, and you said steadied the ship. They've also looked very steady throughout. And that one, wow. False stroke, trying to hoik that over mid-wicket. A little uncharacteristic, but like you said, all ends well there for Kapuru Bandara. Yes, other than that false stroke, and of course their running between wickets has left somewhat something to be desired. A few chances in that sense, but otherwise they've really looked in control.
Here's an opportunity. And dropped. That's poor fielding from Salgado. Hirun Kapuru Bandara skying that one up. He had ample time to get under it. And Salgado drops a sitter.
Yes, just as we spoke about being in control, 2 back-to-back false strokes by Kapuru Bandara. This time getting a top edge. Wow, he never really looked like he was going to get that one, did he? Made quite a meal of it in the end, and this time again just on the bounce to the third man fieldsman. Well, action-packed 30th over, that's the end of it. 133 for 2, St. Joseph's.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Heels Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. VKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
As Damit and Jehan were saying earlier, a carnival-like atmosphere at the SCC and a field day for the batsmen out there, Pradeep.
A field day, and with 9 minutes right in front of us, some comedy of errors by the Pete Wrights here, dropping a sitter, and actually those are the chances that you can't miss in a big game like this, and I think that's a huge miss, and I think we can see from this point onwards how much the Pete Wrights will have to pay for this.
Half-hearted appeal there, looking for every opportunity they get now, Pradeep. And as you said, catchers win matches. We've seen so many costly drops. Herschel Gibbs comes to mind in 1999 when Steve Waugh told him that he dropped the World Cup. I don't want to go so far as saying that Ovin has cost St. Peter's this game, but that was a huge opportunity.
That was the biggest opportunity of the game so far. And if you ask me what has been the game changer for today's game, it has been the extras. That's another hilarious amount of extras conceived by the Peterites in the first session of the game. So I think when the batsman was just trying to cut loose, getting opportunity like this, Viren, and missing it, and it was not a hard chance, but like Jehan was saying, he was, from the time the ball went in the air, he was nowhere near it. So that was a huge chance. So now Hiran closing 50 as well. So Josephians in very well control of this game. If you draw a teledrama script and say these are your two batters who have to do the job for you, and that they have produced beautifully.
Scripted to perfection. I said earlier, form is temporary, class is permanent. But with these two, form is permanent and class is permanent.
Class is absolutely permanent, and they're doing it in exact style, and the Peterites are just leaving room for it. No pressure properly put, and even when they get the opportunities, they are not maximizing on it. So this is really bad cricket by the Peterites during the last 15 to 20 minutes, Viren.
And Pradeep, we speak about this passage of play, this second power play between the 10th and 40th over as an opportunity for the game to drift away. And I think the Peterites have allowed the game to drift away by allowing this partnership to consolidate and build. And the stats, and another opportunity let off there. A clear stumping opportunity that Nathan lets us slip.
So this is drama at the SSC at the 50th Battle of the Sales. 134 for 2, St. Joseph's in 31.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
So welcome back to the SSC, 134 for 2, whilst we just are waiting a replay of that stumping opportunity, which was, we think that was an easy chance, which went begging again. So 2 opportunities back to back for the Peterites. So luck not on their way. You can't call luck in games like this, Viren. This is professional cricket. These two sides have been playing a lot of cricket during the season. Coming to a big game like this is poor cricket. That's all I can say.
And you can't ride luck, Pradeep, when you've gone against the grain, opted to bowl first. You need all luck going your way.
So here we see the Papare, the wonderful coverage given by the team, the dynamic team for so many years for Sri Lanka. The #1 sports channel, definitely, no doubt. Also catering to the international community, all Peterites, Josephians and all Sri Lankans around the world get a lot of cricket covered through papare.com. I think a young set of individuals who started this long time back has come a long way and engaged in sports in Sri Lanka with a lot of passion and love. So thank you very much to the Papare team who is working hard behind the screens to put such a great show throughout the March Madness in Sri Lanka.
Kudos to the Papare, and this is something unprecedented, Pradeep. The big match fever in Sri Lanka is quite unprecedented around the world, and this is where we urge international viewers to join us on the Papare to see what school cricket has to offer in Sri Lanka. It's a carnival atmosphere both on and off the park. As Ishura runs in, Pradeep, I'm going to put you in the hot seat now. With just shy of 19 overs left, you've laid a very solid foundation being put into bat. 250, 260 on the cards?
Yeah, definitely 250 is it's quite easy for them to get 250 from here if they don't do anything silly. But I think the Josephians will be looking at something 275 plus because they have their 2 best batsmen in, right? Good quality 19 plus overs to go. So I think they will be looking at 275 plus. But if the Peterites are to pull it back, they need a quick wicket now.
The bowlers have been giving them opportunities, but it's important for the fielders to back the bowlers up in these scorching conditions. Nothing's going their way. There is big match pressure, scorching conditions, a stellar partnership. There has to be something that clicks for the Peterites, as you said, Pradeep. And yeah, I think 270 batting first, being put into bat. If you told the think tank of St. Joseph's that prior to the first innings, they would have definitely taken it.
Definitely, but you should give some credit to the Peterite bowlers who bowled the first few overs. Though there was some extra, there was some tight bowling. But latterly now it's gone. That's gone up in the air again. Is it a chance? Oh my gosh! This is the worst fielding outfield that I have ever seen by the Peterites in the last 5 years, being seated in this seat.
Pradeep, I empathize with Ovin. The ball tends to follow you when things don't go right. We've seen that with our Sri Lankan fielders as well in the past. And the ball seems to be following him here. But once a begging, twice shy. You can't afford to drop 2 sitters in consecutive overs of Ishira Ayupala. I empathize with Ishira as well. Putting in the hard yards, sticking to a plan. But come at the hour, come at the moment, it's important for you to strike and to back up your bowlers. And Pradeep, it's safe to say that this day just keeps going from bad to worse for the Peterites.
Definitely, it's going from bad to worse, and it's misery in the Peterite camp. I'm definitely sure. There is nothing much the bowler can do. The field especially has to be blamed. You can't take any sympathy on the fielder in a big game like this. 2 chances back to back, and this one was more easier than the first one. I think it's a crime, Viren.
To all our viewers, Peterite fans joining us, we're not being hard on the fielders, but this is cricket. This is big match cricket, and this is the quality of cricket that's expected if you're trying to take that next step towards international cricket, towards club cricket and domestic cricket once your school careers are done with.
And it's the 50th encounter to make an icing to the cake. So I think there is a lot to be played, and these will be spoken 25 years next or 50 years. Like still we talk about the first inaugural game where a wicket was taken in the first delivery. These things will be spoken and these catches will be taken, and even the decision of batting first, giving St. Joseph's to bat first. But still I think that decision could have been covered very much with some good fielding and good bowling.
Well said, Pradeep. And if you look at the stats, I'm a stats geek. St. Joseph's in their 25 games that they've won have won 18 batting first. So if you look at the history books, there is nothing that seems to suggest that the Peterites shouldn't have opted to bat first today. This is pristine conditions for batting, as Jehan and Damit said earlier. And it's important for, and both you and I spoke off air about the importance of scoreboard pressure in these encounters.
And the Peterites batted beautifully in the first day when it came to the big match. But only thing that we heard was that there was a change of the wicket. So that's what could have been the reason why the Peterite skipper opted to bowl first. But when you make a decision like that, your team has to back you up. And as a skipper, you have to take that challenge as well. Still, the game is not over. Still, I think a lot more to go. But the amount of errors that has come from the Peterite part, it's sad to see. And we see another boundary.
Immaculately put there, Pradeep. And I think it's important for the fielders here to not be on their heels now. They can feel hard done by, feel that the game is drifting away. It's important for them to be on their toes, especially in the inner circle. And looking at, and one could say that Hirun and Hiran are riding some luck now. But luck comes to those who deserved it. And they clearly deserve it after putting in the hard yards earlier.
You gave the exact word. They deserve it because they really did the hard work. They got things together. They didn't lose their heads. They know they were the most experienced batsmen. There's more pressure on them on a big game like this. Because when I was going through the records again, wherein I just saw, like you say, if you go through, big players have lost the big games here. If you take Angelo Matthews as captain, has not won the 50-over game for St. Joseph's. So these are big games. Big players can make big mistakes. So I think St. Peter's still has a chance. A fighting side, St. Peter's, coming after a great win last week. You can't take credit from the Peterites. Feel sorry for the bowlers after those 2 chances. So let's see how lot more cricket left. But these type of chances in games like this, it's not a joke.
This is turning out to be a match-winning partnership as he clears the inner circle there, Hirun. To reach 70, the partnership drifts on to 124. And now it's about taking on those opportunities, Pradeep. Now they're well set. And Michael Adams off air was saying that these two are big match players. And just to complement that, both Hirun and Hiran scored 77% of St. Joseph's runs in the 2-day encounter. And if I take a percentage here, they're well into their mid-70s, 80s.
Definitely. So they are keeping the averages going, and Pete Wrights are giving them the room for that. That's the beauty. So this is in the air again. Let's see where this goes. Oh my God, finally it's taken. And that's a very, very big wicket of Hirun Kapuru Bandara. And this time the Pete Wrights celebrate. And I think that's a very well deserved wicket for the Pete Wrights as well. After bowling well.
Third time the charm there, Pradeep. Hirun rode his luck for 2 opportunities and has to trot off for 70. He'll feel a tad unlucky. Scored 94 in the 2-day encounter, followed up by a brilliant 70 here. But what a catch by Asadissa. The pressure, the circumstances, the drop chances earlier. Leading the way from the front there, Asadissa, with a decent grab at long off.
And I'm sure more than Asadissa, Salgado must have been praying for him. Please take that catch, because if this guy went on to get a century or more, it would have been written on his name. 146 for 3.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
The delivery.
Heels crest Naimere sausage. The bite that bites back.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up කරනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය Chili biscuits.
Welcome back to the SSC. A delivery shy of the 33rd over. St. Joseph's College are 146 for 3 as Hiran is on the verge of getting to his well-deserved half-century.
So here we are again with the team working behind the screen, putting a lot of hard work, a lot of stats, a lot of analytical data coming also from this team. Beautiful coverage, island-wide and also worldwide, provided to the Sri Lankans living in Sri Lanka and overseas. So the Papare team, a very young and dynamic team, started as Papare, now with the Dialog doing a great job. I see Damit in the background as well. He did commentaries with me 5 years back in the same place. Today I see him doing international commentaries. Gone along with the good thing in this Papare team is most of them have been with the company for a long time. That shows the passion they have for their company and for the sport that they love most. And it's not only cricket, rugby, you name it, they are there.
I've just been around the Papare family for a short time, but it's safe to say it is a family, a cohesive unit. And as much as we speak about partnerships on the field, there are brilliant partnerships off the field, Pradeep, with the Papare. And I can attest to that. Being in the UK, I had to follow some of the games on the Papare using a Sri Lankan VPN. People won't usually log on to a Sri Lankan VPN to cover games, but the Papare has been immaculate in taking cricket and all sports in the island, not just across the island, but worldwide. And kudos to Damit and the team. And yes, as I said earlier, blessed to be a part of this family.
Yeah, like you correctly said, William, they have made us also part of their family. So we always see them as our family. So good job, buddy. So the new batsman is Amar Singha. 12 games, 8 innings, 129 runs with average of 21.50, strike rate of 63. That's what they will be looking at. And the best score of 30. His best score doesn't reflect very much. So this shows the depth of the Josephian batting. If they got these 2 wickets early, they could have really got some exposure of attacking the young Josephian side better. So St. Peter's still not too late. I think they should try to ride the screw as much as possible. Try to keep the Josephians below 230 if possible.
Yes, Pradeep, and if you look at where they've placed their 2 most experienced batsmen at 3 and 4, it is to be that buffer for this young middle order, as you said. A lap sweep there by Rishma off the very first ball. A lot of confidence there off his very first delivery in the big match. Getting Hiran on strike.
Yeah, when you come in a time like this, 146 for 3, you have confidence. You don't mind making a mistake. You can take a chance. No one is going to go at you. So I think he did the exact thing. A little bit risky for the first delivery, but anyway, Josephians are very well placed, and I think Hiran will have a hard 147 for 3 in 33 overs.
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours. Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Hot and spicy fun vibe with the beer karanga. Beat a remake karanga tavinna. Hada with the vowel ayana. Give me a fashion karanga. Fun turana. Kottumi kikki karanga. Prima kottumi. Fun tamai.
With the third scalp, it's good to see the captain taking it upon himself to come back into the attack. Targeting the new batsman Rishma, but it's important that they keep him on strike because Hiran is well set. Pradeep, putting you in the hot seat here. Hirun Kaprubandar was the one taking the attack to the bowlers in that previous partnership. Now that Hiran has lost his counterpart, once he reaches his half century, do you think it's his prerogative to go on the attack?
Yeah, because it's like this. I think Josephian should now really be looking at 270 plus. If that's so, Hiran will have to go after the bowling, or they should have sent another batsman, or we don't know how fast Rishan can score. So some players. So this is Hiran reaching a very well deserved 50 for St. Joseph's, and in the 50th encounter, his name will be in this book very soon. So well done, Hiran. Jayasundara 50 of 63.29 strike rate, 79 deliveries for beautiful boundaries. So I think entertain the crowd from the time he was here with sensible and some glorious strokes.
Hiran follows Hirun into the history books of this annual encounter at the 50th Battle of the Saints Limited Overs encounter. A well-deserved half-century following on from that brilliant half-century in the two-day game as well in the second innings.
So Viren, answering your question, the current run rate is 4.45. So definitely, to answer your question, if the Josephians are going for a big score, one of these batsmen have to be going after the bowlers as well, and they should target to bat till the 40th over and then really loosen their screws and take the 10 overs. Really nice to see how the extras will cost.
Offering some width there, Vishen, and Hiran capitalizes. Good work in the circle. It's good to see the fielders still on their toes, as I said earlier, in the inner circle with nothing much going their way. A tad too short again from Vishen. It's important that he finds his right line and length here. It's easy for Rishma to negotiate that. Tickles that away on the leg side for a quick single, and at the end of the 34th, it's 152 for 3.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Hot and spicy fun vibe with the beer karanga. Beat a remake karanga tavinna. Hada with the vowel ayana. Give me a fashion karanga. Fun turana. Kottumi kikki karanga. Prima kottumi. Fun tamai.
Pradeep, we speak about the ebbs and flows of this game. These next 6-7 overs are going to be crucial, as you said earlier, to make sure that they consolidate on this brilliant foundation that they've laid. A couple of quick wickets here, and St. Peters will feel that they're right back in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And also, it's very important that they get the run rate up as well, because now the run rate is still 4.45. So they should try to get it around 5 plus. So at the 40th over, it will be very much easier for them to cut loose.
Playing each ball on its merit.
Definitely. And also they should not think of the wickets now, because they have stabilized their innings till the 34th over. Got 153 on the board. So I think nothing to lose for the Josephians, but just some aggressive, sensible batting. They will be very disappointed to know that they are 10 or 15 runs short if the Petrites make a huge game out of this.
trying to pierce that gap on either side of mid-off there, Hiran. And we speak about the potential target here, Pradeep. And there have only been a handful of occasions where a score in excess of 250 has been chased down in this encounter. As we see Hiran trying to showcase his flamboyant and judicious range of strokes. And he deserves to do so after putting in the hard yards to get to his half century. Offering some with the silly overthrows in my books. St. Peter's can ill afford that. They convert what should have been a single into 3, Pradeep. You call that double overthrows in the new St. Peter's thesaurus / dictionary of one-day cricket.
Those are really very, very costly mistakes, Viren. I think they have to really pump themselves up. They can see a new batsman in, just make maximum out of this attack, try to get a wicket. So that's a loud shout, but batsman moving well outside the off stump. So desperate. 35 overs gone, 156 for 3 St. Joseph's.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Once again, Pradeep, reflecting on what just transpired in the last over, I empathize with the Peterites. But if you're in the Peterites think tank, surely there has to be some reflection on the fact that the basics of cricket have not been adhered to. The simple essence of ground fielding, backing up your throws, making sure that you grab your easy chances. These will be quite problematic when they conduct a review of their performance in the first innings.
Yeah, definitely. And the Peterites now should be thinking of what they are going to do next in these 15 overs. Their target should be definitely try to keep the score low, try to get the wicket of Hiran, which can put lots of pressure on the Josephians. And this game can take a 360-degree change. We have seen this in the past. What I'm saying is, just forget about all the stats which is in the books right now. This is a big game. And a lot of things have happened in games like this. We have seen in unbelievable partnerships, players who have not scored in the entire season coming and getting 100. Right? So that is the big match. So anything can happen.
And that's the beauty of our sport. A nice lap sweep there by Hiran. He's really timing it well now. Reaping the rewards of the grit and sheer determination he showed early on.
And reminds me of Russell Larnell when he's wearing that 69 jersey. And also the same sweep shot that he loves the most being played in a different way, of course, but
we speak of Russell Larnell. We also speak of Angelo Matthews of St. Joseph's, who donned the same jersey number. Pradeep.
So that's a real coincidence, right? A Peterite and Josephian having the same jersey number.
Exactly.
Again, takes it brotherhood a long, long way.
Exactly. And before Pradeep and I yield the floor to the next set of commentators at the end of this show, there's something I want to say. Pradeep highlighted it. They need to start afresh, turn over a new leaf now. Players like Ovin Salgado, who might feel hard done by on the field, need to take this as an opportunity to capitalize in the next innings. A valiant appeal, a huge appeal there by Shannon. That seemed quite close to the naked eye.
Really, really close. Really interesting to see this replay. Did he have some bat on it? Yes.
And it seemed the impact seemed to be outside the line.
Outside the line as well, yeah. So good call by the umpire. Has been very, very strict on those decisions. Again, gets a single. Yes, we're in.
And it's important for players like Ovin, players who might feel that they have let the team down on the field, to come in and capitalize with the bat when he comes out to open. And that's, as I said earlier, the beauty of our sport. It offers you two chances, and as Charles Dickens says, offers you an opportunity to have a tale of two innings.
Definitely, and time for him just to go to the dressing room, have a water, just come back fresh, someone talk to him. That's cricket all about, and nothing to lose. Okay, that's the end of the...
Before we yield the floor for the next set of commentators, it's time to reflect on Hiran's brilliant knock, Pradeep. An absolutely, come the man, an absolutely brilliant knock by Hiran. He's been in great form running into this game. Delicate strokes early on to get himself set. Supported his senior partner Hirun brilliantly. What has impressed you the most about his range of shots, Pradeep?
His confidence, the way he paced his innings, not being hasty to take the loose deliveries and rotating the strike, and like you said, coming and complimenting, playing good cricket.
Showing signs of aggression and intent now, Hiran. And as Pradeep and I predicted, perhaps it's time for him to let loose now. The final 14 overs left in the innings. And this time he penetrates that gap to perfection. Very well timed by Hiran. It was a flighted delivery by Lakshmika.
And very nice to see him go along the ground and try to take the aerial route. Very, very sensible batting. This is a key feature in his game. Chance-free innings. Again, playing in the V. There's nothing better you can do.
And that's modern day cricket for you, Pradeep. It's not about just those flashy strokes towards the end. It's about playing good cricketing strokes that can help you reap significant rewards. And it's also important for the Peterites now to see out the innings well. They can really let this game slip and make St. Joseph's bat them out of the game if they aren't watchful over the next 14 overs. And just as I said it, Hiran gives his wicket away.
Here we are. That's a very, very big breakthrough for the Peterites, just like what I'll talk you Viren. And as you said it has happened. So I think now it's the time for the Peterites to tighten the screws.
Owen Salgado would have had his heart in his mouth there. The ball kept following him yet again.
Oh my gosh, was it him?
It was him. But this time he doesn't drop his guard.
That will do a load of good for him as well. So some good signs now come in the Peterites' way. And like you very correctly said, Owen Salgado taking the catch will definitely give a lot of confidence for the boy even in his batting.
And two quick wickets now for St. Peter's. St. Joseph's are 167 for 4.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
St. Joseph's College 167 for 4 after 36.4 overs. The two set batters back in the pavilion. Exactly what St. Peter's College wanted before the 40th over. And joining with me on commentary is Polnas Avijay Molly, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lakshmi. Definitely the two batters, two set batters sent back into the pavilion. The Peterites will be wanting to get back into the game, getting a couple of more wickets. St. Joseph's, of course, still on top at 167 for 4. They have a very good, very strong batting lineup. But one thing I want to tell you, Lakshmi, both these two batters, Hiran Jayasundara and Hirun Kapur Bandara, got their second half centuries in this series. So they put their names into the record books. Only one Josephian has done that up to now, getting 250s. That is Rohan Vijayasinghe Jr. Right? So Hirun Kapur Bandara's name as well as Hiran Jayasundara's name will go into the record books.
Yes, Yanlu Devutusa, the new batter, 12 games, 76 runs, average of 19, strike rate 75.23, high score of 23, still 17 years old. Yanlu Devutusa. So these two batters, they don't have much time to settle in. That's the problem here. That's the issue of both the set batters getting out, Polly. Now these two new batters, Rich on 5, Yanlu yet to get off the mark. Now they have 13 overs to go after this. So end of the 37th, St. Joseph's College 167 for 4.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
$167 for 4 St. Joseph's after 37 overs. Yenula Devtusa and Rishma Amrasingh are the two batters in. Yes, you were talking about that, Lakshasi. Now it's the time, now it's the opportunity for the beat tries to get back into the game. A couple of tight overs, dot deliveries, a couple of wickets can definitely bring them back into the game.
And St. Joseph's College, when Hirun and Hiran were batting, they were probably thinking at somewhere around, thinking to be somewhere around 190, around the 40th over mark. Now they'll have to readjust. That's the thing here, as I mentioned earlier. And also that target that they are looking for at the 50th over mark. If Hiran and Hirun were there at the 40th over mark, and if they were on 190, they would have definitely thought about somewhere around 260 to 270. But right now, they have to rebuild. That's the thing. And that's why it's very important that a settled in batter makes sure that he bats through until the 50th over.
Yes, you're pretty correct, Lakshasi, no doubt. That's a very close one and it's given out. So that's umpire Chandrika Amrasingh rolling Yenula Devtusa out LPW. That was a plumb one, I would say. So St. Joseph's losing their way now. They lost their 5th wicket, 168 for 5.
3 quick wickets, exactly what the doctor ordered for St. Peter's College, and that looked really close to the bat as well. A quicker one from Vishen Hallenberg, the leg spinner, and Yenula Devtusa departs without troubling the scorers. St. Joseph's College 168 for 5 after 37.4 overs.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Well, talking about the batters for St. Joseph's, who got 2 half centuries in this series. For the Pete Rides, Russell Arnold has got 71 and 63. Chatro Pires, 83 and 59 not out. And Shahan Fernando got 74 and 70. So Pete Rides have 3 batters who have got 2 half centuries in this series. So Rishma Amrasingh, a lot depends on him now for the Josephians to put up a good score. Definitely the Josephians might be wanting to set up about 240 or more. But 5 wickets down, it will be very interesting to see.
Senuja Vakunugoda, 7 games, just 13 runs to show, average of 6, strike rate of 65, just 15 years old. Senuja Vakunugoda, the left-handed batter, gets off the mark straight away with a single. Now Vishen 1 for 35 is a bit expensive, more than his other bowlers. Here's the replay. I think Yenula Devtusa is really unlucky there.
Well, he looked surprised. He's shown the bat, definitely got an inside edge into the pads. It definitely looks unlucky with that dismissal. But anyway, he has to go. He's out for naught. That's short and pushed away nicely by Rishma Amrasingh. Now, a lot depends on Rishma Amrasingh, how he can place this innings. He's a very good player. Got a lot of runs. At 38 gone, it's 170 for 5.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Senuja and Rishma. Senuja came in to the crease just in the previous over. Rishma relatively new to the crease as well, with 12 overs to go. St. Joseph's College, where will they end up? That's the big question here. And with 5 wickets in hand, hopefully with 5 wickets in hand in the last 10 overs, Ollie, what do you think would be a good score? What do you think? How much of a total will they target in the last 10 overs with 5 wickets in hand?
Definitely they'll be looking something around 60 to 70 runs in the last 10 overs. 5 wickets down. Well, that will lead the Josephian score around to 240. They would have wanted 250, 260, but losing the informed batsman or the set batsman have put themselves back now. It's the opportunity for the Papare to get back into the game.
And also, Ollie, I think St. Joseph's College, they only have themselves to blame because Hirun Kapru Bandar and Hiran Jasundar, both of them were batting brilliantly, and they just gifted their wickets away to St. Peter's College.
Yes, definitely. I also thought, see, both of them threw their wickets away, no doubt about that. There was no hurry, and that's another wicket to go. That's the end of Rishma Amaratsingha. So the Papare are definitely back in the game, and the Josephians 170 for 6.
Lashmika Pera strikes once again. Third one for him in this 50th limited overs encounter. 3 for 20 in 4.4 overs. What a difference he has made in this encounter. Rishma Amaratsingha, another important wicket for St. Peter's College. Yes, the replay trying to work it towards the leg side, but unfortunately for Rishma, it went straight towards the bowler himself, and Lashmika with a terrific take. Rishma departs for 7. St. Joseph's College in the spot of about 170 for 6.
Definitely St. Peter's College have put themselves back in the game. Lashmika De Silva 3 for 20. Bowled pretty well, got important wickets at regular intervals. That's what the Papare needed after that big stand between, let's see, the statistics of Lahiru Amritsar, the new batter, the captain, Josephian captain, 126 runs in 12 matches, average of 21, strike rate of 63.96. Best score 36. So he got to play a good innings now.
Yeah, Lahiru Amarasekara needs to make sure that he repeats that best score of the season here. Otherwise, St. Joseph's College, they'll be in a lot of trouble. A very good delivery by Lashmika. He just darted it away from the right-handed batter.
You see the last wicket. Just a push away, and very nicely taken by the bowler himself. Watch that ball very carefully. Rishma Amaratsingha was out, caught and bowled by Lashmika. So 39 gone, it's 170 for 6.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Senuja on 1, Lahiru yet to get off the mark, 170 for 6. St. Joseph's College, Vishen Halmagi, the Papare skipper, to continue into his 8th over, 1 for 37. Took the wicket off Yanula Devdusa in his previous over. Short delivery, cut away, and cut away brilliantly by Senuja. That will go to the fence. A welcome boundary amidst all the chaos.
That's a nicely played shot. Got the cap. Very nicely played. Nicely worked away on the offside by Senuja. That's gone to the boundary for 4. Now, Laxis, this is the time that the P-Tribe should apply some pressure on the Josephians. And on the Josephian dressing room, there'll be a lot of thinking going on. What's the target? They got to revise the target. So a lot of thinking will be done in the Josephian dressing room, no doubt about that. But the P-Tribes, on the other hand, they are holding trumps now. They got to put more pressure on the Josephians.
Yes, indeed. When the duo of Hiran and Hirun were batting, St. Joseph's College, they would have definitely thought about somewhere around 260, 270. But with both of them getting out, that total would have come down to 240 to 230. But at the moment, if St. Peter's College can insert the pressure that you were talking about, Polly, I think they have a very good chance to restrict St. Joseph's College to somewhere around 210, 200 even. And a lot will depend on how this man handles the troops here, Vishen Halabage.
Well, after this over, it will be just 10 overs remaining. Well, even if Josephines get another, no, that might be going down the leg side. There was a strong appeal by Vishen Halabage and the wicket keeper, Nathan David. But umpire Amra Singh not satisfied with that.
Now going down the leg side, Vishen Halabage once again using that quicker delivery. But unfortunately just couldn't direct it towards the stumps. It was going down leg. Now captain versus captain. Going to be an interesting battle here.
Lairu Amarasekara got to get some runs. It will be pretty important that Lairu Amarasekara get a couple of runs.
Now, Polly, what do you think? How much time can these two take to settle in a bit? Should they take? I think they should take around 3 to 4 overs just to settle the nerves and maybe just derail the momentum a bit that St. Peter's College have created for themselves here.
Yes, that's a very important point to talk about. Well, if the Josephians take 3 to 4 overs, so they'll be at the 44th over. So 6 overs remaining. If they can keep their wickets intact, and if they, in the last 6 overs, if they can get about 40 runs, then Josephians have done well, I would say.
And then end of the 40th over, St. Joseph's College 176 for 6.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
You see the umpire signal the last power play, 40th to the 50th over. St. Joseph's 176 for 6. Maximum of 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. That's a power play 3. Ashmika De Silva bowled well, 3 for 20 or 5 overs. Going to continue.
Lashmika, I'll be hoping that he can take another one here. Ramrasekar takes the single there. Now St. Joseph's College, just a few overs ago, they were in a very strong position. But, the usual statement is 1 brings 2, Polly, but here 1 brought 4 for St. Peter's College.
Yes, definitely. So St. Peter's, in that pace of play, they were definitely on the command, getting those wickets, which was really needed for them. But we were talking about those 4 overs, say from 40th to the 44th, Naksisi. That doesn't mean that the Josephines should not get runs in those 4 overs. They should try to work the ball and get the singles, and if they can get about 15 to 20 runs, that will be very good for the Josephines.
Exactly. That was close. Needed a better throw, St. Peter's College. A better throw. Most probably would have seen the back of St. Joseph's College skipper Lairu Amarasekara. Here's the replay. Lairu Amarasekara was a bit late to take off for that second run. A better throw definitely would have been the 7th wicket.
That is what the P-Trials have been lacking from morning today. in the field. Their throwing and their catching have been very poor indeed. The drop chances have definitely let themselves down. But still their bowlers have fought back and got them back into the game.
Yeah, the bowling effort led by Lashmika Pereira, getting St. Peter's College back into this encounter. Now going into the home stretch, St. Joseph's College. They are in a spot of bother as I mentioned earlier. But these two, they need to make sure that they weather the storm here and get that momentum back towards them, because which team finishes with the momentum at the end of this innings will play a huge part in the earlier parts of the second innings, Polly.
Yes, definitely. If the Josephians can get up to about 230, that will be a power score, but it will not to say that they're quite safe. The P-Trans have the batting ability to get that runs, but definitely it's going to be a very interesting game.
Uses his feet, Senuja Vakunugoda. Senuja, he's playing really well here. No dot deliveries from him, a boundary, and then has run really well the singles and the twos. End of the 41st over, St. Joseph's College 182 for 6. And Anchor Newdale, Shake, another new introduction during the March Madness 2024, and also the highly endorsed yogurt drink from Anchor Newdale. They have been a part of this March Madness from the beginning right till the end, Molly. Kudos to them, and make sure that you buy Anchor Newdale, because under this scorching heat, that's the perfect solution for you.
Yes, definitely, and that's what the schoolboys are looking forward for during these days. That short and turning. Senuja, as you said, Senuja has not given any dot deliveries, working the ball well, getting the runs. That's what the Josephians got to do at this stage.
Now, you mentioned a very valid point, Polly, earlier. Now, settling in doesn't mean that you play out dot deliveries. You need to make sure that you take the singles, you take the twos. You need to be proactive. You just can't let the game just go with the flow. You need to make sure that you do something.
That's a white ball signal. So the P-Tries got to stop those. That has to be curtailed. P-Tries have bowled a lot of wide deliveries in this innings.
I think around 15 to 16 extras in this innings so far. 17 extras, 1 no ball, 14 wides as well. Now with that no ball and the wides, Polly, they have given away 15 extra deliveries as well.
That's right. That's something more than 2 overs. And Josephians will gladly accept that.
52 more deliveries to go. 4 wickets remaining. Skipper Lahuru batting at 4. Senuja on 11. Shannon Rodrigo back in the attack. 6.2 overs, none for 32. Nears Vakunugoda once again. Vakunugoda being creative here. A brilliant effort. A great effort by the fielder. Gave a very good chase and managed to keep the ball inside without reaching the fence.
Well, that's definitely great commitment by the P-Try fielder. Meanwhile, I got himself injured there. Yeah, you see, beautiful fielding there. This is what the P-Try's got to do at this stage. Show that fighting qualities and get back into the game.
Yeah, that was Rushan Dagamage, Polly. St. Peter's College. They don't want him to get injured here. He has a big job on his hands when the chase arrives for St. Peter's College.
Yes, he was injured during the 2-day game too. The P-Tries don't want that to happen at this stage.
He didn't play in that semi-final, the 2-day semi-final against Isipatna College.
Nursing his injury to get fit for this game. The important Josephian P-Try was probably his last game for St. Peter's College.
Loud appeal. This is given Sharon Rodrigo. This time he gets his man Lairu Amarasega, the skipper. He also departs. The 7th wicket down for St. Joseph's College. St. Peter's College getting all the momentum in their way. think that would have clipped the legs by Billy Polly.
Yes, definitely would have been at least umpire's call. So Lai Ramasekara has to go. So he's LBW to Shannon Rodrigo for 4. Pete Wrights definitely have bounced back into this game. 188 for 7 Josephians. After being put into bat the Pete Wrights.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
One delivery remaining in the 42nd over. Shannon Rodrigo also joining the party. Ashmika Bera and Vishen Halmage bringing in the last 4 wickets, and Shannon bringing in the 5th one. 5th one in quick succession.
Well, now the Josephians might be worried whether they'll be bowled out before the 50th over. Just 3 wickets remaining.
Manasa Madhubhashana, 10 games, 93 runs, average of 23.25, strike rate 68.26, high score of 37. So decent stats for Manasa Madhubhashana. But the real question is, can he turn things around? Can he bat with Vakunugoda, who's batting brilliantly here? Sinuja Vakunugoda is striking with over 150 at the moment, 14 of 8.
There should be someone to support him. Manasa Madhubhashana can handle the bat well. He has to do a lot of good work now for the Josephians.
End of the 42nd over. Another good over for St. Peter's College. Josephians 188 for 7.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
$188 for 7 St. Joseph's after 42 overs. Well, now Josephians got to delay their attack a bit more later because they got 3 wickets intact. They got to bat at least till the 46th over now. So it's a time for Peter Wrights to put that pressure on those couple of overs. Try to get a couple of wickets more.
And now it will be interesting to see what Senuja Vakunugoda will do. Polly is on 15 of 9. I really hope that he continues in the same manner, taking the singles, putting the loose ball away. Manasa Madhubhashana needs to do something with the bat here. He took a match bag of 7 in that 2-day encounter, in that Battle of the Saints Big Match encounter. And today in this 1-day game, before he takes the ball, he needs to make sure that he does his job with the bat, because the last 5 wickets have fallen in quick succession. Gets off the mark, Manasa.
The Josephians have about another 45 deliveries or a little more than that to bat. So all what they got to do is to get those singles. If they can get another 50 runs in this 45 deliveries, they'll have a good total of about 240. That's good batting up to now. Looking for those singles and twos. That's a good bit of running too.
And some good covering work as well. That was a wayward throw. Now Vakunugoda, as I mentioned, is inserting the pressure on the fielding side. He's a busy cricketer, using his crease brilliantly, shuffling across to play his strokes towards the leg side.
Well, I think Laxisi is batting very sensibly at this situation, handling the situation well. There you see another single to him.
the fall of wickets. They were 146 for 2 at one point, and they have lost 5 wickets for 42 runs. To make it even worse, if we tell you that they were 167 for 3, and then in the space of the next 21 runs, they have lost 4 wickets.
Yes, that's the space that the Petrites got themselves back into the game. Well, had the Petrites held out to those chances that was given early in the innings, well, they would have been definitely on top of the game. That's a wide signal by umpire Rajat Marshall again. Another wide delivery, adding to the extras. Petrites got to cut on those. That's wide outside the off stump.
And some of the Bashana picks the gap to get a single. So final delivery of the 43rd over coming up. Ollie, what's your prediction? Where will St. Joseph's College end up with?
Well, I have a feeling that the Josephians will end up at 235, 240. That's my score. That's what the Josephians need at this stage, because the Petrite batting is also strong. Otherwise, definitely they're going to be in trouble.
St. Joseph's College, them getting to that 235 mark will depend a lot on St. Joseph's College. End of the 43rd over. St. Joseph's College 196 for 7, and it's time for a change in the comp box.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
So as we come back, Josephians have limped on to 196 for 7, losing their way in the middle. As I welcome hi Jayan.
Hello Michael.
A bit happy now?
Yes, very much. Last time I was on air, the Josephians looked like they were going to run away with a big total. Petrites have been able to curb it back, and then some. It'll be interesting to see. Still 7 overs to go. Still enough left in this for the Josephians to get close to that 250 mark. But the wickets is the problem. They need these two batsmen to see out the majority of what's left in this innings.
Yeah, and these two have been taking the singles. I think that's the main thing here. Not try to hit the big shots. Just get the 2s and 3s. Get 6 runs over. End up on a decent score. Anything above 220 I think might be a bit of a reasonable score, because for me now I think the pitch is slowing down a bit. But for the Josephians, the run making has been not as easy as we saw in the morning. That we put that down to good bowling by the Petrites as well.
Well, it's been a combination of factors. I thought Kapru Bandar and Jayasundar, when they were batting, made batting look really easy. The wicket looked completely different. And that's what happens, isn't it, Michael? You lose a couple, and then suddenly it looks like different playing conditions out there. Kudos to the Petrite bowlers and fielders. The fielding left a lot to be desired, especially the catching and also a couple of run-out chances as well. But with the fall of Kapru Bandara's wicket, there was a spring in the Petrite step. And they were able to make it count.
Absolutely. Kapru Bandara's wicket was, I would say, the turning point. So far they've done pretty well. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to runs on the board. The pressure can tell. So I believe whoever finishes better will be coming out with a lot of more confidence.
Absolutely, Michael. I also always used to say anything above 200, 220 is enough to exert some pressure on the opposition, especially at schoolboy level, as that's knocked down for a single. But under conditions out there, that should still be a very gettable total. That's the end of the 44th. St. Joseph's 201 for 7.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න ඇන්කර් ඩ්‍රින්කින් යෝගට්.
It's 201 now for 7. 6 overs remaining. Lashmika 3 for 34 of 7. One of those guys to pick up those wickets in the middle.
It's easily been the pick of the bowlers, especially from a wicket-taking standpoint. Of course, we had Sebastian who bowled that economical spell up front with the new ball. Lashmika's been good. He's not been afraid to throw that ball up, give it a few revs, and he's been rewarded with 3 big Josephian scalps thus far.
I think it's how you vary your pace on this track that you can outthink the batsman, fox them with a bit of variation in pace.
And there you see at the bottom of screen, Michael, the fall of wickets, the 124-run stand between Kaprubandara and Jayasundara. Things look really ominous for St. Joseph's at that point, but then you see the fall of wickets and how frequently and at such short intervals. The 4th at 167, then at 168, 170 and 188. Of course, Lashmika's instrumental in 3 of those wickets. But in general, the Josephians just lost their rhythm and lost their way in that innings, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely. At one time we thought 260, 270. Even like you said, even a 300 was possible. Now even 250 will be a pretty decent take. I'm sure the Josephians will take it.
I think the Josephians will take it with both arms. And 250 still, I think, is going to be a very competitive total. Yes, there's good batting conditions out there. I don't think there are any demons in the track. It may have slowed down a little, but I don't see that being a hindrance for run getting as much. But, still a distance away.
Trying to manufacture shots.
Well, these 2 batters have come in and rotated the strike, just put on just about 20 runs, just under actually. And importantly, kept that scoreboard ticking, which is so important. You can't back yourself into a corner. You need to bat out the overs, but also make sure that scoreboard keeps ticking along.
Spot on there. Just ideal. Manas 7 of 7. Senoja 23 of 18. Looking to do the right things. Reverse. What was that? It's not a sweep as well. You're standing upright. Reverse hoik.
Enterprising stroke play, which Shane Hallam again not fielding cleanly on that occasion. There you go. That's the replay. Yeah, premeditated almost. Lashmika got that delivery a little too close to him, but the batsman was skillful enough to still make decent contact.
Reach for it this time. So this is after 45 overs, 207 for 7. And we'll have Khalid and Jordan at an interview. We'll have a look at that right now.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the 50th match between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's. What a brilliant day it is. We saw the inaugural captains show themselves today. We saw Bernard Winutunga and Dushan Soiza. We've also seen so many amazing players come from these 2 schools. Angelo Matthews, Chaminda Vaz, Russell Arnold, and so many other great talented players have played on this ground and in this match. Over to you, Khadija.
Yes, Jordan. What a carnival-like atmosphere here at the
Singhalese Sports Club, and we are here at the 50th one-day encounter, which is the oldest encounter that's played between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. And out of the 49th encounters, we have St. Joseph's College win 25 matches, and we have St. Peter's College win 21 matches. And let's see who wins the 50th encounter. Dialog Big Match season has been covering 15 big matches across the island, and we look forward to see who wins this encounter. Keep watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Over to the comments.
Thank you, Khadija. Jordan. Yes, so one ball was bowled during that interview. Well, Joseph moved on to 208 for 7. We got sloppy fielding by the captain again, releasing the pressure, giving away that single.
Alabagi into his 9th over now. It's gone at over 5 runs and over. Has taken that wicket as well. As was mentioned, Michael, 50th encounter. The Josephians head the tally, 24 to 21.
Was it 25? 25 to 21? 24 to 20?
Is it 25? My apologies, 25 to 21. So 4 wins ahead. The Peterite camp at this moment in time will perhaps fancy their chances of pegging them back by 1, Michael. Of course, the one constant in Josephian Peterite cricket is that the pendulum keeps swinging till the last ball is bowled. So it's too early to call, but I would say at this point in time in the game, perhaps momentum with St. Peter's.
Yeah, they come back very well. Not allowing the Josephians a lot of boundaries towards this latter part of the overs. So 212 now. Josephians also maybe, must have had high hopes of, getting to the 250, 260 mark at one stage of the game, but you see Colombo playing a few tricks, the batsman trying to show what he was trying to do. All good fun.
Well, he continues to premeditate in that direction. This time just manages to get some contact. And this partnership has moved along nicely, hasn't it? Michael got them to a place where they can still think of launching. There's still enough cricket in this game. 4 overs. They do very well to get anywhere close to 250, but
no run to end a dot ball to end the 46th. Joe's 212 for 7.
Heels crest Naimiri sausage, the bite that bites back.
He's gonna pop in and round and over. That ticket is sicker than ever. 6 so udin adanava. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kotumi, fun tamai.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix ka hita kasanava. Chili to rasa yen kolla kella to spice up venava.
Habun madina alutma maki savory rasa chili to biscuits.
See that? There we see that scorecard. Hirun and Hiran, the 2 senior batters, throwing their wickets away after getting those runs, 70 and 65. Then it's Senuja after that into the double figures. We had 18 extras, 15 wides. Just 1 no ball. So could this be the start of some fireworks?
So we're into the last 4 overs, and Senuja has decided that it's time to go. And what a beautiful shot this is, inside out. And got a good piece of it as well. Beautifully struck. Just a couple of bounces into the fence. There you go. It shows how far he advanced using his feet beautifully.
Used his feet, not afraid to come on the track. There we see very, very slow. Oh.
Yeah, I like what Lashmika did there. He slowed that one up. Challenged him to come and try that if he could. Or try repeating the shot if he could. And on this occasion, beat the batsman for pace or the lack thereof.
This time goes on that reverse sweep or hoik, whatever you can call it, and gets another boundary. So two boundaries coming in 3 deliveries.
Well, this is really impressive cricket. Just showing his repertoire of strokes. First delivery just danced down the track. Extremely orthodox shot, and on this occasion, reverse sweeping well. He got it off the middle of the bat and in the gap as well.
Not an easy stroke to play, and like you said, getting it in the middle of the bat and the gap. Coming out again. Another 2 runs.
Well, I did say that 250 will take some getting. They needed to go at 10 runs and over. They've got that here in this over.
Oh, and that was very lucky there. Almost a dummy given to the backing of fielder.
It's been a fascinating over so far. Some really good stroke play, but I also like how Lashmika's kept challenging the batsman. That round, though, however, very much won by Sanuja. He's gone on to score 37 off 27. What a cameo this has been.
Started off very decently, and I think this last over just took it to another level. Partnership has moved on to 36 of just 30 deliveries. Going on with the arm. Dot ball to end another over. 47 gone. Shows 224 for 7.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්
Gold hair and body wash එක
Hot and spicy fun vibe එක විවර කරන්න beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න හදවත බාවලා යන්න ගින්නර fashion කරන්න fun තුරන්න කොතුමි kick එක වෙන්න cream කොතුමි fun තමයි
So with 3 overs to go, I think this is going to be another turning point on how the two teams finish their innings. So Nuja looking very confident, not afraid to come out, use his feet. See that delivery, the last delivery. That's something behind the line there. That's good bit of bowling and wicket keeping. Oh, missed a short delivery and into the stumps it goes. So Joes have lost the 8th wicket. Let's go at 225.
Yep, Shannon Rodrigo is never known to be a big turner of the ball. This occasion it looked short, but he actually slid that one in, and Manas thought he had more time than he did in executing that pull stroke. Good spot of bowling by Shannon and a big wicket. That partnership was instrumental in getting the Josephians to this position. Now they've lost Manasa Madhubhashana for 12. The Peterites will need to think of this as just 2 more wickets to go. 225 for 8 St. Joseph.
New batsman is Dinok Serasinghe, the fast bowler. Will want to bat out the 50 overs. And Dinok just needs to give Senuja the strike, let him do all the scoring. You see that again, ball coming in with the arm.
In the end, it was nothing stroke, wasn't it? He wasn't really trying to pull it. I think he realized partly into that shot that it was too quick for him, but couldn't get his bat down in time. This is what Shannon Rodrigo can do. He can be a little deceptive through the air. It's been a good over so far. He'll be pleased with that wicket.
It's about varying your pace, trying to outthink the batsman. Another loud shout. May have been a missing leg.
Yep.
I'm sure they'll be appealing for everything that hits the bat now.
It would indeed. The Josephian batsman would have, or should have, figured out by now that Rodrigo's not going to spin too many deliveries, and they're still playing for some turn. It's a mix-up, and is that a run out?
You want to the third umpire, is it? Yes. No one seems to be knowing exactly because the beat right field is not that celebrating, but I thought it was short.
Short by quite a distance, Michael.
Satisfied, just focus on lights, please. My edition is out.
So there we go. Another wicket. So Dinok not troubling the scorers, trying to get to the other end. That was poor cricket. That was the last ball. Here we see that run out again. Yes, definitely short of his ground. So 225 for 9 after 48.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
Kiri atara supiri rasa.
Michael, that was the last delivery, and Dinok was chasing that single. Probably not very smart cricket, as you see the stats for Nushan Perez.
More known for his bowling. Can handle the bat, just 16 years old. Average of 16. Doing a lot of opening. He has opened the bowling in the one-day format for Josephian, so I'm sure he'll continue to do that with a lot of left-handers in the P-tried innings. Those is quickish off spinners.
We were talking about, Michael, how standards of tailenders batting has improved over the years. Back in the day, number 10 and 11 you wouldn't take too seriously, but the batsmen I've seen in recent schoolboy games are more than able to handle a bat. I'm not so sure, I haven't seen young Nushan, but he'll do well to support Senuja on the other end. 38 off 28. He's been striking the ball extremely well, and he's on strike.
They'll need to look at it as 12 balls, at least 12 runs. That played into the wicketkeeper's helmet. Hope everything is okay. It's hit straight on.
It's a good job that the wicketkeeper was wearing a helmet, Michael. Vishen Halambagi is known to skid that ball through quickly, and on this occasion I think blinded by the batsman, wasn't he?
And off the bat, so that was that's not easy. But have a look at it. I think anyway the rule is now if you're keeping up to the wickets you need to have the helmet, so I would say luckily for the visor. Seems all good. As long as not injured.
little rattled perhaps, but looks like he's good to carry on. Senuja will need to do the bulk of the deliveries remaining, you'd think.
You have to think about that shot, Jan, because he's having a short fine there. As well. No, not needed at this time, a wide. Changing, coming around the wicket. Trying to play some unorthodox shots.
Well, yes, he's shown us that he can play that shot. He has that as part of his repertoire. But Halambage, I think the shot was on,
This time he goes aerial. Running fast, yes.
So that was poor fielding actually by the long on fieldsman for St. Peter's. Did not attack that ball. Great running by the Josephians. I think Senuja was desperate to get back on strike. Owen Salgado was slow to attack, and Halambage letting him know exactly what he thought of that performance.
Not having a very good day on the field to drop chances. And this time again, false start. Trying to see what the batsman is trying to do.
I think he was also trying to see what the non-striker was trying to do, whether he was backing up a little too far.
He had his bat well in.
Did indeed. No trouble at all on this occasion. Again, Halambage misfields. It's not the first time he's done that. Ball was hit straight back at him, but he wouldn't mind that because that gets Senuja off strike.
Slipping there, trying to get down. A deliveries left.
Halambage will be keen to slide one in, I would think. And he does. Yep. On cue, Vishen Halambage. That's what he does well. That's a delivery that he often gets his scalps with. And number 11, Nushan, was just not good enough. Halambage managing to get that one through quickly. And, well, taking wickets is the best form of defense. And the Peterites have bowled the Josephians out. There you go. On with the arm. Too quick. And on the money is Vishen Halambage, picking up his second wicket.
Batsman caught in no man's land just from the crease, trying to play at it. Innings coming to an end. The 49th over. So 7 balls wasted, I would say. Yeah, but there we see Nushan Perera walking back, just faced the one delivery by Vishen. So Peters will need 230 in 50 overs. Sure, they'll be pretty happy with this score.
I think at the halfway mark, St. Peter's will definitely be the team that feels that they have an edge in the contest. 230 on this track for me seems very gettable, but it's again like we said, Michael, these kind of totals can be tricky to chase. It's important for St. Peter's that they get off to a start, and likewise for St. Joseph's to get a couple of wickets up early, because once the batsmen get their eye in, it's the kind of wicket that 230 may not seem like a tall order at all.
Yeah, definitely. And here we see the card to bat first. Kenneth was supposed to go for 3, Abhishek 8. Then we had a huge partnership. Hirun Kaprawan out for 70, Kiran for 65, then Rishma 7, Yenula 0, Lairu 4. Those were the wickets that fell in heap. And Senuja remained not out on 41. Manas was another guy who went above the 10 run mark for 12. And then the other two just zeros. 19 extras with 16 wides in that. 48.5 overs of bowled out in the 49th over for 229. see whether they've wasted the 7 balls.
And the bowling for St. Peters, he got off to a good start. Ishira, 6 overs. He was a little expensive towards the end, but Joshua was the pick of the bowlers. 1 for 24 in his allocation. He bowled bowled out his quota basically with the new ball and was instrumental in keeping the Josephians' runs in check. Shannon Rodrigo, the senior left-arm spinner for St. Peters, picked up 2 for 41 in his 9 overs. Vishen Halambage, the skipper, also picked up 2. He was a little expensive for 53, but between Shannon Rodrigo and Vishen Halambage, they did the lion's share of the bowling in the middle overs. Dylan Adamsara just the 2 overs, and Janit the off-spinner just the 3. And Lashmika, the off-spinner, he was the highest wicket taker in the end. Bowled well in spells. 3 wickets he did, and most of the damage in the middle order was done by him. And 9 overs, 3 for 51, his figures read at the end. The Josephian follow wickets, they did lose those 2 wickets for 22, and that big partnership that got them and put them in a position where we thought 250, 260 plus would be where they end up. But the string of wickets in the middle there, just from the fall of the 3rd wicket, 146, they just kept losing wickets at regular intervals. And there was a partnership there for the 8th wicket. But again, 3 quick wickets to finish off the innings. 229, the Josephians will be disappointed with that. They think there are about 20 to 30 runs short of where they could have and should have been with the batting order they had. But all left to play for. It sets the game up for a really interesting second session. Speedrights will end up having to chase 230 to win the 50th Battle of the States Limited over encounter.
Let's have a look at the highlights of the openers coming out after being asked to bat. Was the one on the leg, just playing it straight to the fine leg fielder. This was another side around ball watching by Kapuru Bandara. Well, in a match like this, I don't think you'll hear calls, so you need to look what your partner is doing. At least some hand signals to say, yeah, no.
Then it was the Jayasundara and Kapuru Bandara show, and what batsmanship they demonstrated. Shots all around the ground, they put the loose ones away. Just built that platform so for St. Joseph, showed the difference of being a Sri Lankan under-19 cap. Just dominated the bowling. I thought for the most part of that partnership, it was just very, very mature batting. They bossed the bowling around until I felt Kapuru Bandara got a rush of blood. He decided to step on the gas, and that of course was him reaching his half century, 2nd in succession following on the success of the big match. And they kept going on their merry way, and this was the moment, this was the passage of play where I felt there was a rush of blood, some false strokes, they were looking to up the ante, and that inevitably led to the fall of that wicket. And there you go, that's the one that began, and a great catch as well by the boundary. And Jayasundara then of course went on to register his half century as well. And that was really it in terms of celebrations for St. Joseph's batting. Jayasundara added a few more runs to his tally and eventually skied one. The Petrites from this point onwards actually held on to their catches after an uninspiring fielding performance before that, and wickets just kept falling at regular intervals.
So, lack of pace on the pitch. That's what I'm thinking, that maybe a little bit of change. Maybe when the ball is hard, it might be even easier. Josephians were losing their way, and then Sanuja was having his own party.
He was indeed. Some really enterprising stroke play. He was the difference between the Josephians getting bowled out for a low score and ending up where they did. Of course, Shannon Rodrigo began that last little collapse, 3 wickets falling in quick succession. There was a run out in between there as well, which certainly didn't help the causes. And of course, Halabeke cleaning up number 11, and the Josephians found themselves not utilizing their 50 overs. A cardinal sin in 50 over cricket, bowled out in their 49.
So this is and say St. Peter's need 230 to win at a run rate of 4.66 when they come out to bat after the lunch break. And we'll take a break and see you in about half an hour's time.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
මම ඇත්තට මැච් බලන්නේ අරවින්දගේ බැට් කරන යනකොට විතරයි. මහේලගේ නායකත්වය කියන එක සෑහෙන විශිෂ්ටයි.
කාසිය වාසිය දින ලෙවල්ලා පුලිප පද්දුර පාර නොදී ඉන්න තිබුණා කියලා අපිට කියනවා.
සංගක්කාරත් එක්ක දුවනකොට ටිකක් අමාරුයි දුවන්නේ. මුරි අයියා විශේෂයෙන්ම එයාට දිනන්න ඕනේ මැච්.
1999 අසාර්ථක ලෝක කුස්රාණයෙන් පසු තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන් බොහෝ දෙනෙකුට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. එවන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් තමයි චාමර සිල්වා. අද ලෙජන්ඩ්ස් වැඩසටහන තුලින් අප හමුවන්නේ චාමර. හයිබන් චාමර.
හයිබන්.
ඔබ වසර 20කට අධික ප්‍රමාණයක් පළමු පෙළ
මම ඇත්තට මැච් බලන්නේ අරවින්දගේ බැට් කරන යනකොට විතරයි. මහේලගේ නායකත්වය කියන එක සෑහෙන විශිෂ්ටයි.
කාසිය වාසිය දින ලෙවල්ලා පුලිප පද්දුර පාර නොදී ඉන්න තිබුණා කියලා අපිට කියනවා.
සංගක්කාරත් එක්ක දුවනකොට ටිකක් අමාරුයි දුවන්නේ. මුරි අයියා විශේෂයෙන්ම එයාට දිනන්න ඕනේ මැච්.
අසාර්ථක ලෝක කුස්රාණයෙන් පසු තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන් බොහෝ දෙනෙකුට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. එවන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් තමයි චාමර සිල්වා. අද ලෙජන්ඩ්ස් වැඩසටහන තුලින් අප හමුවන්නේ චාමර. හයිබන් චාමර.
හයිබන්.
ඔබ වසර 20කට අධික ප්‍රමාණයක් පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. දැන් මුලින්ම ඔබ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ වයස අවුරුදු 16 දී. ඒ 96 කාලේ ඉඳන් අද වෙනකොට කොයි ආකාරයෙන්ද ඔබ දකින්නේ පළමු පෙළ තරඟාවලිය වෙනස් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ?
ඇත්තටම 96 කියන්නේ මට එතකොට මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුදු 16ක් 17ක් වගේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රිකට් තිබුණේ ඉතාමත්ම ඉහළ තැනක. ඒ කියන්නේ කම්පිටිෂන් එක සෑහෙන වැඩිපුර තිබ්බ තැනක්. ඉතින් ඒ තැනදී තමයි මම මුලින්ම ලොකු ක්‍රිකට් එකක් ගහන්න ඇතුල් වෙන්නේ පාණ්ඩු ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයට. ඉතින් එතනදී ඒතර මම තමයි ඉන්න පොඩිම කෙනා. ඉතින් ලොකු අයියලා සෙට් කට්ටියක් එක තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ. ඒතර අපිට ලොකු අත්දැකීමක් වෙනසක් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් එකේ තිබුණා. ඉතින් ඒක එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා අවුරුදු කීපයක් යනකම් ඒ ලොකු අය කරපු හොඳ දේවල් එක්ක තමයි දැකගෙන තමයි අපිට යන්න හම්බුනේ. ඉතින් ඒ ලබාගත් අත්දැකීමුයි ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ඒගොල්ලෝ කොහොමද මැච් එකක ඩිසිෂන් ගන්න ඒ වගේ දේවල් ගොඩාක් ඒ පොඩි කාලේදී මට ලැබුණා. ඉතින් ඒක එක්ක තමයි මම ඉස්සරහට ක්‍රිකට් මගේ අරගෙන ගියේ. ඒ ගිහිල්ලා නමුත් දැන් මේ මෑත කාලේ තත්ත්වයට එනකොට ටිකක් නෙමෙයි ඇත්ත කතා කරනවා නම් මම ඒ පටන් ගත්ත කාලේ හා දැන් අද ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ක්‍රිකට් ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් එකක් පටන් ගන්නකොට ඒ දෙකේ ලොකු වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. දැන් මම පටන් ගද්දී මම මේ කියන්නේ ඔය කියන කාලෙදී මම පටන් ගන්නකොට අපේ ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් සෑහෙන හොඳ තැනක තිබුණේ. කියන්නේ ටීම්ස් ක්ලබ් ටීම් එකකට ඇතුල් වෙන්න හරි අමාරුයි. නමුත් දැන් අද ක්‍රිකට් එක පටන් ගන්න කෙනෙකුට අපේ ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් එක ගහන්න සමහර ක්ලබ් වලට 11ක් හොයාගන්න නැහැ. අද අපේ ක්‍රිකට් එක තැන වැටිලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අන්න ඒක නිසා මම හිතනවා තව මේ ගැන ගොඩක් සාකච්ඡා කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. ක්‍රියාමාර්ග ගන්න ඕනේ කියලා මේකට. සාකච්ඡා කරයි ගොඩක්. නමුත් මේකට මොකක් හරි පිළියමක් ඉක්මනටම යොදන්න ඕන අපේ මේ ක්‍රිකට් එක තව උඩට ගෙනියන්න.
ඔබ ජාත්‍යන්තර තරඟ වරම් ලබන්නේ වයස අවුරුදු 19 දී. ලෝකුසලානින් පස්සේ කණ්ඩායමෙන් නොයෙකුත් වෙනස්කම් වෙලා සනත් ජයසූරිය නැවත නායකත්වයට පත් වෙනවා. ඩැව්ගට් මොනවත පුහුණුකරුවෙට පැමිණෙනවා. ඔබට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙනවා තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් හැටියට ජාතික කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන්න. ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබුණු විදිය ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් පැහැදිලි කිරීමක් කරන්න.
එතනදී ඇත්තටම ඊට කලින් මම හිතන්නේ 2098 19 පාර ලෝකුසලානට සහභාගී වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ 99 නැවතම ඉන්දියාව සංචාරයකට ගියා 19 පාර. එතනදී ඉන්දියා සංචාරයේදී මම ගොඩක් ලකුණු අතරට ආවා. ඊට පස්සේ තිබුණා එංගලන්තේ A ටීම් සංචාරයක්. මාව එතනදී ඒකටත් තෝරලා තිබුණා. ඉතින් ඒකෙදි ගිහිල්ලා ඒ මේ එංගලන්ත සංචාරය අපි ගොඩාක් හොඳට ගිය ගොඩාක් ක්‍රීඩකයන් හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කර හිටියේ. මමත් හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කර හිටියේ. එතනදී තමයි ලංකාවේ සීරීස් එකක් පටන් ගන්න ගත්තා. ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්දියා. එතනදී මම ඇත්තටම දන්නේ නැහැ දැන් මාව මේකට තීරෙයි කියන හිතාන මත්තමක නෙමෙයි මම ඒ වෙලාවෙ හිටියේ. මේ මැච් ටික සෙල්ලම් කරමින් ඉඳිදී කොහොම හරි මැච් අවසාන වෙන්න කලින් මේ කණ්ඩායම තෝරලා තිබුණා. එතනදී මටත් දැනගන්න ඕන මම ඇතුළු තව ක්‍රීඩකයන් රාශියකට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා මේ තරඟාවලියේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. අපිට ඇත්තටම හරි පුදුමයක් හිතුණා එකපාරටම මේකට මේ අවස්ථාව ලැබීම ගැන ඒ වෙලාවේදී.
අපි මේ ඉන්නේ කෙත්තාරාම ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ. ඒ ක්‍රීඩාංගණේ තමයි ඔබගේ මංගල තරඟය සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. තමත් ප්‍රබල ඕස්ට්‍රේලියානු කණ්ඩායමක් ෂේන් වෝන්, ග්ලෙන් මැග්‍රා වැනි පන්දු වලටපු කණ්ඩායමක්. ඔබ ඒ තරඟේ ඔබගේ මංගල තරඟයේම අර්ධශතකයක් වාර්තා කරනවා. ඒ තරඟය මතකද චාම?
ඇත්තම ඒකෙදි ඇත්තට දැන් මම අපි ක්‍රිකට් බලලා තිබුණ එක තමයි තිබුණේ. ඉතින් ඒ තරඟයේ ඇවිල්ලා මේ මැදට එනකොට මට ලොකු හිතට වෙනසක් තේරුණා. මොකද දැන් අපි ඇත්තටම ආදරය කරපු ඒක ඇත්තට හීනයක්. ඇත්තම කියනවා. මොකද මම අපි ක්‍රිකට් ගහන කාලේ ආදරය කරමු අරවින්ද, සනත් ජයසූරිය මේ ගොඩාක් අයත් එක්ක දැන් මම මේ මැද ඉන්නව නේද කියලා. ෂේන් වෝන් ඒ පැත්තෙන් ෂේන් වෝන් මාක්වෝ කියන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් වල හිටපු ලොකුම කට්ටියක් එක්ක මම මේ මැදරාම මට මාර අමුතුම දෙයක් හිතට එනවා මේ මමද ඉන්නේ කියන තැනක.
ඕස්ට්‍රේලියානු නායකයා
ස්ටීවෝ මට දැන් හිතා ගන්න බෑ ඇත්තට. මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ 96 මේ 96 නෙමෙයි 99 ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි වර්ල්ඩ් චැම්පියන් 99 දී. මට දැන් හරිම එතන ලොකු මගේ හිතට ඇති වෙනවා දැන් මමද මේ ඉන්නේ කියන එක මෙතන මේගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ගහන. ඒ දේ විතරයි මට ඇති වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම හැබැයි මට බැට් කරන්නත් ඒකේ අවස්ථාවක් හම්බුණා. මොකද අපේ කඩලු කීපයක් වැටුණා. එක පිට එක වැටිලා මට ලොකු chance එකක් හම්බුණා ඕවර්ස් එක ගානක් එක්ක බැට් කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒකෙදි මට ඇත්තටම මේ පළවෙනි තරඟයේදී නම් ඇත්තට කිසිම ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් මට තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මම දන්නේ නැහැ මොකද්ද කියන එක. මම මගේ නිකන් සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට මම බැට් කරන විදිහට බැට් කරගෙන ගියා. අවසානයේදී මට ඒකෙදි ලකුණු 50ක් ලබා ගන්න මට වාසනාවකුත් ලැබුණා ඒකෙදි.
ඔබ ඒ අවස්ථාවේ තේරීම් කමිටුවේ හිටපු සමාජිකයන් කිව්ව දෙයක් තමයි කණ්ඩායමේ හිටපු යවුන් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් විශිෂ්ටතම පන්දු රකින්නෙක් කියලා. ඔබ පන්දු රැකීමේ පැත්තෙන් ඔබ කණ්ඩායමට දුන්නු සහයෝගයත් ගොඩක් බලපෑව නේද ඔබට ඒ කණ්ඩායමට එන්න?
ඇත්තටම ටීම් එකක තේරෙන්න ප්‍රධානම කාරණයක් වෙනවා පන්දු රැකීම. මගේ වාසනාව මට ඒ දේ තිබුණා පන්දු රකින්න. මොකද මම සමහර මං කිව්වා ඒ ටීම් කණ්ඩායමේදී මාව මගේ පුහුණුකරුවන් එච්චර දුරට දැකලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මම හිතන්නේ ඒකේ පුහුණුකරුවෙට ගියේ හේමන්ත දේවප්‍රිය. ඒ අපි කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් පටන් ගත්තම ස්කොඩ් එකක් දාලා එතනදී ෆීල්ඩින් වලදී මාව ඇත්තට මේගොල්ලෝ දන්නෙත් නෑ මේ කවුද කින්ද මන්ද කියලා. නමුත් ඒ ෆීල්ඩින් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන වෙලාවේදී මම එතන ෆීල් කරනවා දැක්කා ඒ පුහුණු කරුවා. එයාට ඉතින් එහාට මාර කියන්නේ මොනවාද මං ගැන ලොකු විශ්වාසයක් ඇතුණා මෙයා හොඳ පන්දු රකින්නෙක් කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි එයාගේ මගේ බැටිං බලාගෙන මාව සෑහෙන වටින ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් හැටියට මොකද අපේ ඇත්තටම අපි ඒ කාලේ වෙනකොට පන්දු රකින්නන් කීප දෙනෙක් තමයි හොඳ මට්ටමක හිටියේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමේ. දක්ෂම පන්දු රකින්නන්. ඉතින් මාවත් ඒ තත්ත්වෙට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ වෙලාවේ සම කරා. මෙයත් හොඳ පන්දු රකින්නෙක්. ඒක නිසා තමයි මට ඇත්තටම ලොකු අවස්ථාවක් හම්බුණා හැම තැනදීම හම්බ වෙනවා මගේ පන්දු රැකීම නිසා. ඒ අවස්ථාවත් මට සෑහෙන වාසනාවක් වුණා.
ඔබගේ එක්දින මංගල තරගෙන් පසුව අවුරුදු 2කට පස්සේ ඔබ ටෙස්ට් වරම් ලබන්නට ඔන්න මෙන්න කියලා තිබුණේ. එදා අස්ගිරි සිම්බාබ්වේ කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක තියෙන තරගයේදී අවසත් කියලා තිබුණේ චාමර සිල්වා එට මංගල ටෙස්ට් තරගය ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා කියලා. උදේ වෙනකොට ඒ දේ වෙනස් වෙලා තිබුණා. මොකද උනේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තට මොකද එතකොට සිම්බාබ්වේ කණ්ඩායම මෙහි සංචාරයකට ඇවිල්ලා හිටියේ. ඒකෙදි ඒගොල්ලොත් එක පුහුණු වීම තරගයක් තිබුණා ඕවල් ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී. ඒකෙදි රොෂාන් මහානාමයි තමයි අපේ කෝච් හැටියට හිටියේ. ඒකෙදි අපි කොහොම හරි මැච් එක ගහලා ඒගොල්ලොන්ගෙන් අපිට ටාගට් එකක් හම්බුණා මම හිතන්නේ ඕවර්ස් 40කට 54 වගේ ගානක ලකුණු 260ක් 80ක ඒ ගහන ගානක ටාගට් එකක් අපිට ලැබුණා. නමුත් අපි ඒක එලවන්නේ එහෙම කිසිම ප්ලෑන් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. කොහොම හරි මම බැට් කරන්න යන වෙලෙත් මම සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට බැට් කරගෙන ගිහිල්ලා එතනදී මට ඒක ශතකයක් ගහලා අපිට මැච් එක දිනන්න හම්බුණා. ඒකෙදි ඊට පස්සේ මම කණ්ඩායමේ අර නැෂනල් ටීම් එකේ පූල් එකේ හිටියා. එතකොට ඒ ඉනින් එකත් එක්ක ඒගොල්ලෝ ගොඩක් හිතලා තිබුණා මාව දාන්න ඕනේ කියලා ඊළඟ ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකට. ඉතින් ඒ ටීම් මීටින් එකේදී ඔක්කොම කිව්වා ඉතින් මම හෙට මැච් එක ගහනවා කියලා. ඉතින් මමත් ලොකු ආසාවකින් හිටියා. නමුත් මට කොහොම හරි ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ නැහැ. මං ඇත්තටම සතුටු වෙනවා මට අවස්ථාව නොලැබිච්ච එක ගැන. මං ඒකෙන් තවත් ධෛර්යමත් වුණා. මොකද මං එතනදී අපි හැම වෙලාවෙම අපිට අවස්ථාවක් හම්බුනේ නැත්නම් තමයි අපි ඒ අවස්ථාවට වඩා ප්‍රයෝජනයක් ගන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. මට සමහර විට එතනදී අවස්ථාව හම්බුණා නම් මං ඒ මැච් එක ගහලා සමහරට මම දන්නේ නැහැ ෆේල් වුණොත් මගේ ක්‍රිකට් සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැති වෙන්න ඉඩ තිබුණා කියලා මං හිතනවා. හැබැයි මට ඒක නොලැබිච්ච එක මට ලොකු ආශිර්වාදයක් වුණා කියලා මං දකිනවා. මොකද ඊට පස්සේ මං තව ගොඩාක් දේවල් මගේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන ඒවා හැම දේවල්ම මම වැඩි කරා. මං අධෛර්යමත් වුණේ නැහැ. ඉතින් මට තියෙන එක හැමෝම Tamanට නොලැබෙන දෙයක් නොලැබෙනවා නම් තමයි ඔහුගේ සාර්ථකත්වය ගොඩක් උඩට යන්න පුළුවන්.
තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට කොතරම් බලාපොරොත්තු බිඳ වැටීමක්ද අවශ්‍ය වෙනකොට කියනවා මැච් එක ගහනවායි කියලා. උදේ වෙනකොට කණ්ඩායමෙන් නැහැ.
ඔව් ඒක ඇත්තටම ඒ වගේ දෙයක් දරා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව මම හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක සාමාන්‍ය සිදුවීමක් හැටියට ගන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මම මැච් එක ගහනකො මම යම්කිසි සතුටක් දැනෙනවා ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකක් ගහනවා කියන එක හැමෝටම. නමුත් ඊට පස්සේ උදේදී මම ගහන්නේ නැහැ කිව්වා මට යම්කිසි ඇයි මේක කියන එක හිතුණා. ඒත් මම අර මුලදී කිව්වා වගේ මම තවත් ධෛර්යමත් වුණ එක තමයි ඒකෙන් මට ඇති වුණේ. මොකද මට කණ්ඩායමේ සමාජිකයන් කිසි දෙනෙක් කිසි ක්‍රීඩකයන් එතකොට හිටපු කිසිම කරදරයක් ඒවා කිසි දෙයක් මට කිව්වේ නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලොත් මාත් එක්ක හිටියා ගණන් ගන්න එපා මල්ලි ආයෙ වාට chance එකේ ගහන්න කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ධෛර්යමත් කරපු අයත් ඒ කණ්ඩායමේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට හිටියා.
ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුදු 5කට ඔබට ටෙස්ට් තරගයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ.
ඔව්. ඇත්තටම මම 99 මම ඊට පස්සේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකක් ගහන්නේ 2006 2006 මම ගහන්නේ දෙසැම්බර්. ඒකත් මං අර කිව්ව දේ තමයි ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට ලැබෙන්න තියෙනවා නම් වාසනාවේ හැමදේම කැපවීම තමන් කරගෙන යනවා නම් කොතනක හෝ අවස්ථාවකදී උට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා. ඒක කියනවා නම් මම හැම එතකොට මම අර අපේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ක්‍රීඩා තරඟවලදී හැම තරඟාවලියකම මම ලකුණු අතර ඉන්නවා. දැන් මගේ පුහුණුවීම මම තනියම කරනවා දේවල්. කරගෙන මම නැවැත්තුවේ නැහැ. මගේ ෆිසිකලි හැමදේම මම තනියම කරා. කරලා මොකද මට ඇත්තටම ක්‍රිකට් වලට තිබුණ ලොකු ආදරයක් තිබුණේ. අදත් තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මම ඒක කරගෙන ගියා එක දිගට මගේ දේවල්. ඒකට මම ඒ ලකුණු අතර හිටියා ඒ වෙයිදී. ඊට පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ ඒ ටීම් කණ්ඩායමට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඔය කාලේ මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් එක ගහන්න කලින්. එතකොට ඒකේ පුහුණු කර හිටිය චන්දික හතුරුසිංහ. එයත් ඒකේ මැච් එකක් ගහන අතරතුර අපිට නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට තිබුණා කොහේ හරි ටුවර් එකක්. ඒකේ කෝච් ටොම් මූඩි. අපි ඒ ටීම් එකේ හොඳට ගහන කට්ටියක්වත් දාලා ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක මැච් එකක් ගහනවා SSC එකේ ගහනවා. ඒතකොට ඒකෙදි මට 2020 එකක් මට chance එක හම්බ වෙනවා ගහන්න. ඒකෙදි මම බැට් කරනවා දැක්කා මම ලකුණු 30 ගාණක් වගේ ගැහුවේ මම බැට් කරනවා දැක්කා එතකොට පුහුණු කරු ටොම් මූඩි. ඉතින් එයා ඇහැ ගැටීම නිසා මට ලොකු වෙනසක් මගේ ක්‍රිකට් වල වුණා. මගේ වෙනස නෙවෙයි මගේ අනාගතය ගැන වුණා. එයා ඊට පස්සේ කතා කරලා තිබුණා ඇයි මෙයා කවුද? මෙයා කොහෙද මෙයා ගහලා තියනවද කියලා ක්‍රිකට්. එතකොට කිව්වා මෙයා මෙහෙම ක්‍රිකට් වන් ඩේ මැච් ගහලා තියනවා. දැන් මේ මෑත කාලෙකට ගහලා නැහැ කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ එයාගේ බලපෑම මත මට හම්බුණ අවස්ථාවල් ගහන්න ඒ කණ්ඩායමේ. අපි ඉන්දියාවට ගොල් ටුවර් එක එතකොට ඉන්දියාව ගිහලා ඒකෙත් මම හොඳට ලකුණු අතරින්දී මාට ආරංචි වුණා මාව නවසීලන්තයේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකට සිලෙක්ට් කරා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ඊට පස්සේ එහෙම නවසීලන්තේ ගියා. හැබැයි ඒකෙදි අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැච් එකක් ගැහුවා. ඒ ගානට ඒ ඉනින්ස් දෙකේම මම 60යි ආයි 70 ගානේ නොට් අවුට් ලබා ගත්තා. එතනදී ඊට පස්සේ උනේ දැන් මාව කොහොම හරි ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකට දැම්මා. උතන තමයි උනේ ඊට පස්සේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් ක්‍රයිස්ට්චර්ච් ෆස්ට් එක. ඔව්. දැම්මම දැන් ඉතින් ඇත්තටම හිතට සන්තෝෂයක් තියෙනවා දැන් මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකක් ගහන්න යනවා නේද කියන එක. ගහලා ඇත්තට මේක අවසානයේදී මට හිතා ගන්න බැරි තීරණයක් මගේ හිතටම ආවා. පළවෙනි ඉනිමේම බිඳුවයි මම. යම් කිසි මට්ටමකට මගේ මානසිකත්වය කඩන් වැටුණා. කමන්නේ මම දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේ ගහලා යනකොට දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේත් ලකුණු බිඳුවයි. ඊට පස්සේ මට හිතුණා එකම දේ අපරාධේ මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් ගහන්න පෙළඹුණේ කියන එක මට හිතුණා. මාව කඩන් වැටගෙන දැන් ඇත්තටම බිඳු දෙකක් කිව්වම මම අච්චර ලකුණු අතර ඉඳලා බිඳු දෙකක් ගැහුවම මම සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම මාව වෙනස් වුණා. හැබැයි එතකොට ඒ වෙලකට හිටපු අපේ මැනේජ්මන්ට් එකයි හැමෝම ඇවිල්ලා මට කතා කරා. කතා කරලා කිව්වා බය වෙන්න එපා පුතා. ඔයා ගහනවා ඊළඟ මැච් එකත් ගහනවා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ එතනදී ගොඩක් අය කතා කරා මාවන් අයියා ගැන කිව්වා. මාවන් අයියා කියන්නේ මෙහෙම ලකුණු ගහන්න නැතුව ඇවිල්ලා ගහපු කෙනෙක් කියලා තමයි කිව්වේ. මම ඊට පස්සේ වෙලින්ටන් මැච් එකට මාව දැම්මයි මත් මේ
වෙලින්ටන් තරඟයට යන්න කලින් මම මතක් කරන්න කැමති මයිකල් තිසේල මාතා කණ්ඩායමේ කළමනාකරුවෙක් හිටියේ. මාර්ජාවදන නායකයා ටොම් මුඩි පුහුණුකරු. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී ඒ තරගෙන් පස්සේ තිබුණු මාධ්‍ය සාකච්ඡාවේදී මම මේ තරඟාවලිය ආවරණය කරා ටොම් මුඩි කියපු දේ තමයි එක තරඟකින් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් මනින්න බෑයි කියලා. අපි ඊළඟ තරගෙත් උට අවස්ථාව දෙනවායි කියලා. මම හිතන්නේ මුඩි ගොඩක් පීඩනයක ලක් වෙලා
හැබැයි එතකොට ඒ වෙලකට හිටපු අපේ මැනේජ්මන්ට් එකයි හැමෝම ඇවිල්ලා මට කතා කරා. කතා කරලා කිව්වා බය වෙන්න එපා පුතා. ඔයා ගහනවා ඊළඟ මැච් එකත් ගහනවා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ එතනදී ගොඩක් අය කතා කරා මාවන් අයියා ගැන කිව්වා. මාවන් අයියා කියන්නේ මෙහෙම ලකුණු ගහන්න නැතුව ඇවිල්ලා ගහපු කෙනෙක් කියලා තමයි කිව්වේ. මම ඊට පස්සේ වෙලින්ටන් මැච් එකට මාව දැම්මයි මත් මේ
වෙලින්ටන් තරඟයට යන්න කලින් මම මතක් කරන්න කැමති මයිකල් තිසේල මාතා කණ්ඩායමේ කළමනාකරුවෙක් හිටියේ. මාර්ජාවදන නායකයා ටොම් මුඩි පුහුණුකරු. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී ඒ තරගෙන් පස්සේ තිබුණු මාධ්‍ය සාකච්ඡාවේදී මම මේ තරඟාවලිය ආවරණය කරා ටොම් මුඩි කියපු දේ තමයි එක තරඟකින් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් මනින්න බෑයි කියලා. අපි ඊළඟ තරගෙත් උට අවස්ථාව දෙනවායි කියලා. මම හිතන්නේ මුඩි ගොඩක් පීඩනයක ලක් වෙලා හිටියේ ඒ අවස්ථාවේ. මොකද ගොඩක් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයින් නැවත ලංකාවට තියලා ආපු හින්දා කොහොම හරි වෙලින්ටන් වල ඔබ පළමු ඉනිමේ ලකුණු 65ක් ලබා ගන්න, දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේ ලකුණු 152ක් ලබා ගන්න නොදෙවි. ඒ මතක ඒ ඉතාමත් හොඳ පන්දුවීම අංශිකුත් එක්ක ෂේන් බොන්, ඩැනියල් විටෝරි වැනි ක්‍රීඩකින් ක්‍රීඩා කරන තරඟේ. ඒ තරඟේ මතක
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ දැන් අතනදී අර තරගෙන් පස්සේ මට ඇත්තටම ලොකු පීඩනයක් ඇයි මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් ගහන්නේ කියන එක. මට ආවා.
ක්‍රයිස්ට්චර්ච් වල වෙලින්ටන් වල මොකක් හරි වෙනස් දෙයක් කළාද?
මම ඊට පස්සේදී මට පොඩ්ඩක් හිතුණා මගේ සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට වඩා මේක පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනස් කරලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරලා බලන්න ඕනේ කියලා. මොකද මම එතකොට පොඩ්ඩක් මගේ ස්ටාන්ස් එකයි පොඩි වෙනස්කමක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරලා බැලුවා. මට තේරුණා අරකට වඩා මට පොඩි පහසු ගතියක් තියෙනවා කියලා මේ විදිහට බැට් කරන්න. කියන්නේ මගේ ස්ටාන්ස් එකේ පොඩි වෙනස්කමක් කරලා මම. ඉතින් ඒකෙදි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරගෙන යද්දි මට තේරුණා කමන්නේ මම මේ මැච් එක මේ විදිහට ගහලා බලනවා කියලා වෙනස් කරපු දේත් එක්ක. ඒක කරලා ඒකෙදි මම වෙනස්කම කරා. වෙනස්කම සාර්ථක වුණා ඇත්තටම. ඒකෙදි ප්‍රධානයෙන්ම ඒකේ මට තියෙන තවත් රසවත් අත්දැකීම කියන්නේ මම බැට් කරන්න යනකොට සංගක්කාර තමයි දැන් එහා පැත්තේ ඉන්නේ. දැන් මගේ ඔළුවේ වැඩ කරන්නේ මම බින්දු දෙකක් ගහලා තිනවා කියන එකම තමයි වැඩ කරන්නේ. කොච්චර අමතක කරන්නේ කිව්වත් ඒකම තමයි වැඩ කරන්නේ. මම බැට් කරනකොට මම බැට් එක ගහලා සමහර මට දැන් මේ පළවෙනි ලකුණ ගන්නකම් මම හරි ලොකු පීඩනයක ඒ වෙලාවේ නම් ඉන්නේ. සමහර වෙලාවට එක ලකුණක් තියෙනවා. ඒකට දුවන්න ලෑස්ති වෙලා ඉන්න ඕනේ. මගේ අනිත් සංඝකාරත් එක්ක දුවනකොට ටිකක් අමාරුයි දුවන්න. එයා ගහන සිස්ටම් එක වෙනස්. දැන් එයා දන්නේ නැහැ මම මේ ලකුණක් හොයනවා කියන එක. එයා එන්නේ නැහැ ඒක බලාගෙන. කියන්නේ වැරද්දකට නෙමෙයි. එයා එන්නේ මට ඕනේ කොහොම හරි එයා පැත්තට දුව ගන්න ලකුණ ගන්න. එයා එන්නේත් නැහැ. ඕමෝම ඉඳලා සෑහෙන්න මම හිතන්නේ ඒ වෙලෙත් ටික වෙලාවක් ගියා මට ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්න. ඊට පස්සේ ඔන්න කොහේ හරි එන බෝල් එකට මම මේ ෂොට් එකක් ගහන බෝලේ යනවා ගිහිලා දෙකේ එකක් දුව ගන්නවා. ඒ වෙලේ ඉඳන් තමයි මම සාමාන්‍ය මට්ටමටපත් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ නම් මට කිසිම මේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මට ඕන විදිහට බැට් කරන්න තිබ්බා. මම සංඝ හැම වෙලාවෙම මාත් එක්ක කතා කරා. අපි හොඳ යාළුවෝ හැටියට තමයි ඉන්නේ සංඝ මහේල කට්ටියත් එක්ක. හැම වෙලෙම ඊට පස්සේ මට කතා කරා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට තේරුණා මගේ පීඩනය ඔක්කොම ගියා කියන එක. මට ලේසි විදිහට මම බැට් කරන්න ගත්තා ඊට පස්සේ. ඒකේ ෆස්ට් ඉනින්ස් එකේ කිව්වා වගේ 60 ගාණක් ගැව්වා. සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනින්ස් එකේ බැට් කරන්න යනකොට මට ඇත්තට කිසිම දෙයක් නෑ කිසිම ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් නෑ අවංකව මෙතනදී. මට කැමති විදිහට මම බැට් කරා. ඒකදී අර මම කරපු පොඩි වෙනස්කම සාර්ථක වුණා. ඒකත් එක්ක මට හරි ලේසි වුණා ඉනින් එක ගහගෙන යන්න.
2007 වෙලින්ටන් ටෙස්ට් තරඟේ කුමසංකාර පළවෙනි ඉනිමේ ලකුණු 150ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේ ඔබ නොදවි ලකුණු 152ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. මුත්තයි මුරලිදන් තරඟේ විකට් 10ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා නායම තරඟේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. ඒ ඔබගේ ක්‍රීඩා දිවි අමතක නොවන තරඟයක්ද?
ඇත්තටම මොකද නවසීලන්තය වගේ රටක ගිහිල්ලා දිනනවා කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ බෝලිං ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ කන්ඩිෂන් එක හරි අමාරු දෙයක්. නමුත් අපි ඒ වෙලාවේදී අපේ ටීම් එක පුදුමාකාර කණ්ඩායම් හැඟීමක් තිබුණා කණ්ඩායමට හැම වෙලේම. ඒක දිනන්න උවමනාව තිබුණා. මොකද විශේෂයෙන්ම මහේලගේ නායකත්වය කියන එක සෑහෙන විශිෂ්ටයි. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා හැම වෙලාවෙම එයාටම ඕන දේ නෙමෙයි කරන්නේ. හැම වෙලාවෙම එයා ගන්නවා ප්ලේයර් ගෙන් ඕන දේ ගන්න විදිය එයා දන්නවා. දැන් මම අර අතනදී බින්දු දෙකක් ගහලා ඉන්න වෙලාවෙත් ඇවිල්ලා මට ලොකුවට කතා කරේ නැහැ. පොඩි දේවල් ටිකක් කිව්වා කියලා එයා ගියා. එච්චරයි. දැන් ඒ වගේම තමයි මම සංගත්. මුරි අයියා විශේෂයෙන්ම එයාට දිනන්න ඕනේ මැච්. අපේ තිබුණ අන්න ඒව තමයි මම හිතන්නේ එන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රිකට් වලට. ඒගොල්ලෝට දිනන්න ඕනේ මැච්. ඒ දිනන්න කරන්න ඕන දේවල් උපරිමම කරනවා ඒගොල්ලෝ. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා අපිට ලොකු ආසාවක් තිබුණා නවසීලන්තයේ මේ තරඟේ දිනන්න. ඉතින් අපිට අවශ්‍ය කරන ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය ආවා. දැන් මුරි අයියා හොඳට විකට් ගත්තා ඒකේ. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා අපි අර ඒක මං කියන්නේ අපිට නිකන් තේරුණා අපි මේක දිනනවා කියන එක. ඒ කියන්නේ මුලදීම අපිට තේරුණා මොකද අපි අරක පෙරදුනේ සෑහෙන හොඳ තරඟයක් දීලා පළවෙනි තරඟේ පෙරදුනේ. ඉතින් අපිට තිබුණා මේක ජයග්‍රහණය කරගන්න ඕන ලොකු ආසාවක් අපි හැමෝටම තිබුණා. අපේ මැනේජ්මන්ට් එකේ ඉඳන් හැමෝටම තිබුණා. රිසර්ව් ප්ලේයර්ට පවා තිබුණා. ඉතින් අපි ඒ දේ මම හිතන්නේ කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට හොඳට එතනදී කෙරුණා අපේ. අපි කරපු හැමදේම සාර්ථක වුණා එතනදී. ඒකයි අපි ජයග්‍රහණය ලැබුවේ ඒක.
ඔබ සහභාගී වෙච්ච තවත් සුවිශේෂී තරඟාවලියක් තමයි 2010 ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු සංචාරය. මුල් වතාවට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේදී තරඟාවලියක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. මෙල්බන් තරඟයේදී අවසාන 9 වන කඩුල්ල වෙනුවෙන් ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස් සහ ලසිත් මාලිංග අතර ලොකු සම්බන්ධතාවක් තියෙනවා. දෙවෙනි තරඟයේ සිඩ්නි වල ඔබ ලකුණු ලබා ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම දෙවෙනි තරඟයේදී ඔබ අර්ධ ශතකයක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඒ තරඟාවලියේ මතකයන්?
ඔව් ඒකත් අපිට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් තිබ්බ තරඟාවලියක්. මොකද ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ ගිහිල්ලා තරඟාවලියක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරන එක මම හිතන්නේ හැම කණ්ඩායමකටම තිබුණු ලොකු අභියෝගයක්. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ අපි ඒක සාර්ථකව කරා. මොකද ඒක විශ්වාස කරන්න බැරි වුණත් විශ්වාස කරන්න ඕන දෙයක් එතන උනේ අපේ ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්ගේ ලසිත් මාලිංගගේ ඒ ඉනින් එක. කියන්නේ මම හිතන්නේ අස්පනා අපිට අපි මේ වගේ දෙයක් දැකීම මම හිතන්නේ අදා ගන්න අමාරුයි. ටීවී එකේ බලනට වඩා අපි එතන ඉඳගෙන දැන් විකට් 8ක් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන වෙලේ ලකුණු 100 මම හිතන්නේ 110ක් වගේ ගානක්ද ඔය ගහන්න තිබුණා. ඇත්තටම මේක හීනයක් ඇත්තටම. මේ වගේ ටාගට් එකක් ඒ බෝලිං ඇටැක් එකක් එක්ක අපේ ඇන්ජලෝ විතරයි බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක් හැටියට ඉන්නේ. මාලිංගත් එක්ක ගහනවා කියන එක. ඉතින් අපිත් ඇත්තටම වෙලාවේ නිකන් මැච් එක බල හිටියේ. අපි තීරණයක් ඇත්තටම දැනගෙන හිටියේ නෑ. මොකද වෙන්නේ? වැඩි ඕන කෙනෙක්ගේ තිබ්බ තීරණය තමයි අපේ අතරත් තිබුණේ. මේක පරාජයට යන්න පුළුවන් කියන තරගෙන් තිබුණේ. නමුත් ඕක කොහොම ටික යනකොට තේරුණා මේ මැච් එක වෙනස් වෙනවා. ලොකු උද්‍යෝගයක් ඇති වෙන වේගෙන එනවා ටිකෙන් ටික. ඉතින් එහෙම ගිහිල්ලා අපි කාටත් හිතා ගන්න බැරිද මේ තරඟේ ජයග්‍රහණය ලැබෙනවා. ඒක මම හිතන්නේ ඇස් දෙකෙන් අපිට දකින්න ලැබීමත් අපි ඒ කණ්ඩායමේ සමාජික හැටියටීමත් ලොකු වාසනාවක් හැටියට මම දැක්කා ඒක.
ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස් ඒ වෙනකොට වයස අවුරුදු 23යි. ඔබ හිතුවද ඒ අවස්ථාවේ වෙනකොට ඊටමත් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් අනාගතයට බිහි වෙන්න යනවා කියලා ඒ තරඟෙන් පස්සේ?
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම. මොකද ඇන්ජලෝ ආපු දවස් ඉඳන්ම අපි දැක්ක ඇන්ජලෝගොත් ලොකු එයාට තිබුණා ලොකු පරිණත භාවයක් තිබුණා. අපි හැමෝම කතා කරනවා එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ගැන. එතනදී ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ට එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. හැබැයි එයාගේ තිබුණා ඒ කියන්නේ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන්න. දැන් අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපි පරිණත ක්‍රීඩකයන් කියලා ගන්නවනේ අපි එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් දිනවා කියලා. හැබැයි එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකට වඩා මම දකින දේ තමයි ක්‍රීඩාවේදී ඒක හසුරව ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් එයා පරිණතයි කියන හැටියට තමයි මම දකින්නේ. ඒක අද ක්‍රිකට් එකට එන අපේ නැෂනල් ටීම් එකේ ගහන ප්ලේයර් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහර විට එයා ඒ මැච් හැන්ඩල් කරන විදිය, ඒ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන විදිය මෙතන මේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් ඉන්න ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ට බැරි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් කියලා කතා කරාට එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඇත්තටම වැදගත් වෙන්නේ අර මැද කරන දෙයට. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මම මැච් 100ක් ගහලා හිටියත් වැඩක් නැහැ. අතන මැච් 2ක් 3ක් ගහන ළමයා හොඳට ඒ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරනවා නම් මම නෙමෙයි සීනියර් ප්ලේයර් එයා වෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි හොයන්න ඕනේ අන්න ඒ වගේ ක්‍රිකට් එකක්. මම කියන්නේ අපේ ඒ වගේ කෙනෙක් තමයි ඒ වෙලාවේ මම දැක්ක අපේ ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්. ඒ හැන්ඩල් කරපු සිටුේෂන් එකත් එක්ක.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේදී මුරලි වසර ගණනාවකදී මම නොයෙකුත් අපහසුතාවයන් වලට ලක් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ තරඟේ දෛවයේ සරදමද්ද කියලා සිතනවා ජයග්‍රාහී ලකුණු වාර්තා කරන්නේ මුත්තයි මුරලිදරනේ ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන අවසාන තරඟය. ඔව් ඒකත් ඇත්තටම මුරේයට ලොකු මම මුලදී කිව්වා වගේ එයාට පරදින්න කැමතිම නැහැ. විශේෂයෙන්ම ওই වගේ රටවල් ටීම් එක හරීම එයා ආවේගශීලී කියන්නේ එයාගේ පැත්තෙන් හරීම මේ ටයිට් තමයි එයා මැච් එක ගහන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දෙයක් තමයි එයාට තිබුණේ. ඒ වගේ අවස්ථාවක කිසිම වෙලේකවත් එයා කඩුල්ල දෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපි දැකලා තියෙනවා එයා බැට් කරනකොට සමහරවිට විකට් එකෙන් අයින් වෙලා ගහනවා විසිකලා. හැබැයි ඒ වෙලාවේ කවදා ඒ වගේ වෙලාවකදී බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක්වත් කරන්න නැති විදිහට එයා ඒක කරනවා. ඇඟේ වද්දගෙන හරි ඒ දේ කරලා දෙනවා. කියන්නේ කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් ලකුණු 100ක් ගහන්න ඉන්නවනම් එයා මේ පැත්තේ ඉන්නවනම් කවදාවත් අවුට් කරන්න බෑ එයා. ඒ chance එක අනිවාර්යෙන්ම හරියට අරන් දෙනකම් මෙයා මේ පැත්තේ ඉන්නව කොහොම හරි. ඉතින් අන්න ඒ වගේ මං කිව්ව එකයි අපි හරි වාසනාවන්තයි ඒ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබීම ගැන. අපේ ගොඩාක් දේවල් ක්‍රිකට් පෞද්ගලික ජීවිත හැමදේම ඒගොල්ලෝගෙන් ගත්ත ගොඩාක් දේවල් තියෙනවා ඒක. අරවින්ද සිල්වාගෙන් ඔබ ඉගෙන ගන්න දේ මොනවද? අරවින්දය ගැන කියනවා නම් අරවින්දයි හැමෝටම තියෙනවා කවුරු හරි වීරයෙක්. මම ක්‍රිකට් ගහන කාලේ ඉඳන්ම මගේ තිබ්බ එකම වීරයා අරවින්ද අයියා. මොකද මම ඇත්තට මැච් බලන්නේ අරවින්ද අයියා බැට් කරන යනකොට විතරයි. අරවින්ද අයියා ගහන ටික බලනවා එයා අවුට් වුණාට පස්සේ මම යනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තිබුණා ලොකුවට ඔළුවේ. ඒකත් අර මං කිව්වා යම්කිසි හීනයක් වගේ වුණා මට අරවින්ද අයියත් එක්ක මෙහෙම එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබුණා. ඒ කියන්නේ මගේ තිබුණු මට ඒවට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ කොහොමද කියන්නේ කියලා. අපි අපි හිතාගත්තු පුද්ගලයෙක් අපි ආස කරපු පුද්ගලයෙක් එක්ක එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙනවා කියන එක ඒක මං හිතන්නේ මුළු කිසිම දෙයකට සම කරන්න බෑ. මට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා මං හරිම පුදුම වුණා. එයත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඒ වගේම තමයි අරවින්දයි සෑහෙනවද පුද්ගලයෙක් මට ඒ වෙලාවේ ගොඩාක් දේවල් කියලා දුන්නා. ඒක ක්‍රීඩා කරන විදිය දේවල් ගොඩාක් දේවල් මට මාත් එක්ක කතා කරා. කුසල් මෙන්ඩිස් දකින්නකොට ඔබට අරවින්දගේ පිටියරමේ මතක් කරනවා. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම කුසලුත් ගොඩාක් අපි මෑත කාලේ දැක්ක අර මං කිව්වා වගේ ටැලන්ට් එක උපරිමටම තියෙන ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඉතින් මේ සමහර තරඟවල එයා පොඩ්ඩක් අසාර්ථක වුණා. නමුත් එයාගෙන් ගන්න තියෙන දේවල් ගොඩාක් තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ එයාට ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් අවශ්‍ය නැහැ එයාට. එයා ක්‍රීඩා කරන විදිහට. ඉතින් එයාටත් හැම වෙලෙම බෝලෙට පහරක් තියනවා ගහන්න, ලකුණු තියෙන ඕන වෙලෙක. ඉතින් ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් මං හිතන්නේ කුසල් පොඩ්ඩක් එයා ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න ඕන අර සිටුේෂන් එක විතරයි. මම අර මුලින් කතා කරු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක වගේ සිටුේෂන් එක පොඩ්ඩක් එයා එතන ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගත්තා නම් එයා මං හිතනවා ගොඩාක් ඉස්සරහට යයි කියලා. 2011 ලෝක කුසලානය ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අවසාන මාතරංගය වෙනකන් යනවා. ඔබට පළවෙනි තරඟය කැනඩාවත් සමග අහිමි වෙනවා පෞද්ගලික හේතුවක් නිසා. නමුත් ඒ තරඟාවලියේ සියලුම තරඟ ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. ක්වාටර් ෆයිනල්, සෙමි ෆයිනල්, අවසාන තරඟයේදී ඔබ එළියට යනවා. යම්කිසි සිත් වේදනාවක් තියෙනවද කියන්නේ? නෑ ඇත්තටම මට ඒක කිසිසේත්ම දැනුනේ නෑ. මොකද මම ක්‍රීඩා කරන මම වෙනස්කම් හතරක් කරන්න අවශ්‍යද ඒ අවසාන තරඟයට?
මම පෞද්ගලිකව හිතනවා වෙනස්කම් හතරක් නෙමෙයි කීයක් කරත් ඒ කණ්ඩායම ගන්න හරි තීරණයක් නම් ඒක මම පෞද්ගලිකව හිතනවා ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ කියන එක. මොකද කණ්ඩායමක් දිනන්නනේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන නිසා. මොකද ඒකෙදි විශේෂයෙන්ම දේ තමයි මේ 2011 ලෝක කුසලානයේදී අපේ පසුපෙළ කියන්නේ මැද පෙළ පසුපෙළ පිටිකරවන්ට බැට් කරන්න හම්බුණා බොහොම සීමිත සංඛ්‍යා ප්‍රමාණයක් විතරයි හම්බුනේ. මොකද සංග මහේල උපුල් ඩිල්ෂාන් මේ හතර දෙනාෙන් මම හිතන්නේ තිලානුත් හිටියා. මේ හතර දෙනාගෙන් එක්කෙනෙක් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ගහනවා ලකුණු 100ක් හැම මැච් එකේම වගේ ගැහුවා. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට උපුලුයි ඩිල්ෂානි සමානලාට ඒ දෙන්න ඉවර කරා මැච්. ඉතින් අර බැට් කරන්න හම්බුන chance එක අඩුයි. ඉතින් එතනදී අර වෙනස්කම් කරන්න ඒගොල්ලන්ට හම්බුන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් ෆයිනල් එකේදී මම හිතන්නේ මම හිතන්නේ කවුරු හරි අපේ ඉන්ජර්ඩ් වුණා.
ඇන්ජලෝ.
ඔව්. එතනදී එක වෙනස්කමක් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ මම වෙනුවට මම හිතන්නේ කපු ගෙදර ගෙනාවා. ඉතින් ඒකේ ලොකු බලපෑමක් ඒකේ මම දැක්ක විදිහට ඇති වුණේ නැහැ. කපු ගෙදර මොකද අපේ උඩින් බැට් කරලා තිබුණා. ඒ බැට් කරන්න යන වෙලේ වුණත් කපු ගෙදරටත් තිබුණේ බොහොම පොඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් බැට් කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒකේ ලොකු වෙනසක් මම දකින්නේ නැහැ මේගොල්ලෝ මොකද අපි කතා බහ අපිට වෙච්ච එකම දේ තමයි එතනදී අර පින් අපිට හරස් වුණා. වෙන දෙයක් උනේ නැහැ. මොකද අපිට ඒ වෙලාවේ බෝල් කරන්න ඕන කරලා තිබුණා මුරියයියව. මුරියයියට බෝලේ අල්ලන්න බැරි ගමක් තිබුණා. බෝලේ ලිස්සනවා. අපේ මැච් එක පෙරදුනේ අන්න එතනින් කියන එක තමයි මට හිතෙන්නේ.
නමුත් ඒ තරඟාවලිය පුරාම ඉතාමත් විශිෂ්ට ලෙස ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කළා. අවසාන තරඟයේදී ගොඩක් අය කැමති නැති තමයි ඉන්දියාවට පරදින එක. ගොඩක් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයින් කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩකින් ඇටියට ඔබට කොයිතරම් බලපෑවද?
ඇත්තටම මොකද අපේ දෙවෙනි අවස්ථාව පළවෙනිම එක අපි 2007ත් ওই දෙයම අපිට වුණා. මොකද 2007ත් අපි ඔක්කොම මැච් දිනාගෙන ඇවිල්ලා ගිල්ක්‍රිස් සීරීස් එකම ෆේල් වෙලා හිටියේ. ඒකේ එයාගේ වෙලාවට එයා එදා ඒකේ 100ක් ගහනවා අපිට. අපිට ඒකෙන් මැච් එක ගියා. මේකෙත් ඒ වගේම වුණා අපිට ධෝනි එච්චර ලකුණු අතර හිටියේ නැහැ. ධෝනි තමයි මේ මැච් එක ඉවර කරේ අපිට. ඒක ඉවර කරන්න එක ලොකු හේතුවක් මම විදියට දැක්කේ අර අපිට පොඩි අවාසියක් වුණා අර වෙලාවේදී පන්දුවේ තෙත වීම.
කාසිය වාසිය දින ලෙවල්ලා පුලිප පන්දුවට පාර නොදී ඉන්න තිබුණා කියලා අපිට තේරෙනවද?
නෑ අපි ඇත්තටම ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා දවසේ අපි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එක චෙක් කරා. එතකොට ඇත්තටම පින්නක් තිබ්බේ නෑ. ඒගොල්ලෝ කිව්වා මෙහෙම දුමක් ගහලා ඒවා මේවා කරලා වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා කිව්වා අපිට. අපි ඒ මතේ තමයි මොකද අපේ පිටිකරුවන් අපි 250ක් ගැහුවා කියන්නේ අපිට ලොකු ෆයිට් එකක් දෙන්න පුළුවන් බෝලිං ඇටැක් එකක් අපිට තිබුණා. ඉතින් ඒ හේතුව මත තමයි අපි කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට දෙකට පන්දු යවන්න තියෙන්නේ. මොකද අපි 200 අපි කොහොම හරි හොඳ ටාගට් එකක් 280ක් කියන්නේ ෆයිනල් එක ලොකු ටාගට් එකක්. ඒක ඇවිල්ලා අපි පළවෙනි විකට් දෙකත් ඒකලෙන් ඕනම විකට් දෙකක් ගන්නවා. ෂෙවාග්වයි සචින්වයි අවුට් කරනවා මං හිතන්නේ ලකුණු 20ක් ඇතුළත වගේ අවුට් කරනවා. ඒ අවුට් කරලා කොහොම හරි අපේ පැත්තට මැච් එක තිබිලා ඉතින් ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ ඕක තමයි. ඉතින් අපිටත් සෑහෙන වේදනාවක් ඒක අපි පෙරදිච්ච එක ගැන මොකද ලෝකු
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 50th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, played for the Reverend Father Peter Pillai Memorial Shield, the longest running limited overs cricket encounter between two schools in Sri Lanka. We are bringing you these live pictures from Singhalese Sports Club Grounds in Colombo. St. Joseph's College, having been asked to bat first, made 229 runs. Hirun Kapuru Bandara and Hiran Jayasundara made 70 and 65 respectively. Senuja Wakunugada, the 15-year-old youngster, made 41. The rest of the batters could not contribute much. And the Josephians, they were in a very solid position, 160 odd for 3, but they lost the way in the final 10 to 15 overs and were bowled out for 229. Here's how the Josephians fell. That was Kenneth Lienage in the first power play, the wicket-keeper batter. And then this was Abhishek Jayavira. Miscommunication with Hirun Kapuru Bandara and he was run out. The Josephians were 22 for 2 at one stage. And then Kapuru Bandara and Jayasundara laid a good solid foundation before Kapuru Bandara was dismissed by Lashmika Perera, and this was Hiran Jayasundara. Both the batters were well set and looking to make amends, and that was the skipper. This was Rishma Amarasinghe. The Pete right spinners bowled really well in the final few overs. That was skipper. Previously it was Yenulo Devutusa. Shannon Rodrigo, the senior left arm spinner. That was Manasa Madhubhashana. Couple of runouts clearly didn't help the Josephian cause. It was Nushan Pereira, the final wicket to be dismissed in the Josephian innings. The Peterites will be very happy, having been decided to bowl first. Look at that fall off wickets. They were 146 for 2 at one stage, 167 for 3. Lashmika Pereira, the off spinner, picked up 3 wickets. Vishen Halmage and Shannon Rodrigo, the 2 senior statesmen, picked up 2 wickets each for the Peterites. They have a target of 230, the lads from Bambalapitia. As I welcome Viren. Viren, should be an interesting chase here at Singhalese Sports Club.
A very interesting chase, Damit. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all our viewers from a scorchingly humid SSC. The heat has traversed across the boundary line, and we've had some very good cricket in the first half. And it's been interesting. There was a tale of 2 innings there within that innings, Damit. For a moment in time, St. Joseph's were running away with it in the middle phase, and then wickets in quick succession helped St. Peter's claw their way back, and this is a middling total, Damit, and a very tricky run chase. And we've seen teams in the past struggle with these middling chases. So it'll be interesting to see if Dilina Damsara and co bat with the aggression and intent that they're used to playing with, because if they get bogged down and try and play overly conservatively in the first 10 overs, it'll be a tricky run chase thereafter.
Yeah, the 2 left-handers in the middle. Dilna Damsara had a brilliant 2-day encounter a couple of weeks ago. He'll be partnering up with Owen Salgado, who had a horrific game in the field, and Nushan Pereira, who's coming in for Dunik Pereira. He'll be bowling from the Vidya Mawatha end. So the Josephians opting for spin. The Peterite opener Owen Salgado, he has played 7 innings in the limited overs tournament, which was played in the latter half of 2023, has a best score of 70. He needs to make amends for his fielding lapses with his batting. He's a very good young left-hander. He's got plenty of potential. So Josephians opting for a 6-3 field to start off proceedings with a slip in place. Dilana Damsara, he doesn't have much stats to speak of in the limited overs game, but boy oh boy, he had a brilliant big match, century and a half century. What more can you ask from a youngster? So he's the man to go for the Peter. Here's Nushan Pereira. He's known to be a bowler who bowls quickish off spin.
Owen Salgado starts off with a deficit, as you said, Damit. There's a lot to catch up on if he wants to balance the books in this innings. And Dilna Damsara, as you said, the stats don't back him up, but who cares about stats when it comes to big matches and big moments? And Dilna Damsara showed up in the 2-day affair 2 weeks ago.
This is very good bowling from Nushan Pereira, using that new Kokobura ball. All the opening batters, Viren, they don't like when the opposition start off with spin. So that's what the Josephians are banking on. They have a couple of seam bowlers, but they've opted for Nushan Pereira. He's getting that drift of the new Kokobura. So the Josephians, their task would be simple. Nushan Pereira, he has picked up 10 wickets in the limited overs format. So he's more renowned as a limited overs bowler.
As you've said, Damit, now with the evolution of the modern day limited overs game, we've seen many teams implementing a spinner early on in the power play. We see Sri Lanka do that with Mahesh Deekshana on occasion. We see New Zealand do that with Mitchell Santner. So it's interesting. It's an interesting ploy, as you said. A left field pick, something that the batsman didn't quite expect. And a brilliant over to start with.
Salgado gets off the mark. Peterites 1 for none. Here are the teams playing this historic limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, the Battle of the Saints. Peterite batting lineup. You have Vishen Halamage and Rusan Gamage, two Sri Lanka youth caps. You have Shannon Rodrigo. He is the top run scorer for St. Peter's in the limited overs format. Joshua Sebastian, Nathan David, all very capable batters down the line, but the Peterites will expect the top order to fire today. And the Josephians, they have plenty of bowling options. Yenlo Devtusa, the left arm spinner, Nushan Pereira, Lahiru Amaraseka, the captain, the spin attack, and then you have Manasa Bandubashana, Dinuk Serasinghe. So plenty of bowling options for the Josephians.
As you said, Damit, Hirun and Hiran were brilliant with the bat for St. Joseph's, and St. Peter's will want their experienced counterparts, Vishen and Rusanda, to come into the fore, and for Shannon as well to anchor that middle order.
So we'll see spin from both ends. Yenlo Devtusa, the left arm spinner, to start off. Very interesting call, Viren. Yenlo Devtusa, he'll be more familiar bowling to the right-handers. There's only one left arm spinner in your side. He's picked up 17 wickets rather in this season in the limited overs format. Here's Ovin Salgado, dropped. This is what the Josephians cannot afford to do. Second ball of Yenlo Devtusa, Ovin Salgado trying to clear the field. Culprit is Dinuk Serasinghe, if I am not mistaken. Could have been a regulation catch. Didn't judge at all. Cardinal error from the Josephians to start off proceedings.
As you said, Amit, bad fielding is sometimes contagious, and it seems like its transfers across to St. Joseph's. They'll be very disappointed because this plan of bowling spinners in tandem did the trick. And reflecting on what happened 2 weeks ago, as you said, Yenula was the bowler of the match, 7 wickets in the two-day encounter. Something that could have influenced his decision to bowl spinners from both ends was the fact that Owen and Dilana looked comfortable against pace in that first innings of the two-day encounter when they posted that century run stand.
Yeah, indeed, that this is going to be the plan for the Josephians. They'll have plenty of spin bowling options. They'll want to contain the Peterites. Salgado, he'll be a relieved man. Don't think he would have expected his same mistakes to be repeated from the opposition team as well. But nevertheless, he's got a good opportunity now. Not everybody gets a second chance, especially in a big match.
He's had quite a few chances to redeem himself today, David. So it's important for Owen to stand up and deliver.
Damsara, the hero for the Peterites from the big match. End of Devtusa's first over. St. Peter's 6 for none.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
As an optimist, I'm trying to find reasons to sympathize with the fielders, Damit. Could it potentially be because this is one of the biggest games they've ever played in their young careers thus far? The weight of expectations on their shoulders as they come out to field?
Yeah, it's never easy. You see thousands of crowd around you, and another few thousands are also watching on television and on mobile all over the world. Oh, this is very good bowling from Nushan. He's getting that seam to do the talking. He's bowling with the new ball. Very young, talented bowler. Look at that in swing. So he's got that ability to trouble the left-handers. And this is very good bowling. He's bowling wicket to wicket and just cramping the Peterites for room. They very well know what Damsara can do with the bat.
I've been very, very impressed, Damit. A promising find for St. Joseph's. Nushan bowling it quick, not giving the batsman much flight to work with. And Dilana and Owen are bogged down at either end. And it's important for them to capitalize on this early pressure.
We've seen time and time again in limited overs cricket, especially in the Josephian Peterite history. The teams chasing, they'll need someone with a good temperament and a cool head to guide the run chase. Damsara is the key for the Peterites. End of the third over. St. Peter's 8 for none.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා. Chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා.
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ෂෙලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
The stats geek in me dug up a few numbers during the interval, Damit. And 18 out of St. Joseph's 25 wins came with them batting first. So, signs of confidence there, looking at the history books of this annual encounter as Janila continues.
Yes, definitely the team batting first, especially in these high pressure games. They hold the aces, they have the advantage. Yes, when you look at the modern day ODI cricket, you might think 229 is a pass score, but in the Josephian Peterite history, this could be a good winning score. Damsara trying to set his mark very early on. The Josephians, coached by Dilan Ramanayaka, a proud former Josephian, knows how to win games and knows how to guide teams, and he knows how to strangle the opposition. They've done that time and time again. Because the Peterites, they need to capitalize on the first power play.
This is brilliant strangulation, as you said, Damit. Keeping it nice and tight, not allowing Owen and Dylan to get off to a flying start. In doing so, it increases the pressure on the middle order, on Vishay and Rusanda and Shannon.
Yeah, when that required rate jumps above 5, closer towards 6, and maybe above 6, then all these youngsters, all these are 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds. The pressure gets to you. Here's Damsara. This time connects that. That's the first maximum in the Peterite innings. Completes the fourth over with a 6. Damsara. St. Peter's 14 for none.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Damit, with the plethora of right-handers in St. Peter's lower middle order. Will St. Joseph's be tempted to keep bulk of Yenula's overs to the middle phase and bring on a pacer from this end?
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what Amarasekara does towards the latter part of this first power play, especially because on this SSC surface, the seamers will have not much to work with. Part of the new ball, that is very good fielding. Yes, they've dropped a catch, but you need to stop these singles and twos. Kapuru Bandara, the field at that time. Using the pace of Nushan Pereira for a single. Good work done from Hiran Jayasundara. Today he's doing his bit as a fielder. Kenneth Lienage, he's behind the stumps today. Wonderful pictures from the Papare drone. It's a packed house here at Singhalese Sports Club. The Singhalese Sports Club celebrating 125 years. Nushan Pereira clearly getting that ball to move. Has troubled the left-hander so far. Not giving any room whatsoever to Damsara. That's going to be the plan for the Josephians.
A brilliant opening spell thus far by Nushan. Keeping it nice and tight, not providing any width for Dilana to exploit. Quick word of encouragement there from Lahiru.
Overstepping from Nushan, which is a cardinal error in limited overs cricket, especially when you're a spinner. Cannot afford to overstep Viren. And now Damsara will have the opportunity of facing a free hit. Yeah, clearly overstepping. Good call from umpire Masalage.
The commentator's curse has struck again, damn it. I was just complimenting him for his brilliant bowling. And now he provides a freebie for Dilana to let loose and get the scoreboard ticking. Well bowled there by Nushan. Very well bowled, not giving any width or any flight for Dilana to work with. And he gets away with just a single.
Yeah, he'll be quite pleased to not see that it was scored for a boundary. We have Keel's Crest Naimeris Pasta Cup for everyone enjoying this 50th Josephian P-Try Limited Overs encounter. The bite that bites back. Make sure that you have Keel's Crest Naimeris Pasta Cup for all your parties and gatherings. St. Peter's 17 for none. Viren, I'm sure you've had a Keel's Crest Naimeris Pasta during the season. It has been with us throughout the March Madness as well as during these Dialog Big Match season games. We have a couple of games coming. I'm sure you'll need to enjoy this. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy this for sure.
It's brought some heat into the combox as well, David. And yes, throughout March Madness, we've been blessed to have the Naimeris Pasta Cup in the combox. And we thank Keel's Crest for being a loyal partner with us as Owen and Dilana look to build on this partnership on the field as well.
Yes, Devutusa. He needs to make sure he gets his length correct, especially when he's bowling to Damsara. He cannot afford to go too full to Damsara because he's got that stroke over the mid-off fielder. He has the ability to clear the fence quite easily.
Damit, that first delivery was drifting away from Damsara. Are you tempted by the fact that Joseph should potentially have a slip in there? As he clears the infield, the pressure got to Damsara there, and he relieves himself of some pressure with a much needed boundary. But I would say that's a victory for the ball and for Yenula. Tempting Damsara to go fetching outside off stump. He was quite lucky to get it over the inner circle.
Again, that length, Viren, was too full, and he just had to clear that 30-yard circle, and he had a boundary to take. So it's all about the length. Devtusa cannot overpitch, and he needs to make sure that Damsara doesn't have much room as well. Once again, outside edge running down to the third man region for another boundary. Tilana Damsara making use of the overpitched deliveries from Yenula Devtusa. That's the second consecutive boundary for the Pete Wright left-hander, the hero from the 90th Battle of the Saints. He cannot set fields for these strokes, Viren. It's pure luck. He's been favoured by the luck too.
For Damsara's sake, he'll hope lightning strikes twice at the SSC within a span of 2 weeks. But as you said, Damit, it's important for Yenula to find that right line and length. Nushan's bowling brilliantly from the other end, and it's important for him to retain that pressure from this end and to not relieve all the good work that Nushan's done and exerted. As Yenula runs in to a win.
Josephians need to break this opening partnership. They were quite expensive in the two-day format also, so they know that they need to get these two out. End of the sixth overs. St. Peter's 27 for none.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances. Amazing.
Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianakan.
Welcome back to SSC Grounds for the 50th One Day International between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. St. Peter's College needing 230 to win this game. 27 for no loss after 6 overs. They need a further 230 runs to win, 3 runs to win this game of 43.5 overs. Owen Salgado is on 8. Delana Damsara has been the more attacking player. He's on 17. So I say good afternoon to Pradeep Edwards. Good afternoon, Pradeep.
Good afternoon, Pauli. So interesting start and interesting bowling change, like in the sense starting with spinners to open the bowling from the St. Joseph's, and as I predicted, 230 was the score. So that was in the 34th over when St. Joseph's lost those two, because that I said that if St. Peter's put on the screws, they will restrict the Josephians to 230. So 229 is the score now, and 230 for a winning target. So St. Joseph starting with spinners. What is your opinion on that, Pauli?
They got out to a good start, but a chance was dropped in the boundary by Linux Serasingha. That could have been taken. Had the Josephians held on to that catch, then Owen Salgado would have been back in the pavilion. But looking at all the catches, the Pete Wrights also dropped catches. No doubt about that. Had they taken the catches, the Josephians would have been restricted to about 180 or even less than that.
Definitely, Pauli, and I think Salgado must be pleased that, the catch he dropped, he got back for him. So we'll see how he proceeds from here. It's a good opportunity for the youngster to make maximum out of this situation, and they have got out to a decent start whilst he comes dancing down the track and puts that over for another boundary. So that is Dinesh Damsara, who's moving his score up to 21. The Centurion from the big match, in good touch.
Yes, definitely he's continuing his form. The more the attacking player, Damsara. coming down the wicket and taking the P-try total on to 31 after 7 overs.
Heels crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ලට spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්
Cheer up කරමාදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්
So welcome back to the SSC. St. Peter's 31 for the loss of no wicket at the end of 7 overs with Ovin Salgado on 7 and Dilina Damsara on 21. Josephian continuing with the spin attack as they started the innings, and the current run rate is 4.43 as the required run rate is 4.63. So St. Peter's aligning themselves with the run rate so far.
Well, the Josephians are going to try to bowl tight bowling, dot balls. They got to put the pressure on the P-trides. That's what the Josephians will be looking at. Well, once you put the pressure on the P-tride batters, they might go for that rash shot. And if the Josephians want to be back in the game, they got to get a couple of wickets at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Wickets are the key in this game, and some attacking fielding by the Josephians as well. They've been fielding quite good except for their drop chance. They've been diving all over, and just as we talked, that was a beautiful shot, but could have been stopped, I guess, and it's gone to the boundary. So P-tries getting the occasional boundary in each over is a huge bonus for them chasing the score, Paule.
Yes, definitely. Dilana Damsara and Owen Salgado understands the position very well, getting the boundaries. You know, the spinners are operating. It's not easy to get on with it because the wicket might get a bit slower and slower, and when the ball is old, they might find it difficult to get the runs. So they are going at a good pace at the moment. So that's exactly what the P-tries want to do. Salgado is on 11, Damsara on 21.
Yeah, the most important thing for the P-tries is to keep their wickets intact, not to lose any wickets till the 15th to 20th over. If these two can get the strike rotating, get us a decent score by the 20th over, I think that will be a huge bonus for the P-trides.
The main thing is to build on good partnerships without losing wickets. That's exactly what the P-tride batsmen got to do. They have done well now, up to now, 36 for no loss. There's Eli Ramarasekaras because 12 matches, 75 overs, 13 wickets, average of 17.92, best being 4 for 6, economy rate of 3.11.
Very decent economy rate by Lahiru, as that one is again punched on the offside. Beautifully by Dilana Damsara for another boundary, which pushes him to 25 of 26 deliveries. 40 runs for no wicket at the 8th over.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
He's gonna pop in a van That ticket is sicker than ever 6 so wouldn't add another Hot and spicy cup is cinema Prima kottumi Fantamai
Heels crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Well, the P-trides have got on to a very good start. 40 runs coming off 8 overs. That's a current run rate of 5 per over. Required run rate is 4.52. Definitely the P-trides off to a flyer. No doubt about that. Peters need 190 more runs in 42 overs. They got to pace their innings well. I see the last boundary of that inning. That's a beautiful shot, well timed between the gap. Good bit of batting by Dilana Damsara. Continuing his form from the two-day encounter where he got 150.
Indeed, a beautiful stroke by Damsara. Very nice body position. Everything straight in that one, all around the ground for a beautiful boundary. And Pete Wright's the key will be the wickets, not to lose. They have got a very, very good start now. Just keep the strike rotating. They'll get the occasional boundary with spinners bowling. And Josephine spinners have been really good throughout the season. So, but in this particular game, they will have limited overs to bowl, unlike a two-day game. So, the Josephine skipper definitely will have that in mind. That's what I asked, starting with spinners, because the score was not bad. 230 was a very, very decent score for a two-day game, for a one-day game by the Josephians. So, Win Salgado now on strike.
Yes, definitely what the Josephians were trying to do is to build pressure on the Pete Wrights by raising the required run rate. They have done it at the moment, but 4.55. The current run rate is anyway more than that. It's 4.82. Because the Pete Wright batters, especially Dilana Damsara, has got on to a good start. 25 of 26 deliveries. As you said, getting that boundaries almost in every over. So the Pete Wrights might be quite happy with the start. All they got to do is bat sensibly now, rather than playing any rare strokes. Get those singles, work those runs, build up a good partnership, put the pressure on the Josephian bowlers.
So now we are having a full house. All the tents being really full. Really humid outside. Powerplay just went out and came. You can't even imagine the heat outside. Sprinklers all over the tents. People really rushing in, enjoying the game, every moment of it. And that's another beautiful shot. Clears the fielder. Very well intentional stroke. Coming, dancing down the track and massacring that over for another boundary. So that's that boundary which we were talking about. And it's 45 for no loss, St. Peters. We are in the 8th over.
Yes, definitely the Pete Wrights taking advantage of the first power play, trying to hit it over the top of the infield, and they're getting that very nicely. Dilana Damsara in particular getting those runs quite easily, taking him on to 29 or 28 deliveries. Owen Salgado on 13. St. Peters 45 for no loss. We are in the 9th over, just a delivery remaining of that 9th over. So the Pete Wrights maintaining that 5 runs per over.
So the Pete Wrights should try to avoid the risk of going for the boundary. That's the most important thing. Play bowling by its merit. Ensure they push the single around. So that's the end of the 9th over. St. Peters 45 for no wicket. Owen Salgado on 30.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ
කොව මොනවාද සීයේ අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි
වෙන්න බෑ
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක් Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanakam.
Well, definitely the Pete Wrights might be the happier side at the moment with 45 for no loss of 9 overs. Win Salgado on 13, Damsara on 29. That's probably hit again, but well fielded there. Cutting off different runs there.
Yeah, excellent bit of field in there, diving to his right. And
that's it, Tapishli. And this time again a mischarge there. That's gone to the boundary for 4. That's Owen Salgado again giving an opportunity for the Josephians. And that boundary takes the Pete Wright down to 49.
So Salgado living dangerously and clears the field with inches, but it's a hard chance, of course, but that's the chance that the Pete Wrights are taking, which they should not now. They have got a good start, so it's better for them to keep the momentum going and rotate the strike, Pauli?
I think, Pradeep, they know this is the last over of the first power play. They got to get much as possible. So they're trying to get at that. But that single pushed the P-Trans go on to 50. So P-Trans 50 coming on the 10th over. That's a very good run rate there, 5 per over. The Josephian think tank got to think of something now. They got to create that breakthrough as quickly as possible. Owen Salgado on 18 and Dylan Adamsar on 29. Trying to take this game away from the Josephians. There you see the last 18 balls, 4 boundaries in it. That's exactly what is doing the damage for the Josephian bowlers.
Yes, probably, but a lot more cricket left in this game. We are still just in the 9th over, so a lot more to go. So Petra is taking few risks, paying off for them, and that's another good single, pushing it and running. So this is the rotation of strike is the key, Pauli, and making sure that the runs will come. So 51 for no loss, St. Peter's in the 9th over, with one more ball left in the 9th over. 10th over, sorry.
So yes, Owen Salgado and Dylan Adamsara and put on a very good partnership for the P-Trides. 51 for no loss. Well, all what the P-Tride batters should do at this moment to bat sensibly.
Very correct, Pauli. Sensible is the name of the game. Keeping your nerves, keeping everything together. Again, very well played. So no, that's the end of the 10th over. 51 for no loss, St. Peter's.
There you see the umpire Ranjit Masalage signalling the end of the first power play of 10 overs. Now the Josephians might be a bit relaxed. They can employ more fielders outside the circle.
So the P-Tride openers have got into a good start, maintaining a very healthy run rate, which is above the required run rate. So now it's the field being well spread. It will give them more opportunity not to focus on the boundary anymore, but get the singles, make the ones into twos, not to make any silly decisions when it comes to running between wickets. We saw that happen in the Josephian innings several times. They were lucky, like you said before when we started. If St. Peter's capitalized on it, they could have even bundled them out for around 180. Paul, you were very correct. So St. Peter's should keep all these in mind. Good wicket to bat still. There is nothing that you can see major coming out from the wicket. Bowlers really have to do something spectacular in this wicket. So we have the fast bowlers now coming into play.
Yes, once the first power play is over, the Josephians, I knew the Josephians will go for the paceman. So it's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's Dinu Kasera Singha. First ball put away nicely by Dylan Adamsara into the boundary. 4 runs to him, taking the P-Trans go on to 55. And Dylan Adamsara moving on to 30.
Beautiful stroke there by Adamsara. There was no risk in that one, of course. It was just put to be hit, and he just does the justice. The fielder just only had to look up and see how the ball travels to the boundary and how quickly it goes there. So it goes and hits the Dialog boards, our main sponsor.
Yes, just to remind you that these live pictures come to you by ThePapare. Well, they have done a great job right throughout the season, telecasting most of the matches, school matches. They do for so many sports, rugby, hockey, most of them. Thanks to Papare. Get these live pictures. That's down the leg side, turn around. But there is a short leg field and a no ball call, so that will be a free hit too. So that's an opportunity for the P-Trides, especially Dylan Adamsara, who's been very much on form. Yes, definitely that's overstepping.
That's very a huge overstep, Pauli. So the Josephians also consuming quite a lot of extra runs. And it's Damsara who has got the opportunity with that no ball. He'll be delighted.
It's long on, long off, both put in the boundary. The third man coming into the circle. Singh this time looks for a big hit. Could be caught, but remember it's a free hit. Yes, it is, but it's a free hit. So Dylan Damsara didn't capitalize on that.
Yes, I think the fielder injured himself going for that catch. Diving for that one. He's okay. So Damsara only gets one from that. So the free hit doesn't count much. Some sort of relief for Josephians. Damsara will be disappointed definitely, because the man in form, the way he was batting, he really would have thought he could have got a boundary or a six from that delivery.
I thought the Josephian fielder was celebrating there, throwing the ball up. I thought he thought the catch was fair enough, but it was off a free hit.
My God, is that another free hit? That's a huge hit there by Damsara. I think he considered that as a free hit, Pauli. That's a beautiful shot by him. Just whacked that one right through, and a huge six there for Damsara again.
It's definitely the Pete rides going great guns now. Damsara in particular, he is off to a very good start.
It's like a golf swing, just standing and delivering as if the ball was stationary, like taking a 7-9 and backing it over.
So it's definitely a packed house here at the SSC with this 50th encounter. So many players, past players, spectators coming from overseas to watch this game. The 50th encounter, the first in the history of the big match and 50-over encounters in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it was
Pete, right?
Indeed, a pleasure to see a lot of the past players, probably when you walk around. Very proud moments with their jerseys on or their blazers on. With the heat, I think everyone, the past captains have taken their blazers on, but everyone was with a t-shirt with their name on it. Special design for this encounter. Very nicely organized, beautifully organized by the joint committee. I think the joint committee of Joe Pete has been doing a wonderful job during the past years, creating more brotherhood and bringing a lot of meaning to this Battle of the Saints, to leading Catholic schools, displaying a lot of fellowship and a lot of camaraderie all over, setting an example throughout the island and throughout the world.
Yes, definitely, it was a great felicitation ceremony, which I was also lucky to be part of it. Definitely, it was definitely a wonderful one. That's another good delivery by Dinuksera Singh at this time, beating Dylan Damsara. Damsara 41 of 35 deliveries. Say 11 hours gone, it's 66 for 1.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances. Amazing.
Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
So we have so many sponsors: NDB Bank, Dialog, then the Keel's Crest, Naimeris.
There is a comparison there we just saw. St. Joseph's 30 odd for 2. St. Peter's 66 for no loss after 11 overs. Damsara mainly getting the runs, 41 of 36 deliveries. Current run rate is 6 per over. Well, the Josephians got to do something at this stage if they want to be back in the game. The Petrites need 164 runs to win this game of 39 overs. Definitely the Josephians got to look for wickets at this stage. Couple of opportunities were put down by the Josephians.
Yes, so actually Josephine just had to do one thing, Pauli. Not try to do something fancy, just drive down the runs. The Petra is looking in aggressive mode. They are taking some risky chances. Though it looks currently good in the scoreboard, few chances were miss hit could have been a little more dangerous. So I think the Josephines will have that on mind, and I think the Petra also should take that in mind so that they are now in a very good stand. So this is the first wicket partnership, 66 runs between Salgado and Damsar. A very, very valuable partnership, as that one is beautifully glided. Very, very nicely played. Gentle hands, just turning the face of the bat by Salgado this time, and getting maximum out of it. 4 runs to Salgado.
So with that boundary, will increase the partnership to 70. 70 for no loss St. Peters.
Very nicely played that time by Salgado, just coming in front and pushing it. Really knowing where his field was. Very, very intentionally played. Just had the Josephian fielder running behind the ball. That's it. Anchor has been another sponsor throughout the series. Nice to see the sponsors who encourage sports in Sri Lanka.
That's a crossed up delivery, a cross batted shot. Straight down to deep mid-on. Dilina Damsara getting his runs quite freely. Owen Salgado also trying to catch it up. 25 of 25, 36 deliveries. This is Lai Ramrasekara, normally a very tight bowler. 2.4 overs gone for 20.
Actually, this is what the Petra should be doing. See what a beautifully placed between the gap, just running through the single. Lot of singles here, Pauli. The field is very well spread. Lot of open gaps. If they can just push the ones and twos, without their knowledge, they'll be at a huge score. And there again, you get it.
Okay. 73 for no loss. Let's go down to Khadija, who's with the first Peterite captain who was involved in this Josephine Peterite 50-over cricket encounter. That's Bernard Wijatunga.
So with me, I've got Bernard Wijatunga, the inaugural captain of St. Peter's College for the 50-over encounter. Bernard, how is it being here, celebrating the Golden Jubilee?
Yeah, I'm delighted to be here, as it's the 50th year, and 50 years is a long time. Things have changed a lot. There's more people around, there's a lot of sponsorship going around, so the game has got better. During our time we played with white clothing and the red ball. Now it's the other way about, in coloured clothing and the white ball. So things are interesting now.
Bernard, what do you have to say for the boys playing today?
Yeah, all I have to say is we played it in the best of spirit during our time, and Josephian captain of 75 and myself are good buddies still 50 years later. So I hope the others also follow suit, and in the 100th year they will meet and greet each other the same way as we did.
Bernard, give us a small insight on the winning moment of the first 50th encounter.
Yeah, St. Joseph's had a better side than us. The only difference is they had a lot of individual players. We played as a team, and we managed to come on top because it was a team effort and all put their shoulders to the wheel, and that's how we won.
Nice, Bernard. Thank you and enjoy the game.
St. Peter's College 73 for Nolas at the moment after 12 overs. Exactly the start that they wanted, Michael.
Yeah, definitely. You can't ask for a better start. Current run rate at 6.08. Done that in the big match as well. Doing it here again. Excellent start. Just need to continue to do that. We saw a good partnership building with the Josephians as well, but then they fell away.
Manasa Madhubhashana introduced into the attack, Michael. 5 wickets in 10 games, economy of 3.89. That's a very good economy rate, below 4. Best bowling of 2 for 18, just 17 years old. two-day encounter. He was brilliant. Took a match bag of 7 wickets in that, along with Devutusa, who took 7 wickets as well.
I think the Jaws will be depending on him to get a breakthrough. I was a bit surprised to see that they kept him back till the 13th over. I wanted to see him coming a bit early. Maybe 6 overs after the spinners, if they had brought him on, get some movement with the new ball. Ball is not that old, but 75 runs have been scored.
Novin Salgado. He got lucky earlier, very early in his innings. St. Joseph's College missing that opportunity, and then a half chance as well. Not even half chance, it was very hard to get a hold of that because it went over his head in that second opportunity. Now they have identified their roles really well. And that was part of our crew, Rahal and Samir Piris in action.
Having a bit of fun in the sun. Quite hot out there.
Yeah, there's Udit as well, and Izuru posing for a picture while on duty. And these boys, along with the rest of the crew at backstage, they work tirelessly, Michael, to make sure that all of you get the live pictures from each of these games at the March Madness.
They normally capture the pictures. This time someone else is capturing them.
I think it's Iran who's taking the picture. Run rate just below 5.92 for St. Joseph's College. Now it's all about the wickets. Brilliant from Mansa Badubashan. An appeal as well. And nearly cut him in half.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Wondering why he was brought in too late. Oh, yes. If he had got some bat on that would have gone onto the stumps.
And with that angle, it was supposed to go away from the left hand, but the ball just came right in. That was the thing. That was a specialty that made. And this is Farnul Akmal, another member of the Papare team. Flicked away by Ovin Salgado.
I thought that would have been 2 runs there because it was away from the fielder. It was not 2. And after 13 overs, St. Peter's are 76 for no runs.
Hot and spicy fun vibe with the Karanda. Beat the remake Karanda Karanda. Hada with the vowel I am get the fashion Karanda. Fun Turana Kotumi Kiki Karanda. Prima Kotumi Fun Tamai.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Vindinna Dandakinna Jivite light ke kevanna
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස
So looks like another change from this end. Wicket keeper turn bowler. Iran Jayasundara will be another off spinner. Let's see what he can do.
Hiran Jayasundara, can he be that partnership breaker for St. Joseph's College? A juicy full toss outside off to begin his spell of bowling. Hiran Jayasundara,
lucky not to have gone for more than 1 run.
Dilna Damsara, very impressed with this youngster, the left-handed batter. I mean, how he just casually deposits the ball out of the park. That's the main thing. That's the special thing that I see from this youngster in the Damsara. Another full toss, a quicker full toss this time. Tried to dart the ball in and lost his grip probably.
Hari, the batsman also. And the batsman was surprised to see a full toss coming at that pace.
This is Dilna Damsara once again, goes inside out, and that's a 6 as well. Goes all the way, as I mentioned earlier. Dilna Damsara.
It's all about timing, I think, Laksisi. Doesn't look like he packs a punch, but just got right under it, drop kicked it for another 6. It's in his zone, he's going after it, and that's exactly what you need to do. I think he's seen a lot of these Josephian bowlers during the 2-day game as well. So
yeah, because he was out there in the middle for a very long time, scoring that half century in the first innings, the century as well.
The century in the first innings, half century in the second.
Century to begin the proceedings and half century to end the game. Dilna Damsara.
End of another over, 14 gone. St. Peter's 83 for no loss.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 නෙමෙයි 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. තිබෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාවට එන්න.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න ඇන්කර් ඩ්‍රින්කින් යෝගට්.
cheer up කරමු අද දින ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
Ovin on 29, Dilna on 49. Partnership of 83 in 14 overs. That's almost run a ball. Manas Madhubashan will continue. Manas will be hoping that he can continue in the same manner he bowled that first over. Now St. Joseph's College, they need to realize that they're still not out of the game. Quick wickets will definitely dent the momentum of St. Peter's College. And wickets is the name of the game now for St. Joseph's College.
Well, certainly not out of the game. Like you said, a wicket or two, like you saw in the Josephian innings, will bring down that run rate and put a lot of pressure, especially when you are chasing a total. That can be a lot of more pressure than you batting first.
Yeah, they were 146 for 2 at one point, 167 for 3, and then just lost their way, losing the last 7 wickets for 50 odd runs.
And in the middle, after that third wicket went, it went to 7 wickets very quickly.
If not for Senuja Vakunugoda, things would have been way worse for St. Joseph's College. That quick fire 40 odd from Vakunugoda, 41 I think of 32 deliveries.
And Manas got run a ball, a few runs, which they also had a decent partnership. But after he went, that was it.
Yeah, I love the way Vakunugoda batted, Michael. Didn't take much risk. Yes, he tried to shuffle across, tried to play the paddle sweeps and all of that, tried to play the reverse sweeps. But I think he made sure that he took the singles and the twos well. That's the good thing about that knock from Senuja Vakunugoda.
Yeah, because he showed us a lot of shots. He had that sweep, the reverse sweep, and that paddle that he plays over the wicket keeper's head. Quite a lot of shot. Pretty young cricketer. See a lot of him to the coming years for St. Joseph's.
Yeah, still 15 or 16 years old, I think, Vakunugoda. So, as Michael mentioned, we will see him quite a lot in the upcoming years for St. Joseph's College. In the meantime, Manas Madhubashana bowling his heart out here, bowling brilliantly. A very good start to his spell.
Managing to miss the edge on few occasions. There we see again, playing away from his body.
Yeah, he's beating the bat and he's beating the bat consistently. That's the main thing here.
That's why I was surprised that he didn't come on at least in the 8th or 9th over. Bowling his heart out here.
Can Manasa Madhubhashana bring that first breakthrough? This time that kept really low. The ball kept really low.
You'll have to be a bit careful, not try to bowl it too wide out of the off stump, because then giving those extra runs. You see that was pretty close to that line. But there's a bit of late movement because the wicketkeeper had to go the other way.
Now, the big question is, will we see a lot more of what we saw in that previous delivery, the ball keeping low? Now that will create some doubts on the heads of the batters, the speed right batters.
Yeah, definitely, especially the batters who are coming in next. So 15 overs gone, St. Peter's 83 for no loss.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
See.
$83 for no loss. And some other Madhubhashana bowling a maiden the previous over, but Hiran Jayasundara needs to make sure that he supports Manasa here, because Manasa building pressure from the other end won't matter. And here's Dylan Damsara bringing up his 50, 44 deliveries. Just 44 deliveries he took to score the 50. 6 fours and 3 sixes. 3 brilliantly timed sixes. Those 3 were from Dylan Damsara.
Yeah, definitely deserves all the credit for his half century. Seems to like the Josephian bowling.
Now, Michael, I'm not sure whether they have any information about such a record, but do you think anyone else has scored over 50 runs in all the 3 innings, all the 3 big match innings, the 2 innings in the big match encounter and then in the one-day encounter?
Doesn't come to mind. Need to check, because there were a few guys who had done it like 100 and a 50 in the big match. Not sure whether they have continued to do that in the 50 overs as well.
I mean, this is something that we see very rarely. A batter scoring a century, a 50, and there's a good chance that he might even score another 100 here if he continues in the same manner.
The way he's batting, doesn't seem like he'll be getting out anytime soon. The run being quite expensive. Just bowling his second over, has already gone for 9 runs. A couple of choosy full tosses. That's much better, but still they managed to get the singles. Ovin playing the sheet anchor role. Moving on to, he's on 30 or 50, and Damsar on 51 or 45. The more aggressive. Loud shout there. I think that was missing leg. Let me see it. Yes, definitely. You can see the wicket keeper also moving way down the leg.
Now, Michael, last year there were no half centurions for St. Peter's College. The last one to score a century over half century. In 2022 they had one half centurion and a centurion. I think Manuja Kumar scoring a century in the one day, and Dhanal Hemanand also scored a 50. I think end of the 16th over, St. Peter's College 86 for none.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart. 32 ඉඳන් 55 නෙමෙයි 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. තිබෙන පුරා සිංහ ශාඛාවට එන්න.
Yeah, that was a game where the Patriots were with their backs to the ball. And Manoj Zan getting that brilliant 100 and Dhanal Hemanand that 50. That was a massive partnership, I can remember. It brought them right back into the game and went on to win it.
And talking about Manuja Kumar, I think that we are not far away from seeing him in the national jerseys, in the performing consistently in the domestic arena. One of the highest wicket takers in the ongoing NSL 4-day tournament as well. And he's a good batter. I mean, he has scored a century here and he has continued to bat really well in the domestic scene as well.
A lot of fighting qualities. A lot of fighting qualities in him as a batter. Bats well when the chips are down. Dylan just managing to get runs at will. Just gets a single whenever he wants to. Then when he thinks he needs a boundary, he just gets it. That's how confident he is. Manas on the other hand has been really consistent. Short delivery, yes. Called a wide. Just to keep the batsman in check, you know. I have this up my sleeve. That was way over his head. Rightly called a wide.
No, Michael, this is the 11th time the Battle of the Saints one-day encounter is taking place here at the SSC. And out of the previous 10 encounters, St. Peter's College, they have won 6. So they have enjoyed slightly a bit more than St. Joseph's College when playing here at SSC.
Yeah, definitely. Patriots do pretty well at SSC. Even though the Josephians are leading the tally.
Like SSC, like St. Peter's College, they like the SSC grounds. So for St. Joseph's College, it's the Pisara Stadium, isn't it? 14 wins out of 22.
These can change, because I think going forward, if they're going to continue to play at SSC. Manas has been able to keep the batsman quiet.
So far, Manas Madhubhashana, the only bowler who looks like has the ability to take a wicket here. The only bowler. That shows you why the current scoreline is 88 for none. Rest of the bowlers, yes, created some opportunities, but other than that, they failed to ask questions from the two opening batters of St. Peter's College.
With him bowling this spell, keeping it tight, bringing that run rate down, may create a little bit of panic in the batsman's mind. You know, their set batsman might try to do something rash. All they need is just one wicket and things can change. Just need the energy to keep their levels up.
And also, Michael, it's Ovin and Dylan who are at the crease at the moment, and if they continue to bat and if they do manage to get a good partnership around 120, 130, now that gives room to Vishen Halbage and Rusanda Gamage to come into their own. with those two to come, I think it's very important that they take this wicket as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. Vishen Halambage would love to just come and free his arms. That's the type of cricketer he is. And Lusanda Gamage also can score pretty quickly. Didn't have a good outing with the bat in the two-day game.
Lusanda Gamage, of course, the more classical batter from the two. Vishen Halambage is an aggressive batter. As you mentioned, he'll dearly love to free his arms if he gets a chance to come in after the fall of the first wicket, as a good partnership has been created by these two. End of the 17th, St. Peter's College 89 for none.
Keel's Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
So St. Peter's College 89 for none after 17 overs. They're chasing 230 to win this 50th limited overs encounter. So 141 more runs required in 33 overs with 10 wickets in hand. The equation is in favour of St. Peter's College by a country mile at the moment.
Definitely. All 10 wickets in hand. You have to go with St. Peter's the favourites at the moment.
And these are the pictures from the drone that we took here at the SSC. So you know, the team of ThePapare TV, they have been working tirelessly, as I mentioned so many times, to make sure that you get the best coverage possible to witness this encounter, the 50th limited overs encounter. It's a familiar face. Damit Veerasinghe is there, and the rest of the crew, the people, the behind the scenes, the people who work behind the scenes to bring you all these lovely pictures on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare TV.
Quite a lot of work done there in that room.
Yeah, the past 2 months, as I mentioned so many times, they have worked tirelessly to make sure that all the live pictures come to you in the perfect manner possible. St. Joseph's College 229 they made. Hirun Kapru Bandara 70, Hiran Jayasundara 65, Ashwin Kapera 3 for 51, Shane Rodrigo 2 for 41. It was St. Peter's College who decided to bowl first, and at the moment they are 89 for none, 141 runs more to win. Dilna Damsara on 52. A remarkable knock so far. Can he continue? That's the main question. Owen Salgado playing that anchor role, making sure that he gives the support to Dilna Damsara by keeping the other end safe. He's on 31 of 58 deliveries. He was playing at a better strike rate earlier, but slowed down a bit after the end of the power play. Owen Salgado.
I think the way Damsara goes, we see highlights of his 50.
This is how he began. He was struggling a bit at the beginning to get the runs, but this 6 completely changed everything. And after that, he freed his arms brilliantly. Whenever there was a loose delivery, he made sure that he pounced on it and scored a boundary. I think he's using his feet to perfection here. That's one of the key things of this knock so far. And his game down the ground is on a different level when we compare it to the other players. That stand and deliver ability down the ground, it's not something that we see off and on from schoolboys, Michael.
Yeah, definitely. And he was not afraid to go over the field if it was in his zone. It was on the off, on the leg, square of the wicket. He was able to get those boundaries pretty confident. That shows a lot of confidence in him. So after the water break. They'll need to just, gather their thoughts again. Sometimes this can be a distraction, the water break. Some teams tend to lose a wicket just after it.
Required run rate just 4.32 at the moment. When the chase started, it was 4.60. Now they have managed to reduce that. Current run rate 5.13. So in the last 3.3 overs, they have scored just 6 runs. So I think the introduction of Manasa Madhupashana has managed to derail their momentum by a little bit.
There we see pressure released by the skipper. Should have stopped that. Got his hand to it, but just couldn't cut the single. So Manas has been key to getting that run rate down below 6.
And here's Dilna Damsara, almost the first wicket, but that will go to a boundary as well. Dilna Damsara once again using his feet and going aerial down the ground. A valiant effort by Senu Javakunugoda.
Was falling short of him. Brought out the dive. See that again. This might be a better angle. Damsara not afraid to come out. No chance of getting that. But he couldn't save the boundary as well.
Short delivery. Probably missed out on another opportunity to get a boundary there, Dilna Damsara. So that's the end of the 18th over. St. Peter's College moving along smoothly in their chase of 230. They are 94 for the loss of no wickets.
Heels crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
I don't want to be quoted as oversaying lightning strikes twice, but in this case, Garmini, Owen and Dilana are proving to be a formidable pair for St. Joseph's. Put up a 108 run stand in the 2-day encounter, and following that up with a brilliant 94 run unbeaten partnership thus far. Good afternoon, Garmini.
Very good afternoon, Viren. Very good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's evenly poised, although St. Peter's haven't lost a wicket yet. As we saw in that first innings, Viren, they were 2 down for nothing really, and then there was a massive partnership, and then 2 for 146 at one stage, and then lost their way a little bit. So 1 wicket will get them 2, and what the Josephians are, that's pummeled down the track. Josephians just can't go try and defending this total by bowling dot balls. They need to give the message to the batters that we are going to get you out, and it's very important, and it's the pressure in your mind can do all sorts of things in this game, and I still can't understand. They don't have a slip. They've got a pretty much very conventional field set, and they are not going to get defend these 135 off 31.4 overs. They're not going to get wickets.
Well said, Garmin. You can't let the game drift away in this passage of play. It's important to be proactive in the field, and as you said, with a required run rate just over 4 runs per over, and they're going at 5 runs per over, there's no way you're going to bowl out the 50 overs and expect to keep them down under this total, especially with aggressive batsmen like Vishen Halambage, Shannon Rodrigo to come. So it's important that they break this partnership and are quite attacking. And Garmini, just a word on the lackluster fielding over the course of this game. We saw 3 drop catches in the St. Joseph's innings. and Owen Salgado offered a fairly reasonable opportunity early on in his innings, which was not capitalized. As they say, catchers win matches.
Yeah, in any format for that matter, Viren. But here, particularly, when you have a modest total of 229 on a very good batting track and a very fast outfield here at SSC, school level, I know they are still learning their craft, but the conditions that we've got overhead and in terms of ground conditions, there are no excuses for fielding. And you've got a slight delay as, these are very hot and humid days, and this was that drop chance. That was up in the air for a very long time. It was hanging in the air, and well, I'll tell you what, we often talk about balance when it comes to batting and bowling. If you're going to be a good catcher, you got to get into very good positions. To have a very strong upper body, and he got into a very awkward position then. Had 2 years to get under that ball. Really, it was hanging in the air for a very long time, and he was not sure whether it's to go reverse cup or actually fingers pointing upwards. And it's a horrible feeling once you drop one, but it's basically that you're not switched on, and there are no excuses for dropping something like that.
Immaculately said, Garmin. And as you said, you spoke about the awkward positioning. He came into, if he had stayed on the boundary line there, that would have been a simple take, and he didn't have to resort to the reverse cup method had he stayed on the boundary line. These are the basics. These are the principles of cricket, of ground fielding, of high catchers that need to be nailed down at this stage in their careers. And this is what will translate to them having decent club careers, international careers. And it's important for them to thrive in these environments. Yes, I'm being sympathetic and empathetic towards these players. This must be the biggest match they've played to date. It's high pressure environments. There's a lot of expectations on their shoulders. There's a lot going on, a carnival-like atmosphere around them. But it's important to stay zoned in. And we speak about partnerships. We spoke about this batting partnership. But it's important for the bowlers to bowl in tandem and for the fielders to support them at all times.
Yeah, pretty often, Viren, in white ball format, the most successful teams are right up there when it comes to fielding. As a coach, part of the brain trust that right now you're looking to stop around 15 to 20 runs and take even the half chances to get up from here on in. 19 done, 98 for no loss.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
At the beginning of the 20th over, St. Peters are 98 without loss. And with ample rotation of the strike, not getting bogged down, keeping the scoreboard ticking and playing each ball on its merit, Garmini.
Yeah, as you can see the chart there, Viren, it's a good mix there. 43 dots, 12 singles, 2 twos, 1 3. It's very rare to see a 3 here at SSC because the outfield is lightning quick. 11 fours and 3 sixes. So that's a telling aspect of it. The boundaries. 44 plus 18. I'm not good with maths. Viren, you're a genius. So 44 plus 18 is what, 62, isn't it?
62, yes.
Yeah, so 62 runs. Nearly 2/3 of the runs have come in boundaries, and it's either very good batsmanship or something to do with the poor bowling. But there's not a lot of margin for error on a track like this. There's nothing sinister happening on the surface, and so you got to be smart. And like I said before, you got to have attacking field, and you got to let the batter know that you're going to get him out.
Fetching outside off stump, they're tempting Dillner to flay at it. Masters bowled really well. I'm surprised he wasn't brought on earlier. We saw a bit of movement when he was brought on, but I was quite surprised, Gami, that Lahiru trusted 2 spinners bowling on both sides throughout the first power play. It was a left field pick to go with an off spinner, and I thought Nushan was bowling well. But I would have liked to see Manas or another pacer from the other end to complement that.
And also, having looked at him in that two-day encounter, Viren, I thought Manasa was one of the bowlers that asked few questions, and he's a front-on bowler, semi-open bowler, and he's got a high release, and he's type of that like a hit the deck type, isn't he? So he's getting enough bounce, and he's slanting that ball across the left-hander's outside edge. He will be lot more effective if he comes round the wicket at any point in time. But yeah, I'm surprised that having a modest total like 229, you got to get your frontline bowlers to pick up wickets, and yeah, you're right. That was short. It just set up.
The similarities are uncanny, Garmin. I don't want to exaggerate the resemblance, but there's a bit of Mohammad Siraj in Manas's run-up and delivery stride. A bit of Mohammad Siraj, a bit of Hamish Bennett from New Zealand. And as you said, was amongst the pick of my bowlers in the two-day encounter. Bowled really well when he was called upon. And Owen Salgado is making amends here, isn't he, Garvini? After 2 drop catchers in the first innings, this is exactly what the doctor ordered in terms of redemption.
Wasn't on the middle of the bat by any means, but still get one. So that will bring the 100 for St. Peter's College. These two have put a magnificent platform we're in, and the batters to come. I mean, obviously on paper, the two most experienced batters are Halambagi and Gamage, aren't they? And so they've got a very good foundation, led by their two openers. And yeah, I would say in tennis terms, it's love 30 for Peterites.
Exactly, and hopefully Vishen and Rustanda would like to come on when it's break point. At that stage, love 40. A bit of variation there from us. Very, very impressive stuff. Keeping it nice and tight. Garmin, you're very experienced. I'm going to put you in the hot seat now. If you're in the St. Peter's think tank, is it just to continue this? Keep rotating strike, keep wearing down the bowlers? And more importantly, if you're in the Josephian think tank, there's no point conserving your best bowlers towards the latter stages of the innings. So is it about bringing Manasa and Yenula from both ends and trying to bowl them out for a few overs?
Yeah, I'll put the Peterite hat on first. Yeah, I know they are sitting pretty nicely at the moment, and we'll come back to that. 20 overs, 100 for no loss, St. Peter's.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
So after 20 overs, St. Joseph's for 80 for 2. That partnership from Kapur Bandar and Jaya Sundar was just beginning to take control at that stage for St. Joseph's at the 20 over mark. But now that they've got 229, Peterites got all 10 wickets in and 100 for no loss. What a position that you can be. Yeah. Coming back to the question that you asked, Viren. I'll put the Peterites hat on. I know they're 100 for no loss, but in this game, it's very easily you can lose control. So these two are going nicely. They still have to be pretty efficient, simply because you can only play as well as your opponents lets you. And like I said before, the Josephians have got a conventional field set. They are not looking to really attack, are they? And so you need to keep the scoreboard rotating and not give an ounce for the Josephians to come back into the game. So vice versa. Oh, that's nicely played. Delicate touch from coming back for the second. better throw would have been interesting. Yeah, then Josephian point of view, yeah, I'll definitely attack. As a captain, in this one-day format, you got to let your opponent know that you are trying to get them out. And even if T20, it doesn't matter these days. If you take wickets, you are going to slow the run rate down, and you got to give that message to the batter. Have few fielders up in single saving positions, have a catcher, because then he will start to think, okay, there's something different. They're thinking differently, and so it's all about the mind game and how you outthink your opponent in long way out. And here I'm not seeing anything from the Josephians that they are not giving any messages to the batters.
And an honorary mention to these two on that front, Garmini, for not giving anything away. And I think this is what's been brilliant about these two. They've provided a buffer for their very two experienced campaigners in Vishen and Rusanda coming later on, by providing a solid foundation to work with. And they've played each ball on its merit, showcased their judicious range of strokes, was not taking undue risks. And that is what let Hirun and Hiran down in that first innings. After they built on a solid foundation, they dropped their guard a tad, and that's what allowed St. Peter's to capitalize.
So exactly the point I was making. You give an ounce to a good opposition to come back into the side, and they will take that opportunity with both hands. Now, I'll talk about the field set by the Josephians here. Now, it's a no-brainer, really. He's bowling outside the off-stump. It's 6 fielders are outside, or offside. And, right now, they look pretty cold. But I'll tell you what is hot. This is hot. This is something that I can't stop once I start eating Viren. And, these guys put this on every time when I'm on the mic, and, people complain to me and about my stomach and weight and all kinds of things. But I can't resist. It's best, one of the best in the business. 9 minutes past a cup.
Nor can I, Garmini. It's been absolutely brilliant having it up here in the comm box. It's quite scorching hot out there, and the temperature has risen by a few degrees in the comm box as well with the 9 minutes past a cup. Keel's Crest, we, on behalf of the Papare, thank you for your partnership over the course of March Madness. And speaking about partnerships, we've had quite a few to speak of over the course of this 50th Battle of the Saints. We have Damsar and Ovin continuing from where they left off in the 2-day affair, and Hirun Kapru Bandara and Hiran Jayasundara stole the show for St. Joseph's earlier on, providing some width for Ovin to utilize. But Ovin's playing his role brilliantly, Garmini. His strike rate is just shy, he's just over a 50. But Dillana is going at over a run a ball, but providing Dillana ample strike to kind of get his innings underway, but making sure that he resorts to his strengths without getting tempted by the loose delivery.
Yeah, the way Dylan is going at the moment, you don't have to really take a risk, do you, from the other end? It's a couple of times he's gone across the line here. A terrific crowd. I mean, I've seen for the last 3 or 4 weeks, we're in with the papare.com, and these pictures coming to you live all over the world. And St. Peter's and St. Joseph's, they put it on a good brand of cricket, really. It's in their DNA. They're high up there when it comes to school cricket. They have been there for a very long time too. That's the 3rd time he's going across the line. Has he got the gap? No, just the one. 3 similar shots, but this one around 10 yards to that left fielder at mid-on.
Good fielding there by the skipper Lahiru at mid-on. As you said, Garmini, and you're a highly acclaimed individual in the cricketing sphere in Sri Lanka. You've been to so many big matches. It's something very unique about Sri Lankan cricket. The celebration that surrounds this March Madness, this big match season, is unprecedented. You don't get it anywhere else in the world. And to all our viewers tuning in from across the globe, make sure you head down to the SSC at some stage to view March Madness in your own eyes. And that's a much needed boundary. Well, not a much needed boundary, but a well deserved boundary for Dillana. A valiant attempt out in the deep to no avail as Dillana marches on to his 60s. he's just now reaping the rewards of all his hard work earlier.
Yeah, it's a freebie, really. Foot outside the off stump. He just had to free his arms, really. And as we have seen, even in that red ball format, the 2-day encounter, Dylan is a very strong bottom hand player. See how his bottom hand coming into that shot. That brings the bat speed, the bottom hand, and deliberately went up and over. Had no intentions of keeping it down. That's the 12th 4 of this innings. Oh, that's well bowled. Completely outthought his opponent, Manasa. Very unlucky.
Brilliant variation on offer that could have easily clipped off stump. I've been very, very impressed with Damsara's technique throughout the course of March Madness, from the big match to this limited overs encounter. He's been absolutely brilliant. For those following the IPL on the Papare, it's a touch of Abhishek Sharma in the way he uses his bottom hand. As Manasa runs in for the final delivery of the 22nd over. Read that variation brilliantly. Dylan seeing it like a football or a baseball right now. Striking it to perfection, an exquisite shot over the infield. And at the end of the 22nd, it's 1-1-2 for North.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you. Big match fun prima kottumi tiyanaka.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
So as we stand, 2-2-9 and Peters 1-1-2 in reply with all 10 wickets in hand. At one point in time, St. Joseph's were 146 for 2 with 18 overs to go, and lost their way a little bit in that latter part of the innings. Now, the point I was making when this left-arm orthodox spinner was in operation. Now, how do you analyze? Now, see that one might say there was a risk involved with that sweep shot, but there was no risk involved there because we've got 3 fielders on the offside behind the line to the left-hander. There is a short third man, there's one at 45, and there's a cover point. You can 3 fielders, you can pretty much put a blanket over them. Then you got an extra cover, you got a sweeper on the offside and long off, so 6. So what is the bowler is trying to tell you? I'm going to bowl outside the stumps. Oh, that's bowled him. Made the cardinal mistake by breaking his wrist very early. Will there be another twist in this game? And Peter Wright's got an opportunity suddenly. They have rattled Dylan stumps. The man that taken them to all parts in the last 2-day encounter, as well as in this innings thus far. There was not a lot of feet, were they? He wanted to transfer his weight out of the back foot, but he got stuck in one place, so could not adjust because the ball skidded through. And that's why we talk about balance. It's so important, and having a good base. He didn't have a good base then, and he could not adjust. But that's a terrific contribution. Terrific hand from Dylan. 67 off 60, and he has put his side to win one side in this cup. 1-1-13 for 1.
Big match fun prima kottumi tiyanaka.
David Lloyd would have termed that a bit of a lazy shot by Dylan Damsara, but we can forgive him for putting in the hard yards, taking his team to a position of strength as the St. Peter's skipper walks out for his final big match, his final limited overs encounter against St. Joseph's. Vishen Halambage The stage is set for him. The foundation has been laid. A flamboyant, aggressive stroke player. Never likes to get bogged down. Takes it to the attack from ball one. And there's no greater position to walk into than when your side is at 1-1-3 for 1, chasing a middling total. These numbers don't do Vishen much justice this season, but his strike rate of 124 was on full display even in the two-day encounter against St. Joseph's. And he's off the mark. Just as the doctor ordered, or just as Garmini ordered, the bowling within the stumps, not giving much width to Dylan Adamsara, and that pays off straight away, Garmini.
Yeah, just before that dismissal, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Why don't you bowl at the stumps and bring the LBW and bowl into equation here? Right now, they have been toiling hard for a breakthrough for 22 overs, and you get a new batter in, and there is no slip in place. I would bring long on, long off inside the circle, and see whether we can give something for the batter to think about. He's not going to go hard at it from the very first ball, is he? Because now that the foundation being laid, it's added responsibility is the skipper. This is another opportunity. Straight up in there. Well taken. One, like I said, one will get you two.
Exactly, and the wickets are starting to fall now for St. Joseph's College. Owen Salgado, a needless shot there. You just have a new partner who's come in. You have your captain who has come in. Your captain's an aggressive player from the onset. You just needed to continue playing that anchor role. And I don't even call it pressure. There was no pressure on Owen. He just had to continue going at it. He didn't have to take on the mantle from Damsara in terms of being the aggressor, because you have an aggressor who's coming to bat, and his luck has run out. Oh, the ebbs and flows of this beautiful game that we all love. It's 114 for 2.
Gold hair and body wash එක. රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරිලසෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drinking yogurt.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
Well, St. Joseph's were 22 for 2 at one stage, and then their two senior batters held the innings together with the help of Vakunagoda's 41 at the latter piece, and they got to 229. I thought they were 30 to 40 runs short, but now that they've got this, so they have to defend this. Now the Pete Wright, the two senior batters, are at the crease, but one is yet to get off the mark, and one has got one off one. So you need to apply a bit of pressure here, and you try and break this partnership, and you're right in it.
It's very important for the captain and vice captain, Vishen and Rusandra respectively, to negotiate this next passage of play. They can't afford to lose 3 wickets in quick succession. As Rusandra's stats come up, a much better player than the numbers suggest. A Sri Lankan under-19 player, just like his compatriot Vishen. But it's important that they now use all their experience in this situation.
Yeah, this is good. Slip in place, a point. Double wicket for Yenula in that over. 23 overs done, 114 for 2.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
Garmin, we know Vishen can take the game away from his opposition once he settles in. But it's important for him to play a responsible, mature knock here and see out this early passage of play.
Yeah, I know he got some runs in that in the second innings, that big game, didn't he? But he has just come in, and although it's not a hardest wicket to get used to, I still can't fathom out that they don't have a slip in place. That first ball, as he edged that would have gone through the slips. Even after he got beaten, I just can't understand that the skipper is not giving Halabage, okay, I'm going to get you out, mate.
Exactly, I can understand that rationale if you're defending 330, but not 230. And with Lahiru coming on to bowl, and you can't call it half chances then, can you, Gamini? If there is a nick that goes through that vacant slip cordon, you can't call it a half chance or misfortune.
You know what, Viren? The most vulnerable time for a batter in this game is as you come in, that's number one. That's a terrific shot. One of the hardest shots to play in cricket. It took him 3 balls to understand that this is not going to turn. So against the off spinner, he went inside out and made terrific contact. It came right out the middle of the bat. Probably the shot of the innings for me so far. Very well picked up. Have a look at this. That's out of the top draw.
Shot of the innings, shot of the day, as you said, Garmini. Beautiful, exquisite by Vishen. And he has a bit of delicate touch there and a misfield, a costly misfield as Vishen gets 2 boundaries consecutively. You can't afford those missed opportunities there, Garmini, can you, when you're defending a miserly total of 229?
Yeah, particularly when a batter scores a boundary off you, the follow-up delivery, the bowler is trying to at least try and get a dot ball in, and that went straight to the field. But it went through the hands. Well. Even after 2 wickets in 1 over, Viren, I'm not seeing any body language from the Josephians, are you? And it's very important in cricket. Wow, upishly driven. Didn't really lean into that one, did he? He went full over. From Lahiru, skipper to skipper. And Petra skipper got 2 boundaries, 1, 2, 2 for 2.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
St. Peter's got it 122 for 2 after 24 overs. They got off to a very good start. 117-run partnership for the first wicket between Dhiren Damsara and Novan Salgado. They really put the Petrides on top of the game. But the Josephians have pulled it back a bit by getting these 2 wickets. Say good afternoon to Jihan Jayasuriya.
Good afternoon, Pauli. The Petrides are really running away with that partnership. Like you said, while you were speaking earlier, there seemed to be a nick that the keeper was unable to hold on to. It was interesting to see if that actually took a touch. The bowler was certainly interested. But, now there's some excitement around a run out, but batsman was safely in.
Well, Jahan, if the Josephians can get another wicket or 2, they can put themselves back into the game, but still definitely the Petrides are in command because they got a good run rate of 5.05 per over and the required run rate is just 4.17. They got 8 wickets in hand, 107 runs needed. So definitely the Petrites are in command at the moment, and two of their best batters at the centre at the moment.
It's, the youth caps from St. Peter's, both of them out in the centre. Well, I don't think there's a lot of... We spoke a lot about scoreboard pressure. The start that the Petrites got means that they can now play this out easy. It's important, however, that, Vishen Halambage is not someone who'll play within himself. He'll express himself. It's important that he builds some rhythm along with Rusanda Gamage. They don't want to keep passing this down the line and give the Josephians a sniff.
Yes, exactly. If the Josephians want to get back into the game, they need to get the wickets. That's hit uppishly. That's another wicket. That's what we didn't want at the moment. Vishen Halambage just throwing it away. That's a Petrite captain. That's the way he plays normally. And he has definitely thrown it away.
Well, almost on cue. Halambage nicely tossed up. Don't know if there was any turn. The bat swiveled in his hands and he couldn't get any timing on that whatsoever. Just spooned that to the hands of long on. A poor dismissal really for the Petrite captain. Just completely against runner play. Gone for 9. Caught Lairu ball. Yanilo Dautisa for 9. 123 for 3 St. Peter's in a spot of bother.
Match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
Well, the Josephians with that wicket will want to just creep into the game at the moment. Well, they need the wicket of Rusanda Gamage, the other top Petrite batter, the youth national cap. He's a more controlled player than Vishen Halambage.
He is indeed. Well, one thing you can be certain with Josephian Petrite cricket, it isn't done until the final ball is bowled. And the way those Petrite openers were batting, the results seem like a foregone conclusion, but I think we've seen far too much of the seesaw battles of the Josephian Petrite encounters to know. As you see Shannon Rodrigo's record there, averaging just over 28 the one-day game, strike rate of 74.
Well, the Petrite batters should understand that. Okay, we'll talk about that later. 25 gone, it's 123 for 3.
He's gonna pop in and grab the number. That ticket is sicker than ever. 6 so udin ada number. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kottumi, panatamai.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා. Chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා.
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මල්ටි සේවරි රසය Chilito biscuits.
Cheer up කරමු අද තින් prima kottumi. Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
Well, what I was talking earlier, Jahan, was the Petrite batter should understand still 107 runs to get. That's still a long way to go.
Indeed it is, as you see the replay of Halambage's shot. He was probably playing for some turn, the turn that never existed. And like I said, the bat swiveled in his hand and that was just picking up another one.
All the Josephian bowlers should do now is try to creep through from the back door, get a wicket or two more. Still St. Peter's very much in command. All their batters got to do is bat sensibly, build up a partnership. 107 runs needed. Well, if the Josephians manage to get Rusanda Gamage, then the Petrites will be in a spot of bother.
Absolutely, Paulie, and that's what the Josephians will be looking to do. Try and, of course, Gamage is a batsman with a decent temperament and a cool head on his shoulders. Kind of player the Pete Wrights would want out there, moment like this. I think it's okay to play out and absorb some of this pressure. The Josephians have got a spring in their step. Pete Wrights need to just see through these, just keep knocking it around.
That's a good bit of cricket, getting that single quite easily. Just knock it around and get those singles. That's what the Pete Wright batsman got to do at this situation. Plenty of batting to come. 107 runs needed. Plenty of overs to play with. You don't need to play rash strokes. The Josephian captain, normally very economical, but has been a bit expensive today. Bowling his fifth over, gone for 31.
Yes, that's uncharacteristically expensive for Lairo Amarsekara. Well, you spoke about the depth of batting. That can be a strength. It can also be a weakness if you start to think that way. The batsmen out there need to bat deep. And the comfort of having a long batting order can sometimes lead to some rash stroke play, as we saw in the earlier. It's 125 for 3 St. Peter's at the end of the 26th.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drink in yogurt.
125 for 3 St. Peter's of 26 overs. Well, Jahan, in the Josephian innings too, we saw the two set batters just throwing it away when they needed to get some runs, and finally the Josephians were 20-30 runs short in their total of 229. So Pete Wright, looking at that, they should control things, especially Colombo playing a shot like that when a lot was dependent on him. That was definitely a highly unwanted shot, and given the opportunity to the Josephians to get back into the game.
I couldn't agree with you more, Bolly. The similarities between the two innings. The Josephians, of course, they lost 2 wickets early, but 120 run partnerships, they were 140 odd for 2, and then the collapse that followed. Getting very close on that stump, on those stumps. Shan, the off spinner, has been economical, kept it stump to stump. As you see, the Josephian prefects carrying the flag around the ground. Capacity crowd here, Paulie, at the Battle of the Saints limited over encounter. Plays it nicely towards the offside. Rosanda Gamage not in a hurry at all. Very controlled innings he got to play at this stage.
Will depend for St. Peters on him.
So they will look to absorb the pressure. Gamage is an experienced hand for St. Peters. Needs to see off this passage of play. Couple of extras. All those help move the score along. He'd look to move the singles though. You don't want to back yourself too far into a corner. Of course, the run rate is well within control. That early aggressive start is ensured. That's the replay of the wide. Ensure that the Peterites don't have to do anything too adventurous. Just keep rotating, getting 3 or 4 runs and over, and seeing through this passage of play. The Josephians are looking to exert that pressure.
It's exactly that's what the Peterite batters should do. Rotate the strike as much as possible. Get those singles, work them into twos. You don't need boundaries. The way they're going is pretty good. So that's the end of that over. 27 gone, 128 for 3.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශිලී ඩොබිස්කට්ස්
Gold hair and body wash එක
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanakam.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
The Josephians have brought in a slip, trying to attack a bit more. That's another wide ball by Laru Amarasekara this time. Josephians got to cut down on those.
So 2 off spinners operating in tandem with the 2 left-handers out there for St. Peters.
Oh, that's hit up Ashley again. Oh, difficult attempt, but a good attempt there. Could not hold on to it. Well, Rasan Gamage, we thought he had head above his shoulders, but he too is trying to throw his wicket away.
That's what pressure can do. Coming down the track, and the fieldsman I thought had long off did very well. I think he got a hand on it, in fact. He sprinted across and almost held on to a brilliant catch.
Yes, definitely. That was a great attempt.
Now that's smartly played. Well played indeed by Shannon Rodrigo. Amarasekara darting that across, as he does tend to do from time and time. Shannon Rodrigo choosing a smart option, just getting it past first slip, and collecting safe 4 runs.
Yes, there you see the replay of that. Watch the ball very carefully into the bat. Stroked it very nicely towards the third man region. Gets a boundary, Shannon Rodrigo. Very well played indeed. So the Peterite total moves on to 135. Still needing a further 95 runs to win this game. With that single, it will cut it down to 94.
I think Amarasekara needs to step up at this point, Bolly. He is their captain, their leader, and a off spinner who has done good service throughout the season. Been off colour today.
Yes, definitely. His figures says so. Done for 40. This is his 6th over.
It's important that he comes into the game here with the 2 left-handers on strike. And be desperate to do well and perhaps sneak a wicket through.
That was a better delivery, definitely. So it's 28 gone. St. Peter's 136 for 3.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages. The bite that bites back.
Hot and spicy fun by Bugatti Barakaranda. Beat a remake Karanda Tavinda. Hada with the Bawayana, give me a fashion Karanda. Fun Turana, Kotumi Kiki Korenda. Prima Kotumi, fun tamai.
Well, the Josephine started off the spin and the two openers, that's Rosanda Gamage coming down the wicket and driving it firmly. That beats the bit on fielder. That goes to the boundary. 4 more runs to Gamage and to the beat right total.
Yep, that was in fact Shannon Rodrigo advancing round the track. Beat mid-on. Yep, there you go. Just to the right. Desperate dive from the mid-on fieldsman. And an equally desperate dive from the long off fieldsman who did very well. So the Josephians are still very much on their toes, but Shannon Rodrigo has shown that he's willing to use his feet and take on these off spinners.
Shannon Rodrigo definitely decided to play some shots.
I think that might be the thinking as well, Paulie. For Rusanda Gamage to try and bat deep, and for Shannon Rodrigo to try and work out the runs.
Yes, that's the way they could plan at this moment. Rusanda Gamage more reliable, can hold on to the innings. St. Peter's 141 for 3. Current run rate of 4.98, required run rate of 4.11. Definitely that's edged, but going to the third man boundary. 4 more runs this time to Rusanda Gamage. Takes a beat right, go on to 145.
Slice of fortune for Gamage. Again, we've seen this as a consistent theme, Paulie. No attacking fieldsman in place. And that would have been regulation first slip catch, but no one there to take it. Gamage will accept it no matter how they come.
The Josephines did have a slip over or two ago. They should look for wickets. They should be more on the attack. Well, without getting the wickets, they cannot win this game.
Yes, it's unlikely that they will restrict the beat rights in 50 overs to this total. Wickets is the name of the game, and you're right. They had the attacking fieldsman in place and they chose to one, which has been a theme for St. Joseph's. Actually, we saw that in the 2-day encounter as well. No run on that occasion. It's the end of the 29th St. Peter's College, 145 for 3.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
A bit of pace being introduced into the Josephine attack. Manas Bandubashana being brought in. Been quite economical. 5 overs, 17 runs. That was his first spell.
Madhubhashan has brought a lot of spirit and energy into both the big match encounter, bowled well in the two-day encounter a couple of weeks ago, and turned up with similar form in the one-day. Speed rate, run rate just at 5 runs per over. The required run rate, a run less than that. So no run rate pressure whatsoever. And understandably, it's the Peterite crowd that's a lot more vocal at this point in time.
Well, no doubt about that, Jihan. But the Josephians, if they got to win this game, they got to get wickets at regular intervals, put the pressure on the Peterites, be more on the attack, I would say. They cannot defend this total because you see the run rates, comparison of the run rates. Peterites definitely can bat deep and take this game away. So all what the Josephians got to do is to get wickets at regular intervals if they want to get back into the game.
Yes, so this is where tactics come into play, Paulie. Rusanda Gamage is someone who'd love a spread out field to be able to work those ones and twos. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. He'd do that all day long. And you need to force him to make an error. You need to cut off those singles and make him do something that he would not be comfortable doing. The situation may be different with Shannon Rodrigo, who's looking to go on the attack. But again, there's opportunity for sure for the Josephians to think on their feet and try to make the Peterites do things that may be against the run of play, or certainly against the way they'd liked to play.
Madhubhashana had a good opening spell. That's worked away nicely in the pill.
Yes, that was bowled around his legs.
What
On that
a
occasion,
delivery.
yes, Rusanda Gamage just moving across quite a bit. And Madhubhashana staying on the stumps and knocking over the leg stump. Huge wicket for the Josephians.
You see the replay on that. Oh, definitely. Go around the legs. That's the wicket the Josephians have been looking forward for. And they have got it now. They should apply more pressure at the moment.
Yes, that's the wicket they wanted. Rusanda Gamage struggled to get going. Is out for 6 of 18 deliveries. The Peterites 146 for 4.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite that bites back.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chili to rasa yen කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශීලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්
Cheer up කරමු අද උදේ ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්
It wouldn't be right now, Bolly, would it, to have a one-sided game when you have a capacity crowd and a carnival atmosphere? And after the Peterites got off to that start, and it did look like it was going to be a one-sided affair, Josephians, true to form as you'd expect from them, have hit back hard. 4 quick wickets, and the Peterites now finding themselves in a tricky situation. I'd still say they're ahead of the game, but the momentum has well and truly shifted in the direction of the Josephians, especially with the fall of those 2 wickets of the 2 Sri Lankan caps, Vishen Halabage and Rusanda Gamage, as we see Asadisa de Silva coming into strike.
Well, all what the Peterites got to do is bat sensibly, build up a good partnership, get those singles and twos. Well, the Josephians, on the other hand, should go on the attack now. This is the time that the Josephians can attack. Get in a slip, a short leg, or some close-in fielders to put the pressure on the Peterite batters. There's Manas Madhubhashana providing that vital wicket for the Josephians. That's another good delivery and good bit of wicket keeping there too.
Madhubhashana, disciplined operator, beating the bat on that occasion as well.
you see the last dismissal. Oh, sorry, it's the last delivery. Good bit of glove work, but definitely the batter was well inside the crease.
Well. Now, that was a splendid piece of fielding. Diving away the extra cover, fieldsman, he held on to it. He had an opportunity to run out both batsmen at one point. Chose to go to the near end. As a replay of that. Well, no, that's not the end he threw at. He threw at the bowler's end. Missed it, and I think, Paulie, if he struck, there's a good chance the batsman was short of his ground.
Well, but definitely that was a good effort of fielding. Josephines now trying to throw themselves into everything, looking for those wickets. Peter has got to be careful at this stage. Still, I would want to see the Josephines attacking a bit more. Here you see the last dismissal, that's of Rosanda Gamage. Moving across, completely beaten down the leg side. Hitting the leg stump, bowled around the legs. Trying to work it towards the leg side, Chehan.
Taking strike on middle stump and just walking across. Again, loose cricket by Rosanda Gamage.
Worked away towards the offside. That's the end of that over. So 30 overs gone. St. Peter's 148 for 4. Shannon Rodrigo on 16 and Asadisa De Silva on 1. You see the New Dale product, which is the ideal thing for this climate. It's pretty hot and humid down there in the center. Schoolboys, schoolgirls definitely love it. There you see the Petrans again, 148 for 4 after 30 overs.
So St. Peter's in some sort of bother, I can say in deep bother if you take the situation they are in right now, because they've in a very good position. Few overs back, 148 for 4. Some panic batting and lack of concentration has got them here. So we're in the 30th over now. A very important passage of play, Gamini. I think St. Peter's have to blame themselves for the situation they are in, but still long way to go in the game. St. Joseph's now getting into the act and becoming more aggressive, talking to themselves, adjusting the field. Gamini, what's your view of the game so far?
Yeah, hello Pradeep, hello everyone. It's a funny old game when it comes to school cricket, particularly these limited over encounters. You know, it's never over up until it's over, and no matter what position you're in, you know, there's a hell of a lot of pressure on the guys who are chasing. 81 off, it's just a tick under 20 overs. So run rate is not a huge one. But because they have lost 4 wickets and suddenly there are no set batters in the middle, Pradeep, so this is the time that the Josephians will have to make it count. You know, it's like hop on the seesaw, really. It was going up and down in the last half an hour, wasn't it? Suddenly you have a 20-run partnership, Pete Royce are back in it. A wicket here, again, will set the cats among the pigeons. Oh, there's an opportunity again. Half a chance. They are not switched on. See, this is what I can't understand at this level, Pradeep. You know, you've been part of it, and you know, you got an opportunity here. Now see how he was pretty laid back, wasn't he? His weight was on the back foot. As a fielder inside the circle, you should be coming forward. and try and approach the ball. But he was like a statue, wasn't it?
Exactly, basic errors, Garbini, and they're just like you said, just like a statue, just like the statue being pushed to come to the ball and collect it. So that drops the pressure. We see the sprinklers around the ground, so much of heat, so much of warmth outside, unlike we sitting in the AC room here. That delivery which was bowled around the legs was a beauty. And again the batsman just trying to play from his crease. No foot movement at all. That's another single. And they're running for 2 this time. And that's the wicket. I think that's a unnecessary run. We just saw a single there. And we saw an unwanted run. And let's see for the third umpire's view.
I'll tell you what, Pradeep. Having a look from here, I don't know why umpire decided to go upstairs. I don't think he was even in the picture. Really. He was out by a mile.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So that's a disaster for St. Peter's.
Focus the lights, please. My decision is out.
Yes, and that is the end of the 31st over. St. Peter's 152 for 5 now.
Heels crest 9 sausages, the bite that bites back.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Vindinna dan dakinna ජීවිතේ ලයිට් එකේ ගෙවන්න
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හෙලි සෝලා
hot and spicy fun vibe එක විවර කරන්න beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න හදවත බාවලා යන්න ගින්නර fashion කරන්න fun කරන්න කොතුමි කික්ක කරන්න ප්‍රීමා කොතුමි fun තමයි
Heels crest 9 sausages, the bite that bites back.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. තිබෙන පුරා සිංහ ශාඛාව වෙත එන්න.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
He's gonna pop in and round the number. That's the good sicker than ever. 6 so udin at the number. Hot and spicy cup is the number. Prima kotumi, fun tamai.
So welcome back to the SSC. St. Peter's 153 for 5 now. Just a useless run out, we can call it. Garmini just playing to the hands of the field, and just as we were commenting, they were crossing over for a single. The batsman had other ideas, and that's to get back to the dressing room. So that's St. Peter's now in real trouble in the 31st over, being having a over 100 run opening partnership. Now 5 down for 153.
Yeah, the first 20 overs, St. Joseph's had to toil hard, but certainly the last 11 overs threw some good bit of fielding and some good bit of catching, and some bowling parties from either end, from Yenula and Manasa and Hiran, brought them back into the match. Manasa bowling with the wicket keeper up to the stumps. Yeah, let's see whether we can have a look at that run out again. You know, sometimes the batters make the mistake here at SSC. You know, although the ball, you weigh your shot into a gap, but because he's very quick outfield. And
here we go.
Now that was the previous ball from Manasa. The guy who fielded that long on was Yenulavani, and take nothing away from him. That was terrific return to the bowler's end. Bowler had to just take the bails off. It was right above the bails, or right above the stumps. Magnificent throw. Although the batter was out by a furlong, really. That was a terrible call he made.
Terrible call, indeed. So the new batsman in is Nathan. I remember Nathan making a useful knock for St. Peter's in the big match first innings. Lot will depend on this pair now, Gamini, because like you said, a 20-run partnership or 25 runs in the middle can twist this game yet the other way. 76 runs to get for St. Peter's in 18 overs. Again running for a single, quick one this time.
Yeah, you mentioned about the importance of this batting pair. I'll tell you, Shannon Rodrigo's hand is very crucial here. He's the one who's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's got a bit of experience behind him.
Gosh.
That's another coach killer. See the way he slid his bat. He hardly grounded his bat. He just put it in, didn't he?
To be very honest, he didn't ground his bat. He just left it on top of the crease. This is all what pressure can do. You forget your basics. That ball jumping. Some sort of movement. Carmen, you did the pitch report today and you had some interesting comments on the pitch report when St. Peter's elected to bat. Everyone thought St. Peter's should have batted themselves first. But you said it was a new wicket. Any comments about it and how you see it now?
Yeah, although it was a new wicket, there was absolutely no juice in it. It was dry. Even cover of grass, and it's rock hard. As you can see, the way things are, I mean, on a track like this, I think 250 would have been par. So St. Joseph's fell short by 20 to 30 runs. But see how suddenly runs on the board is making all kinds of games in this chasing side. The St. Peter's flag attached to the drone. These are very nice pictures. It's a carnival atmosphere, Pradeep, and certainly the excitement we've seen on the field by the cricketers have not let them down by any means.
Definitely, Gavini. Very nice atmosphere from the beginning of the game. And like you said, the fielders are also not on their toes. Again, not picked up cleanly, Gavini.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි?
Shannon will just have to rotate the strike, make sure that he gets 2-3 runs per over. Like I said before, I don't think St. Peter should even concentrate on the run rate at the moment, but just start knocking it around.
That's gone to the boundary. This is one of the quickest outfields here at SSC, and no matter how clean pair of heels you haven't got a chance really. Just the inside part. You mentioned about Shannon Pradeep. He's naturally an aggressive batter. He likes to feel bat on ball, and probably the ideal man to have in the middle, because a lot of pressure on the batters, and not that run rate is pretty high, but you need someone to keep it ticking, keep it going, and Shannon will have to do the bulk of it if the P tries to get there. 25 off 21. So his effort so far is not too shabby at all, is it?
Definitely not a shabby innings at all. Have been the only hope actually at the given moment for the Pete Wrights, covering up one side where he saw so many wickets fall around him. So lot depends on Shannon. That's a good single. They're running again for the second, and again it's a dive. No. Some very aggressive running, Gamini, but quite risky.
Yeah, that's experience for you from Rodrigo. Very shot nicely. These are 65 yards right around the ground, Pradeep. So if you got good hands, if you got good control of your speed, that's again delicately played. That's poor bowling from Jayasundara. Very good awareness from Rodrigo.
That was indeed a brilliant, delicate shot by Rodrigo, playing it very late, but was in control from the time he started playing that shot. That brings a round boundary to Rodrigo. Gets him to 30, 31 now. St. Peter's now 167. Lot of cricket left in this game, Gamini. It's a single. Settled there. 167 for 5 in 33 overs.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
So Pradeep, what we were talking about was that how important is to have an experienced campaigner in the middle in a situation like this. In a run chase, there's a lot of pressure on the batters, and that last over produced 11 runs, and you were talking about 20-run partnership. When you get 11 runs off one over, suddenly the bowling side, the backs to the wall, and they also have given few freebies, haven't they, in the last half an hour or so. Wanted the second, but decided against that. That was another long hop.
So the bowling change, Gamini. Nushan Pereira coming into the attack. Straight away conceding 2 runs. Yeah, very correct, like you said. Talking about 20 runs, but in 1 over, just 11 runs. So it's just how you play the moments. 60 more runs to get for St. Peter's. And St. Joseph's, on the other hand, attacking. Good single, putting Nathan on strike. So the rotation of strike, playing equally, is also quite important, Gamli. Am I correct? Batsman being off strike for some time is also not a good sign.
The required run rate is just tick under 4 runs per over, so there's not a lot of pressure in that regard. But the way Shannon has approached his innings so far, Pradeep, is very important that Nathan has to join the party. He's allowed to take a ball or two to get settled, but he'll have to do some heavy lifting as himself at some point in time.
Definitely, Gamni. So, lot depends on the youngster Nathan, how he will rally around Shannon and rotate the strike. give the experienced campaigner more of the opportunity to bat. Mainly get the scoreboard ticking. The drone making a nice round. That should be called a wide, and it is, yes. Umpires have been quite strict on this from the word go. Interested to see how many extras are conceded by St. Joseph, because I think St. Peter's were very, very heavily penalized on extras. It's another single. This is what the Papare should be doing, Garmini. Just push it and run. Like you said, there's not much of attacking field, so there's a lot of singles around them. It's how they rotate their strike, how they keep their heads down. Concentration, key to today's game. Nice work there by Nathan again. Gets that very useful single. 174 for the loss of 5 in 33 overs. 34.
Heels crest Naimir's sausages. The bite that bites back.
Hot and spicy fun vibe with the beer karanda. Beat the remake karanda the winner. Have a vowel I am give me a fashion karanda. Fun turana kotumi kick karanda. Prima kotumi fun tamai. Vindinna dandakinna. Jivite like teke kevanna.
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා.
SSC becoming noisy by the minute. Flags all over, spectators dancing, cheering their sides. So live from Mathura, Rahul College, 179 and 126 for 3 declared. With a target of 185. It's all happening in Sri Lanka, all parts of the country. Cricket at its best and covered by Papare all over. It's another unwanted runs given, Gamini. Overthrows. In the 34th over now.
Yeah, Josephians, they can't take the foot off the pedal, Pradeep. They've got to tighten up a lot more. The fielders inside the circle have to anticipate. Simply because the platform laid by the two openers, even they lost some wickets at regular intervals in the middle of the innings. But because the run rate, there is another deliberately chip over mid wicket. Another couple. These two are very quick between wickets, aren't they?
Yeah, good coordination between the two so far. Just the nod and they cross over. Very important for a good understanding between the two partners when running between wickets. They are doing just that.
Yeah, these two are quite happy just to tick it over, dealing in singles and twos at the moment. Josephians, they need a wicket. 180 for 5.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Chili
chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මංකි සේවරි රසය chili biscuits
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Heels crest Naimere's sausages. The bite that bites back.
So, the noise around SSC, music, flags, Papare bands, everyone around excited, coming to the countdown of the 50th encounter of the Josephine Pete Wright. Much looked forward encounter. Still the game is on balance. Nothing in it. If you take as for the two sides, anything can happen.
Yeah, still even the boys, like I mentioned, you know. Now we've had, around 25-30 run partnerships from these two, and suddenly the scales have tilted towards the Pete Wright. But you pick up a wicket, suddenly you're back in it. So Dinuk Singh has been trusted to do that. Just one over prior to this. Wicket keeper is up to the stumps. Come to bit of stick in his first over, didn't he? 15. So it's a brave move by the Josephian skipper to bring him on. It's not easy, Pradeep, as you would know. No, after a very bad first over to come back at a crunch time as well. Game is in the balance.
Definitely, you'd have a lot of nerve having to do that. And like you said, the skipper has to have confidence. Was that edge?
I'll tell you what, umpire signal, boys. I thought I saw a deviation. You're probably not. He's the closest, isn't he? He's only 24 yards away from the bat. What?
There is definitely a deviation. Was it off the pad? No. Useful runs for St. Peter's, however. They will not matter how they come. Shannon on strike. Dinuk the bowler. Bowling from the commentator's box end. And he has struck. What a wicket. The wicket of Shannon, the most expensive bowler, picks it up.
What a massive moment this is going to be. Again, going for a very expensive option. Rodrigo was nowhere near it. Comfortably taken. Well, Pradeep, you were praying for a wicket, I'll tell you. At the end of that last over, well, the captain's bravery has been paid off. Dinu conceding 15 runs in his first over, like I mentioned, brought him back on the crunch time and got the prize wicket. That's a very good contribution from Rodrigo, but when it matters the most, he has thrown it away. 181 for 6.
ජීවිතේම ලයිට් එකේ ඉන්න හේලි සෝලා
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
I'll tell you what, Pradeep, 181 for 6 suddenly. We've got a game on our hands. I'll tell you, the way those two batters, Nathan and Rodrigo, batted in the last 5 overs, I thought from the Pete Wright camp, that lady shook her right leg, really. But suddenly, Rodrigo has departed. Josephians are sniffing something.
Definitely. Now the edge is more towards the Josephians, Gamni, to be very honest. It was even Stevens when it was 5 wickets, but now slowly things are looking a bit tough. how funny this game is, how it can change. It's amazing. That's the beauty of cricket. There's nothing in it till the last moment. So Joshua Sebastian is the new batsman in. Strike rate of 80, average of 60. My gosh, that would have been definitely curtains if he held it. This has happened several times, Gamini.
Excitement galore, and you got a feel for the batters out there who just took his eyes off the cardinal mistake by the fielder. Didn't watch the ball into his hands. Suddenly, the batters are batting on a different track, Pradeep.
Definitely. Things have changed tremendously, and new bowling change.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
So St. Peter's 182 for 6 after 36 overs. Nathan David on 10. Ishra Yupala yet to open his account. While the Josephians slowly and steadily getting back into the game, Jahan. A wicket or two can make a big difference now.
Yes, Paulie, just when you think the Peterites have a firm grip on the game, something that the Josephians conjure up. Shannon Rodrigo was going so nicely. 36 at better than a runner ball, and that wicket has opened up another front for St. Joseph's.
St. Joseph's must be needing a wicket from Lahiru Amrasekar at this stage. Their captain, who had done yeoman service for the school, unable to pick up a wicket today.
False start for Amrasekar. Yes, he'll be desperate to contribute to the team's cause. The game is on it's finely balanced. Shira gets off the mark there. The Peterites just need to bat sensibly. Just 3.5 runs and over. As you see, Shira Ayupala's record in the one-dayers, average of 20. He's predominantly a seam bowler. Can handle a bat. He's just by that average, and he'll need that average and a bit more to see the Peterites through.
Well, all what he got to do is to just rotate the strike, and that's an appeal from the court behind, but doubt very much that was anything close to the bat. The Josephians definitely will appeal for everything at this stage.
Yep. Wow, that was close to the bat. Some bounce there for.
It's a bit of fumbling there. The Peterite batters cross over for 2 runs. Those are very valuable runs for St. Peter's, taking the total on 186 after 37 overs. Well, now we go down. Okay, we go down there for an interview. We have Khadija down there with someone. We'll have to wait and see. Over to you, Khadija.
Their target of 230 in the 50th limited overs encounter. The Josephian Peterite limited overs encounter started way back then in the year 1975, and the inaugural match took place at the Joseph's Grounds, Dali Road. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare, is available now on Dialog Television, channel 63 and 126.
And don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We have Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, aka X, as well as our WhatsApp channels and threads. Honestly, the Papare can be found anywhere with just a touch on your phone, TV, or computer. So we can't wait to see you all. This is a brilliant day. The crowds are even more hyped than before. Let's catch you guys soon. Thank you, commentators.
Thank you, Khadija and Jordan. So St. Peter's 187 for 6. Well, a lot will depend on Nathan David, a very heady player, Nathan David. He's on 12. Getting those singles very fast. A very busy player, I would say, Nathan David.
And a chance at the bowler's end. Well, a direct hit would have seen another run out. The Peterites just cannot afford that, Paulie, at this point in time. We've already seen mix-ups between the Peterites. Huge setbacks in terms of run-outs, and there you go. He was not even in the frame.
It had to be a direct hit. There was no one there, neither bowlers and wickets. St. Peter's need 43 runs in 12.4 overs. That's a wide call there by umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe.
Yep. Sharasinghe getting that just over the tram lines, and the umpires have been consistent. Tight, but consistent.
Well, that was a tight call, definitely.
That's the busyness that you were talking about, Nathan David. They're just working that away for a single. That's the kind of play that you need at this point.
Well, that is definitely a good run taken there by the two batters. Nathan David calling and Ayupala responding very quickly. Josephians looking for a couple of wickets more. All the Peterite batters got to bat sensibly to take this game away.
No run on that occasion. I know about you, Paulie. I have a feeling this might just go down to the wire. It's interestingly poised. In theory, the Peterites should be able to knock these runs off, but they've proven time and time again that the Josephians have been able to make those inroads and cause the wobbles in the Peterite batting order. Nicely played away this time by David for a single. Just 40 more needed. Just over 3 runs per over. Just need to bat out the overs, really.
Yes, definitely, Jahan. If the Peterites decide to bat these 12 overs, the game is there for the taking for them. Exactly what they got to do, push it and get those singles. So 38 gone, it's 191 for 6 St. Peter's.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Another close one, a wild throw, but the wicketkeeper had a lot of things to do there. If the throw throw had been accurate, a bit more accurate, that would have been very close.
Yeah, can't help but sense that a run-out opportunity might be around the corner, and this wasn't too far away from being one. Fortunately for St. Joseph's, the throw was nowhere near the stumps. The wicketkeeper had a lot to do. But both Ishira Ayupala and Nathan David seem to have made up their minds that they are going to try and do this in singles, which makes a lot of sense. You just need to watch for those quick singles because the Josephine fielders are very much on their toes right now.
Well, I feel the Josephine should get a couple of fielders close into the bat, trying to cut off those singles. These two batters are trying to do it with the singles. Be more on the attack, the Josephines. But that's highly unwanted. That's highly unwanted.
Now that's what you do not want to do when you're trying to build pressure. A dot ball converts to 2 runs with that overthrow.
Petra is needing 36 more to win. Remember, this is the 50th encounter between these two Catholic institutions. Can remember the first encounter, Jihan. Josephians were bundled out for 118, a stronger side than the Petrites. And the Petrites got that 120 odd runs with 5 wickets down.
The game was played at the St. Joseph's ground as well, wasn't it?
That's right. That was the first game. So the Petrites won the first, are now about to take the 50th one too. Still...
Yep, I'd certainly like to think so. 35 runs stand between St. Peter's and closing that gap, which the Josephians lead by 4. 25 to 21 is the tally. It's wide delivery. Yep, signaled as such by the umpire. It's been an off day for the Josephian skipper.
Well, that's a better flighted delivery. I thought all this time the Ramanasekaran was pushing it fast. So 39 gone, St. Peter's 196 for 6.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Heels Crest and I mere sausages, the bite that bites back.
So there you are, the 50th limited over encounter between these two schools, leading Catholic institutions in Sri Lanka. St. Peter's needing 35 runs to win in 11 overs. Nathan David is on 16, Israel Pala on 6. Required run rate is 3.09. Well, the run rate is very much in favor of the Petrites. All what the Josephines got to do is to get wickets. See, Yenula Devdusa being brought into the attack. It's 3 for 31, have been the pick of the Josephine bowlers. Josephines definitely needing a wicket or 2 more to get back into the game. That's nicely worked away that time by Nathan David. That's going towards the boundary. 4 more runs. That's very well played, Gihan.
Extremely well played. Very smart cricket by Nathan David. Yenula Devtusa, the trump card of the Josephian bowling attack, comes in, bowls a loose one, and David doesn't try to take it too hard, watches it onto his bat and times it to perfection. Smart cricket.
definitely. That takes Papare total on to 200, just 30 runs away in getting a victory in this 50th encounter. As Jihan was telling us, to reduce the lead from 25 to 22 it will be, if the Papare win this game.
I like the fact that Yenuladeuthus is being brought back in. It's an aggressive move in terms of a bowling change. What is not aggressive, however, Paul, is the field setting that's gone with it. It's this window that the Josephian skipper has to break through. And it is with Yenuladeuthus you'd think that he has his best chance of doing so as well. The field fairly widely spread out, and allowing the Papare batsman to work those ones and twos, and that for me is inexplicable at this stage of the game, with just 29 runs to get with 10 overs in hand.
Yeah, John, what I thought was when the Josephians got that initial breakthrough, they got a cluster of wickets falling at 113, 114, 118 like that. Then the Josephians should have been definitely from that moment onwards should have been on the attack.
100%. Now that particular single, that Ishra Ayupala, was a no pressure single. And that should not be the case when you have 28 runs to defend and you got your best bowler who's already taken 3 wickets in the attack. Poor cricket by St. Joseph's. They're waiting for the Papare to make a mistake as opposed to enforcing one.
That's nicely pushed away again by Nathan David. Nathan David, to me, is a very hitty cricketer. Seen him batting well in the 2-day encounter too. Got 22 of 25 deliveries, taking this game away from the Josephians. Josephians at that time had an outside chance of getting back into this game. That's edged and gone towards the third man boundary. A long chase there. Wonder whether he was able to get into it. Gone to the boundary, 4 more runs. So that's reducing the required runs to 23.
Yet another example, Bolly. A first slip would have had that comfortable height. Valiant defend of the boundary, but to no avail. And with every passing delivery and every passing over, the Papare are inching closer. 23 now to get.
That's a better delivery by Yenuladeuthus. So 40 overs gone. St. Peter's 207 for 6. 23 needed. Just
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
well, Nathan David has played a gem of innings, although it's a small innings, but definitely he has batted to the required situation. 22 of 25 deliveries, so that's the final power play. Umpire Marcel Gay signalling it.
The Josephian skipper to bowl out. Laira Amarasekara, he's gone for 55. His 9 overs. Those are uncharacteristically expensive figures for the Josephian skipper.
The important part is he's gone wicketless. Normally he's the bowler who gets those breakthroughs. That's short again. He's pushing it hard a bit. Nicely cut away. Getting a single.
Sometimes only your batting form or bowling form in this case can also cross over to your how you approach captaincy as well. And, with some players that they are connected. He's had an off day with the ball, has Laira Amarasekara, and in terms of how he's pushed the case through as on the field, that has been found wanting as well.
Well, now they're bringing a fielder up on the offside, but I think it's too late now. St. Peter's just 22 runs needed of 58 deliveries. This should have been done a long time before. Trying to cut those singles.
Sensible batting by Ishira Ayupala. Some good bowling this time by Iro Amarasekar, and Ayupala happy to see this over off.
It's nicely worked away on the leg side, getting that single. So they see 209 on the board, 40.5 overs.
Just over 2 runs now, and sensible cricket required. Nathan David faces up to last delivery of Amarasekar's spell, and another single results.
Well, they're doing it in singles. That's what they should do at this moment. So that's 41 gone. St. Peter's 210 for 6.
Radials. The road is yours.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm.
I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
That's Nushan Pereira brought in again. Ball 8 overs, gone for 34 runs. St. Peter's needing 20 runs to win this game in 54 deliveries.
Nishan Pereira now bowling a very tight field on the offside. All those fieldsmen inside the circle, as many as 6 of them.
Well, trying to prevent that single now. But I think, Jahan, they should try to go for a wicket. That's what is important. That's worked away nicely on the onside. That's good bit of batting by Shruai Pala to get that single. Oh, sorry, it's Nathan David.
Trying to pack the offside, but David smartly walking across and working that to the vast spaces, open spaces on the on. Absolutely no tricks in the wicket, so David is able to do that with relatively no risk at all. It's interesting to see how he goes against the left-hander. Again, no attacking fieldsman at all against Ishra Ayupala.
That's a quick single taken there, worked away towards the offside, towards the short third man. So that's reducing the required runs to 18.
I thought the third man fielder was slow to react. Not supposed to concede a single and fielding inside the boundary, but that was quick work by the Pete Wright batsman to scamper through for that.
And again, nicely worked into the gap by Nathan David. Get another single. Reducing the target needed for 17 for the Pete Wrights. Definitely the Pete Wrights going to take this game away. They have played better cricket than the Josephians, no doubt about that. They restricted the Josephians who are 229 in their innings. Josephians were definitely 20-30 runs short. And that's beautifully hit. That's gone to the boundary. 4 more runs to Ayupala. And the target cut down to 13 more.
Beautiful back cut, of course, poor delivery. Plenty of space and width outside there. Nicely placed into the gap by Ayupala. He'll be happy with those 4 runs, as will the Pete Wright supporters. There you go, nicely placed into the gap. Getting inching closer, St. Peter's.
And the Patriot supporters sensing victory now. That's again another single, very well played by Ayupala. Takes him on to 17. And the Patriots go to 218.
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සෙවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
St. Peter's 218 for 6, needing 12 more runs to win this game. 8 overs remaining. Yenula Devtosa, that's edged away, but well fielded at the short third man position. John, definitely St. Peter's sensing victory now. The Josephians completely outplayed in this game. They had the chance, but they didn't grab it. They were more on the defensive side.
Yes, I agree, Oli. The Patriots definitely played better cricket on the day, but there were those windows of opportunity, especially with the ball, especially with the flurry of wickets in the middle order. The Josephians just did not have the frame of mind to cash in on those openings. Well, that may have struck Ashira Ayupala outside the off stump. The bowler and the wicketkeeper were very interested. 12 runs still to get, the job not done.
Might have got something backed into it, John, I would say. That's worked away nicely this time. Gets a single. So the required runs 11 comes down to 11. St. Peter's 219 for 6. Needing 230 runs to win this game. Required run rate 1.5. Nicely played again by Nathan David. Always looking for that single.
Yeah, this becomes more inexplicable with every delivery to me, Paulie. Just 10 runs to get, and the fact that Nathan David could just turn that as easy as that to the onside and get a risk-free single is just beyond me in terms of the thinking on the field, St. Joseph's. And again, just easy as you like, Ayupal on this occasion. Single digits now for St. Peter's required, the end of the 43rd. St. Peter's College, it's 221 for 6.
Car Radials. The road is yours.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම ජිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Hot and spicy fun vibe එක දිවර කරන්න. Beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න. හදවත බාවලා යන්න කින්නර fashion කරන්න. fun උතුරන්න කොතුමි කික් එක වෙන්න. Prima කොතුමි fun තමයි.
St. Peter's College just 9 runs away from registering their 22nd win in this limited overs encounter against St. Joseph's College. The Josephines, of course, they have the lead in the tally, 25 games to 21. But St. Peter's College, when they get the remaining 9 runs, they'll get very close to that number of St. Joseph's College in the tally. Nathan David on 27, an important 27 when you take the context of the game we're in.
Very well said, Laksasi, and kudos to Ishira Ayupala as well. He would have thought his job was done after the first innings display with the ball, but putting in the hard yards with the bat as well, and a stabilizing partnership after that mini collapse in the lower middle order. And yes, it's now just time. The cake is baked already. Laksasi, it's about applying the icing now and the finishing touches to what could go down as a comprehensive victory for St. Peter.
St. Joseph's College, they had a little sniff when the 6th wicket fell, but as you mentioned, these two, they have managed to put together a solid partnership, didn't give away any chances, managed to make sure that they keep the momentum with themselves, not giving away any chance whatsoever to St. Joseph's College. Devadusa took 3 wickets, but at the moment it looks like that effort won't be enough. Devadusa, here's an opportunity and they needed a better throw there. A better throw.
Was that the final chance, Laksasi?
I guess so. That would have been really close if the fielder managed to do the ball with a better throw to the bowler. End of the 44th over. St. Peter's College 222 for 6.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ෂෙලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
They need 8 more runs now. The number of overs, it was never an issue for St. Peter's College, Viren. It was about the number of wickets remaining. Yanula back into the attack.
And an honorary mention for Yanula, had brilliant figures in the 2-day game and backed it up well today as well. And you have the St. Peter's fans already beginning their celebrations. And speaking about celebrations, Laksasi, it's exactly 10 years to the day since Sri Lanka clinched the 2014 T20 World Cup. So another historic moment during this 50th battle of the Saints limited overs encounter.
Yeah, Sri Lanka finally getting over that last hurdle after trying so hard so many times. They managed to get over the line in that final against India in the T20 World Cup.
And speaking about getting over the line, Laksasi, I'd like to see Nathan and Ishira take this home. They deserve to. So many times we've seen a partnership blossom. They've applied the hard yards, they've battled with grit, determination and poise, and then gift their wickets away. I'd like to see these two just apply themselves and take this over the line.
Yes, indeed. Yes, Ishira Ayupala, and that's a brilliant catch. Very well taken. Senuja Vagnugoda. He takes a blinder to remove Ishira Ayupala. Is that a twist in the tail?
That was the catch of the day for me, Senuja. What a grab at mid-on. And despite the circumstances, he gave it his best shot. A wholehearted dive there at mid-on. Senuja take a bow. Brilliant with the bat in the latter stages of that innings. And has he just kept the door slightly ajar for St. Joseph's? At 2-2-2, they lose their 7th wicket.
We at Car Radials, the road is yours.
Visharai Pala departed for 21. Nathan David is still out there. He's on 27. Now the number 9 batter for St. Peter's College, Joshua Sebastian, who bowled brilliantly, bowled 10 overs on the trot, took a wicket as well, took the first wicket of the day. Now he has the opportunity to finish things off with Nathan David. Denlo Devdusa, 1 delivery remaining in his spell, 4 wickets in the bag. Here's the replay of that catch. Vakunugoda with a catch to remember.
On a day where there have been a couple of sitters, this will go down as the catch of the day. Fantastic work by Senuja.
Going down the leg, Janula Devdusa needed to get that delivery straight. So he ends with a brilliant spell, 4 for 45 in his 10 overs. Janula Devdusa, end of the 45th over, St. Peter's College 222 for 7. They need 8 runs more.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
He's gonna pop an event in the bar. That ticket is sicker than ever. 6 so wooden at the Nava. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kutumi. Fantamai. Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
The curse of the double Nelson struck again. Laksisi.
Now Manasa, can he provide another breakthrough here to make things more interesting? Manasa bowled brilliantly when the opening partnership was blossoming and they were looking very dangerous. He managed to contain the flow of runs. He managed to make sure that St. Peter's College run rate dipped at that moment. 1 for 24, 1 made in there as well. Manasa, can he provide a breakthrough? It's Nathan David. Not a good delivery. Manasa Madhubhashana, that's not where he should be bowling at this moment against the settled batter. Gave him the room to free his arms, and Nathan David, he won't miss out on an opportunity like that.
Cut away with conviction there by Nathan David, the wicket-keeper of St. Peter's College. After a tough start to the day, being on the field in scorching hot conditions, he's here to take his team over the line, and they're just a stroke away, Laksisi.
Nathan David on 31. St. Peter's, they need 4 runs more. Now when we talk about this game, Viren, that opening wicket partnership was absolutely brilliant for St. Peter's College, but that partnership for the 7th wicket between Nathan David and Nishira Ayupala, it's as important as that opening wicket partnership, because that's the partnership that steadied the ship once again for St. Peter's College. Otherwise, the story would have been much more different.
Exactly, yes. We saw a similar collapse in the first innings, so it was important that these two steadied the ship after that brilliant opening partnership by Dina Damsar and Ovin Salgado. There's a slight delay in proceedings as fans hover around the boundary line in anticipation of St. Peter's 22nd victory at this Limited Rovers encounter.
Yeah, the St. Peter's College fans, they are all set to invade the ground at the moment. And here's Nathan David, he pulls it away, and that will go all the way for a boundary. St. Peter's College, they register their 22nd win against St. Joseph's College in this Battle of the Saints Limited Overs encounter. The 50th battle belongs to St. Peter's College, who get home with 3 wickets remaining.
What an occasion! What a monumental feat by the St. Peter's team. Having lost the Limited Overs encounter last year, being bundled out for 158. Redemption was on the cards this year. And even though the game seemed to be slipping away in that first innings, Laksisi, when Hiran and Hirun were at the crease, they kept their poise, kept their temperament, clawed their way back into that innings, and then, courtesy of a brilliant opening stand in the second innings, they find themselves victorious.
For each stage of the game, they had different heroes, Viren. That's the speciality of this effort from St. Peter's College. They had Lashmika Pera, who took 3 quick wickets to make sure that he derailed the momentum of St. Joseph's College. And then the opening stand between Damsara and Salgadu, and then we talked about that partnership just at the end between Ayupala and Nathan David. So different heroes in different occasions. A good team effort by the Pete Wrights here.
Well said, Laksisi. And this is a moment none of the boys will ever forget. A historic occasion. It's not just another limited overs encounter, it's the 50th. This team will be considered the class of 2024, and that applies to both sets of schools. And kudos to all 22 members on the park for giving us an encounter to remember. Moments of individual brilliance from Hiran, Hirun, for St. Joseph's with the bat, Owen and Damsara with the bat for St. Peter's, and a fine little partnership towards the end by Nathan David and Ishira Ayupala to take them home.
Here's that moment. Ansa Madhubhashana bowling it short, and Nathan David had no problem putting it away. Exactly the delivery that would have hoped for, to be honest, to get those winning runs.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare, bringing you coverage of the oldest limited overs encounter in the island. And this is not just a celebration of St. Peter's victory, as both the captain and vice captain get hoisted. Vishen and Rusanda, their final big match, their final limited overs encounter. Even though their individual performances didn't have much of note, it's brilliant to see them getting the send-off they deserve.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Viren, yes, we have a lot of celebrations going on in the middle at the moment, but this whole encounter, it was a celebration of two proud schools with a rich cricket and legacy here in Sri Lanka, celebrating that 50th encounter between the two sides. And in the end, it was St. Peter's College who got the better of St. Joseph's College. Ovin Salgadu and Dilna Damsar, the two heroes at the top of the order. Dilna Damsar 67 of 60, Ovin Salgadu 40 of 78, and then Vishen Halmage and Rusanda, the two under-19 international caps to St. Peter's College, couldn't contribute, but Shannon Rodrigo with a vital 36 of 29, and then Asadisa could only make 3, and that partnership we talked a lot about, Nathan David and Ishra Ayupala. Nathan David unbeaten on 35 of 35 deliveries, Ishra Ayupala 21 of 39, and Joshua Sebastian just faced 1 delivery at the end. And the extras, 13 extras in total, 8 wides, 1 leg by, and 2 no balls in the extras lineup.
And another key observation looking at this scorecard, Laksisi, when Dylan batted at over a runner ball, it eased the pressure for the middle order. As you look at the bowling card of St. Joseph's College, the pick of the bowlers again, the bowler of the match at the 2-day encounter, Yenula, 4 for 45 off his 10 overs. I thought Nushan was brilliant in his first spell, darting the ball in, and none for 43, no rewards to his name. Manasa and Dinuk have a wicket apiece, but Yenula stands out as the pick of the bowlers in my books.
That partnership, the first wicket partnership of 113, and then the whole effort just sort of fell apart for St. Peter's College. And then that partnership we talked about, the 41-run stand for the 7th wicket, they needed 49 more runs when Nathan David and Ishira Ayupala got together in the middle, and they made sure that they brought their team to touching distance before Ishira Ayupala got out. So as I mentioned earlier as well, St. Peter's College, they had heroes, they had different heroes in different occasions of the game, and that's why they managed to get the better of St. Joseph's College.
And as we review this innings, it was a fantastic run chase And the foundations were laid by Owen and Damsara. Owen was riding his luck after this drop chance in the second over. They capitalized on that opportunity and built a solid partnership. Damsara taking the attack to the bowlers. That's his natural intent, natural aggression. And played each ball on its merit and was able to make those calculations that were necessary to keep the scorecard ticking. Owen Salgado playing the role of an anchor. It will be unfortunate to have missed out on what would have been a well-deserved half-century.
Dilna Damsar, on the other hand, he was the aggressor. He took on the bowlers, used his feet to perfection Dilna Damsar, and also he made sure that whatever he hit with power, that went all the way. That's the specialty of that knock. And his stroke making in front of the wicket, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Here's another stroke that he made, and Owen Salgado, a bit cheeky sometimes, but he played his role to perfection. And this inside out by Dilna Damsar, for me that's the shot of the day.
Well said, Laxis, and a well-deserved half-century there for Damsara. The third time he's crossed the 50-run mark over the past 2 weeks. Kamada, the man, kept going after his half-century. Some exquisite shots, piercing those gaps, Laxisi.
And sort of a lazy stroke, to be honest, to get out. And then Owen Salgado also departed a few deliveries later. And the two international stars for St. Peter's College got together. And Vishen Hallenberg just gifted his wicket away to St. Joseph's College to make things a bit hard for his team, to be honest, because all he had to do was to get some good 40-50 runs, and this would have been much easier.
And kudos to Shannon Rodrigo as well. Kept going at over a run a ball, 39 off 36. Kept the scorecard ticking at the fall of the third wicket. Rusandar Dayal losing his leg stump. Another experienced campaigner falling short today. And then some brilliant fielding in the deep as well. Laxis, the ground fielding of St. Joseph's College was quite good in that second innings. They were always on their toes and kept the batsmen guessing.
Yes, indeed, the fielding effort was brilliant. And we talked about the international stars. For St. Joseph's College, it was the two international stars who managed to get them going, scoring 2 half-centuries. But for St. Peter's College, the two stars couldn't contribute. It was the others who stepped in and managed to get them over the line.
Some streaky edges there towards the end. But as they say, if the runs are flowing, why question the method at which it does? Found those gaps with ease. And the scorecard never really, the element of scoreboard pressure was never on. That was a brilliant catch by Sanraja. And then a lovely cut to get them close to the line. And then Nathan David applying the finishing touches there with that pull. Laxis, it's been a brilliant game. So many mini battles in this encounter. So many ebbs and flows. The pendulum swung in both directions at various junctures of the game. And that's all we could have asked for here on the Papare at this 50th encounter.
As the match summary, St. Peter's College, after winning the toss, they decided to bowl first. And St. Joseph's College, they made 229 in 48.5 overs. Hirun Kapurpandara made 70 runs, Jasundar 65. Senuja Vakunugoda, he was impressive, made an unbeaten 41. Lashmuga Pereira 3 for 51. Shannon Rodrigo 2 for 41. And Joshua Sebastian 1 for 24. In reply, St. Peter's College 230 for 7 in 45.4 overs. They managed to cross the line with 26 deliveries remaining. Dilna Damsar 67 of 60, Owen Salgado 40 of 78, Shannon Rodrigo 36 of 29. In bowling for St. Joseph's College, Yellow Deotusa 4 for 45, Manas Madhubhashana 1 for 32, and Dinuk 1 for 20. St. Peter's College getting the win by 3 wickets in this 50th limited overs encounter between the two schools.
And Laxisi, as we see a scenic, picturesque Colombo here on a Saturday evening. It's also time we celebrate those who brought these pictures to you. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare, a brilliant team. I call them a family, and we have Laksasi on view there. A brilliant team, a family, a cohesive unit that sticks together at all times to bring you this brilliant coverage, immaculate coverage of each and every game throughout March Madness and beyond.
Yes, indeed, Viren. And it's just not the production part, it's not just the technical part, the social media team, the content team, everyone, they get together and they make sure that they bring out a product which is world class to make sure that all the spectators who join in with the Papare TV, they enjoy it to the highest level. And as I mentioned so many times during the March Madness, we take a lot of pride in doing this. We take a lot of pride in bringing all the live action to all of our viewers here in Sri Lanka and even beyond Sri Lanka. So that's why we are the undisputed #1 sports channel in Sri Lanka, the Papare TV.
Unprecedented quality and an unprecedented bond within this team, within this family, which we are both blessed to be a part of, Laksasi. And here's to many, many more encounters, many more years of success for the Papare team. And we also wish to thank all our sponsors for continuing long-lasting partnerships with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
And it's still not over, March Madness. We still have some more games remaining. Tomorrow we bring you the live action of Singhalese College versus Maliyadeva College from Kurunagala. And then we also have the two-day tournament finales coming up, the Tier B final and the TA final as well. And then of course the DS versus Mahanama one-day encounter is yet to happen too. So a lot of action yet to come from Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV. As I mentioned earlier, technical team, the production team, the social media team, the content team, the photographers, the commentators, everyone chipping in here to make sure that we give you a world-class product. So right now we will head to a commercial break, and on the other side we will be back with the presentation ceremony of the 50th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV.
මාර්තුවේ උන්මාදය සූදානම්ද බිග් මැච් වසන්තයට පෙබරවාරි 24 සිට සජීවීව The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App සහ thepapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
March Madness is back. Are you ready for the big Match Madness? March Madness, live on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV. On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය ක්‍රීඩා විකාශනයේ මෙතෙක් අත් නොවිඳී නව්‍යතම අත්දැකීම් සමගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ විඳින්න නරඹන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Youth එකට සෙට් වෙන්න ඔයාලත් කැමතිද? Youth Plus.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ youth එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
The Dialog Big Match Season Reignite, powering the champions of tomorrow. 30 schools, 15 titles, island-wide. Catch the action live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and thepapare.com. Powering the champions of tomorrow. Dialog, the future today.
Dialog Big Match Season. හෙටලොව දිනන වීරයන් අද බලගන්වන්නට. පාසල් 30ක්, ශූරතා 15ක්, දිවයින පුරා. The Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App සහ thepapare.com හරහා උද්වේගකර තරඟ සියල්ල සජීවීව නරඹන්න. අනාගත ශූරයන් බලගන්වන Dialog අනාගතයාදයි.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන්. සතුට පැතිරෙන අවුරුදු සමයේ Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් බලන ඔයාලට මෙන්න සුපිරි වාසිය. පවුලේ හැමෝමත් එක්ක Dialog TV ඔක්කොම channel මාසයක් පුරාවට ඇති වෙනකම් බලන්න ඕන වෙන්නේ රුපියල් 889ක එකම එක රීලෝඩ් එකක් විතරයි. ඒ විතරක් නෙවෙයි, පවුලේ හැමෝම එක්ක එන්ජොයි කරන්න ෆැමිලි හොලිඩේ එකක් දිනා ගන්න chance එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ වාසිය විඳ ගන්න අතම Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් අවුරුදු channel pack එක ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන්. පවුලේ හැමෝමත් එක්ක Dialog TV ඔක්කොම channel මාසයක් පුරාවට ඇති වෙනකම් බලන්න ඕන වෙන්නේ රුපියල් 889ක එකම එක රීලෝඩ් එකක් විතරයි. අතම Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් අවුරුදු channel pack එක ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන්.
Let's get into it.
This is Hits Now, where talents are discovered and superstars are born.
I'm very proud to have you on my team.
Where you can solve crimes and fight fires.
Must be nice.
Laugh with the family and many others. Play games and prove you're better. All the latest hits, all the time, all in one place.
So starstruck right now.
Hits Now, the best of US TV.
It's time.
It doesn't get any better than this.
උත්වේගයෙන් පිරුණු තරඟ 74ක්. ලෝවටා සුපිරි ක්‍රිකට් තරු පිරි කණ්ඩායම් 10ක්. එකම කුසලානයක්. මෙවර IPL තරගාවලියේ ජයග්‍රහණය කවුරුන් හිමි කරගනීවිද? Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් වෙතින් මුළු තරගාවලියම නරඹන්න රුපියල් 249කට සුවිශේෂී දීමනාවක්. මෙම දීමනාව ඇක්ටිවේට් කරන ඔබට IPL මුළු තරගාවලිය වගේම තවත් ක්‍රීඩා තරග රැසක් නරඹන්න channel 5ක්ම ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
ලංකාවේ උන්මාදය සූදානම්ද බිග් මැච් වසන්තයට පෙබරවාරි 24 සිට සජීවීව ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ViU App සහ ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
March Madness is back. Are you ready for the big Match Madness? March Madness live on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV. On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය ක්‍රීඩා විකාශනයේ මෙතෙක් අත් නොවිඳී නව්‍යතම අත්දැකීම් සමගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ විඳින්න නරඹන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Youth එකට සෙට් වෙන්න ඔයාලත් කැමතිද? Youth Plus.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ youth එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ThePapare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
The Dialog Big Match Season Reignite, powering the champions of tomorrow. 30 schools, 15 titles, island-wide. Catch the action live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and thepapare.com. Powering the champions of tomorrow. Dialog, the future today.
Dialog Big Match Season. හෙටලොව දිනන වීරයන් අද බලගන්වන්නට. පාසල් 30ක්, ශූරතා 15ක්, දිවයින පුරා. ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ViU App සහ ThePapare.com හරහා උද්වේගකර තරඟ සියල්ල සජීවීව නරඹන්න. අනාගත ශූරයන් බලගන්වන Dialog අනාගතයාදයි.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන්. සතුට පැතිරෙන අවුරුදු සමේ Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් බලන ඔයාලට මෙන්න සුපිරි වාසිය. පවුලේ හැමෝමත් එක්ක Dialog TV ඔක්කොම channel මාසයක් පුරාවට ඇති වෙනකම් බලන්න ඕන වෙන්නේ රුපියල් 889ක එකම එක රීලෝඩ් එකක් විතරයි. ඒ විතරක් නෙවෙයි, පවුලේ හැමෝම එක්ක එන්ජොයි කරන්න ෆැමිලි හොලිඩේ එකක් දිනා ගන්න chance එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ වාසිය විඳ ගන්න අතම Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් අවුරුදු channel pack එක ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන්. පවුලේ හැමෝමත් එක්ක Dialog TV ඔක්කොම channel මාසයක් පුරාවට ඇති වෙනකම් බලන්න ඕන වෙන්නේ රුපියල් 889ක එකම එක රීලෝඩ් එකක් විතරයි. අතම Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් අවුරුදු channel pack එක ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන්.
Let's get into it.
This is Hits Now, where talents are discovered and superstars are born.
I'm very proud to have you on my team.
Where you can solve crimes and fight fires.
Must be nice.
Laugh with the family and many others. Play games and prove you're better. All the latest hits, all the time, all in one place.
So starstruck right now.
Hits Now, the best of US TV.
It's time.
It doesn't get any better than this.
උත්වේගයෙන් පිරුණු තරඟ 74ක් ලෝවටා සුපිරි ක්‍රිකට් තරුපිරි කණ්ඩායම් 10ක් එකම කුසලානයක් මෙවර IPL තරගාවලියේ ජයග්‍රහණය කවුරුන් හිමි කරගනීවිද Dialog Television වෙතින් මුළු තරගාවලියම නරඹන්න රුපියල් 249කට සුවිශේෂී දීමනාවක් මෙම දීමනාව ඇක්ටිවේට් කරන ඔබට IPL මුළු තරගාවලිය වගේම තවත් ක්‍රීඩා තරග රැසක් නරඹන්න channel 5ක්ම ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog App මගින්
මාර්තුවේ උන්මාදය සූදානම්ද බිග් මැච් වසන්තයට පෙබරවාරි 24 සිට සජීවීව ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ViU App සහ ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
March Madness is back. Are you ready for the big Match Madness? March Madness, live on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV. On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය ක්‍රීඩා විකාශනයේ මෙතෙක් අත් නොවිඳී නව්‍යතම අත්දැකීම් සමගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ විඳින්න නරඹන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා.
Welcome back to the SSC grounds as we witnessed the end of the 50th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College just few moments ago, as St. Peter's College managed to get home with 3 wickets in hand to get the win in this encounter to register their 22nd win in the Battle of the Saints one-day series. So right now, let's head on to the presentation ceremony as we have Damit Veerasinghe in the middle.
First of all, I would like to invite the dignitaries to the podium. Reverend Father Ranjit Andradi, Rector of St. Joseph's College. Reverend Father Rohit Rodrigo, Rector of St. Peter's College. Reverend Father Priyan Tisera, Prefect of Games, St. Joseph's College. Reverend Father Milan Bernard, Sports Coordinator, St. Peter's College. The two chief guests, Mr. Dushant Souza of St. Joseph's College, the captain of the inaugural Josephine Petri Limited Overs encounter. Captain of St. Peter's College, Mr. Bernard Vijayatunga, the inaugural captain of the Petri team. Group Chief Marketing Officer of Dialog Asiata PLC, the principal sponsor, Mr. Lasantha Tevara Peruma. Chief Marketing Officer of Capacity, Mrs. Ramzina Moset. The Head of Marketing of Haley Solar, the Platinum sponsor, Mr. Akila Jayasena. Please, all of you, please join us to the stadium, ladies and gentlemen, please, as we are about to begin the post-match presentation. Dedicated to nurturing talent and empowering champions, Dialog Asiata PLC, Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider and prolific promoter of sports in Sri Lanka, powered the 50th Josephine Petri Limited Overs encounter between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's College. First of all, give a big round of applause to both the teams for dishing out a great game of cricket here today at Singhalese Sports Club Grounds. Firstly, I would like to ask Reverend Father Rohitha Rodrigo, Rector of St. Peter's College, to present the certificates and medals to the Josephine team. Hirun Kapuru Bandara, the team will now join the podium. Hirun Kapuru Bandara, Kenneth Lianage, Abhishek Jayavira, Yenula Devtusa, Dinuk Serasingha, Manas Madhubashana, Rishma Amarasingha, Kaven Patirana, Deshan Talahitiagala, Heshan Ramanayaka, Senuja Wakuneguda, Dunik Pereira, Dihen De Silva, Nushan Pereira, Damian De Silva, Yenula Dantanarayana, Kalana Potsman, Avisha Samash, followed by the two main players, the vice captain Hiran Jayasundara and the captain Lahiru Amarasekara. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Josephine team for the 50th Limited Overs encounter, which was played for the Reverend Father Peter A. Pillai Memorial Shield. Thank you, Father. Now I would like to invite Reverend Father Ranjit Andradi, Rector of St. Joseph's College, to present the certificates and the medals to the Peterite team. Shannon Rodrigo, Shamindu Pereira, Rithil Suravira, Ishira Ayupala, Sachin Pereira, Anupa Garumana, Janit Kaushan, Lashen Pushpakumara, Nathan David, Ovin Salgadu, Lashmika Pereira, Dilana Damsara, Virul Amarapala, Asadisa De Silva, Joshua Sebastian, Savi Fernando, Sadisha Karyavasam, Hiruka Silva, Inosh Peterson, the Vice Captain Rusanda Gamage, and the Captain Vishen Halamage. The winning Peterite team will also receive vouchers from Hemas Hospitals. Captain Vishen Halamage will receive the vouchers also from Reverend Father Ranjit Andradi, Rector of St. Joseph's College. Before we move on to the individual awards, the two chief guests will now present a special memento to the two rectors. The two chief guests are the captains of the inaugural encounter of this Josephian Peterite Limited Overs encounter. The mementos will be presented by Dushan Sosa, the captain of the Josephian team in 1975, to the rector of St. Joseph's College. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the longest running limited overs cricket encounter in the country, and this is where it all started in 1975 in this special memento. The scorecard, the picture, and a lot of history involved. So a special gesture from the two chief guests. Now I would like to invite Mr. Bernard Vijayatunga, the captain of the Peterite team from 1975, to present this special memento to Rector of St. Peter's College, Reverend Father Rohit Rodrigo. Thank you, Father. Now we move on to the individual awards. Today's awards were selected by three adjudicators. The neutral adjudicator was Mr. Dilruwan Pereira, a former Sri Lankan cricketer. For St. Joseph's College, it was Chaturanga Kumara, former cricketer, and Ranitha Liyanarachi for St. Peter's College, another former cricketer for St. Peter's College. To award the first award, the Best Fielders Award, the Reverend Father Joe Vikramasinghe Trophy presented by St. Peter's College Old Boys Union. It will be presented by Mrs. Ramsina Moset, the Chief Marketing Officer of Capacity. Madam, please come forward. The Best Fielders Award goes to Hirun Kapuru Bandara of St. Joseph's College for his overall contribution in the field. Thank you, madam. The next award is the Best Bowlers Award. Mr. Austin Fernando Memorial Trophy presented by Mr. Roy Dyers. It will be presented by Mr. Akila Jayasena, Deputy General Manager National Sales of Haley Solar. The best bowler of the 50th Josephian Pete Wright Limited Overs encounter, Yenula Devtusa of St. Joseph's College, for capturing 4 wickets. The next award, the Best Batsman's Award, Reverend Father Noel Pereira Memorial Trophy presented by Mr. Laxman Gunawardana. To award the Best Batsman's Trophy, I would like to invite Mr. Lasantha Tevara Peruma, Group Chief Marketing Officer of Dialog Garciata PLC, the principal sponsor of the Josephian Pete Wright Limited Overs encounter. The Best Batsman, Dilana Damsara of St. Peter's College for his 67 of 57 balls. Thank you, sir. The next award is the Emerging Players Award, the trophy which is being presented by the Josephian Pete Wright Cricket Joint Committee. I would like to invite Mr. Terence Fernando and Mr. Michael Elias, the two gentlemen behind organizing this great big match encounter, the two chairmen of the Josephian Pete Wright Cricket Joint Committees. The Emerging Player Award goes to Senuja Wakuneguda of St. Joseph's College for his 41 runs contribution with the bat. Thank you, sir. The next award is the Man of the Match, the Player of the Match of the 50th Josephian Pete Wright Limited Overs encounter, the Laxman Gunawardana Trophy presented by Mr. Laxman Gunawardana will be awarded by the two chief guests, Mr. Dushan Sosa and Mr. Bernard Vijayatunga, for his contribution with both bat and the ball for capturing 2 wickets for 41 runs and scoring a match-winning 36 runs. The Pete Wright left-arm spinner Shannon Rodrigo is the man of the match. Now, the all-important Reverend Father Peter E. Pillai Memorial Challenge Shield presented by Dr. Milton Munidasa. The Reverend Peter E. Pillai Memorial Challenge Shield will be presented by the two chief guests, Mr. Dushan Sosa and Mr. Bernard Vijayatunga, the two chief guests. The 50th Josephian Pete Wright limited overs cricket encounter was won by St. Peter's College by 3 wickets. So I would like to invite the captain Vishen Halamage to receive the shield from the two inaugural captains of this great encounter. The shield will now go back to Bambalapitia. I would also like to invite the two rectors and Mr. Lasantha Tevara Perumo also to join the group picture as Vishen Halamage receives the Reverend Father Peter A. Pillai Memorial Challenge Shield. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to the St. Peter's College cricket team for winning the 50th Josephian Pete Wright cricket encounter. Now I would like to invite the team for a group picture. The Pete Wright team winning the Reverend Father Peter A. Pillai Memorial Challenge Shield. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and the rectors for joining the post-match presentation ceremony.
As Vishen, Rusanda and Co. hold aloft the trophy here at the 50th Joe Pete Limited Overs encounter. We wrap up what has been a brilliant encounter between the two schools.
Yes, indeed, Viren. We had 459 runs scored today, 17 wickets taken in very close to 94 overs. And at the end of the day, it was St. Peter's College who managed to emerge victorious in this historical encounter, the 50th Joe Pete Limited Overs encounter here at the SSC grounds. For St. Peter's College, of course, they have a big game coming up next week when they play that TAB final against Alumni in the 2-day tournament. So that's the story from today. Vishen Halbage and Co. They have managed to win the 50th Limited Overs encounter.
As we review today's game, St. Joseph's College put into bat by Vishen, posted 229, couldn't bat out their 50 overs. Laksasi, brilliant partnership there by Hirun and Hiran, steering the side to a total in excess of 220. We thought that was quite competitive given the context of this big match. And then St. Peter's College coming into bat. Dilna Damsar and Ovin Salgado lightning struck twice for St. Peter's College. A brilliant opening stand laid the foundations for the likes of Shannon Rodrigo and Nathan David later on.
And Shannon Rodrigo, he walked out with the Man of the Match award, scoring that quick fire 36 of 29 deliveries and also taking 2 wickets for 41 runs, winning him the Player of the Match award. So at the moment, St. Peter's College, they have managed to one up on that tally that we showed earlier in the morning. It was 25 to 21, and with this win, St. Peter's College, they have managed to make it 25 to 22. So a 3-game gap between the two sides at the moment at the end of the 50th Limited Overs encounter.
And we look ahead to the 51st next year, and we'll see if St. Peter's can narrow the gap a tad.
And March Madness 2024, it has been in full flow from the very first game up until today. And coming up next tomorrow, we have St. Anne's College taking on Malya Deva College in the Limited Overs encounter. We will bring you the live action from the Welagedara Stadium in Kurunagala.
And as the beats of the Papare ring on in a tent near the Combox Laksisi, we as the Papare bring down the curtains on our coverage of the 50th limited overs encounter of the Battle of the Saints. It's been a brilliant game, played abiding by the spirit of cricket. We will see you bright and early tomorrow as the March Madness trickles on to April. Till then, from Laksasi and myself and everyone in the Papare family, take care.